Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. It is the final day of this week's playoff action. I am Max Atlas Anderson, and this is Indiana Frosker and Black. How you doing, Frosker? I haven't seen you for a while.
I know. Where have you been? How was Brisbane?
Oh, it was fantastic. Lovely. Live crowds are utterly fantastic. Of course, you are going to be in front of one on the 26th, of course, for the LPL final in Guangzhou. Are you excited for that?
Oh, always super excited. It's going to be my first time overseas for an event, and we get to be live in the stadium. It's going to be a tri-cast final with Rusty, myself, and Fish.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic as well. But there are some more games today. Of course, the playoffs have been massive, and there's a cheeky extra game here as well for Oscarin. We've got Vici Gaming taking on Snake. Is this a tiebreaker? What's going on here?
Okay, so it works out like this. Vici and Snake both tied for their championship points. Now, championship points are important because they help seed you into the regional qualifier, which will also be cast live by Rusty, Fish, and I over in China. And right now, they're tied at 130 points. So they're playing a best-of-3 to tiebreaker who will be either 6th, 5th, or 4th. Now, the reason they have the opportunity to get all of those spots is because the defining factor is the WE versus IMA match, that third-place match that's happening later on tonight, directly following, which will determine if IMA is either 6th, 4th, or 3rd.
And WE are going to be in that top spot. So they've got the most of the points so far. Of course, IMA looking to try and battle away from having to play through another best-of-5 series. So at the moment, that Worlds qualification is way up in the air, and that is what today's games are all about.
Yeah, and so it'll really determine if IMA lose to Team WE, either the loser of Snake versus Vici will face IMA in round 1 of the regional qualifier. If IMA beat WE, they will move all the way to the finals of the regional qualifier and will be a single best-of-series to representing China as that third-place seed at Worlds.
Yeah, and IMA have been a very surprising team. And I do want to actually go through a bit of a recap here because, of course, I've been away. A whole lot of exciting stuff has happened here in the LPL playoffs going through. EDG, a 3-2 series. RNG, a 3-2 series. I mean, what is going on here for Oscarin?
It was a really rough day yesterday for both EDG and RNG, and they will be our finalists moving into that, 26th match for the final? And it was a best-of-5, went to all 5 games for the first one, and they were very eerily similar. So RNG and EDG came out swinging in game 1, and Fish and I looked at each other and said, this is going to be an absolute stomp. But then both teams really struggled in the middle of the series to IMA and Team WE, and then came back in that final game before securing their spot into the final. So very up-and-down performance from our 2 finalists in the LPL.
The thing that I find really interesting, though, is that with both RNG and EDG, in the games that they won, they were extraordinarily convincing. If you go back and watch game number 5, EDG's series, it looked like that should have been a 3-0 because there was no way WE were getting even an inch in that door. And could it be the fact that EDG were just sort of playing with their food when they did have a Grace game? Like, what's going on here?
I absolutely don't think that's the case, that it was EDG just kind of playing around, although their draft was very suspect, particularly around that Hecarim pick. Clearlove is not performing on the champion, and frankly, EDG just look like they have no idea how to work around not having pressure from their jungler on any of their lanes to succeed. So I want to see them move away from the Hecarim game. It's no mistake that game 5, they picked up the Gragas, and it was just cold, calculated, straight murder of Team WE in that game number 5.
Yeah, most certainly was, and this is actually going to bode relatively ill for IMA as well, despite them having a decent run against RNG at the same time. Of course, IMA are an interesting team because they tend to rely on one win condition. They look at Road, they're like, you're going to engage. We're going to make sure Jin Jiao is going to be ready to follow up on everything, and they sort of go through that way. Is that going to help them against WE, or is WE just going to be more flexible?
I think WE are undisputedly much more flexible than IMA. The beauty about IMA is we throw around this word consistency a lot, and inconsistency in the LPL. IMA, they are the most consistent team in the LPL in terms of their one single play style and that one playbook. It's that forward, engage, snowball style. They're going to hit you with the same punch every single time. It's just a matter if you dodge it or not, which is why they made it so far through the LPL bracket. Because if you look at the side that they're on, they're versus the really inconsistent Invictus Gaming. Their roster alone is a disaster. And the really inconsistent Snake. They did fall to RNG, gave them a good run for their money, but RNG have also been slumping in their individual decision-making.
Yeah, and we'll see whether RNG can bounce back for that final as well. As we mentioned on the 26th, it's going to be a very big test against EDG, still undefeated as for series. During this entire split, summer has belonged to EDG. But during the playoffs, we also had a promotion tournament going on. And we got some teams to welcome back and some new ones to come in as well.
Yeah, so you have your LSPL auto qualifier and Newbie Young. Congratulations, welcome to the LPL. Then you have the victors of OMG, LGD, and Newbie.
Yes, and we are going to have some KDAs here as well, as Mouse well and truly on the top. 957 there in second. As you can see, Clearlove actually dropping a little bit after that WE series, heading down to 8 as opposed to that 9.6 or something that it was on before. MLXG coming up the rear as Condi, Intruder, and Dandy hot on their heels as well.
Clearlove not looking very comfortable in the Hecarim, certainly put a dent in his KDA.
Yeah, most certainly did, as Pawn still well and truly at the top of the mid-KDA rankings, but it's helpful that he hasn't been playing, being able to stay relatively static on that one. We'll see whether he makes it back for the final, as Uzi has busted into the top spot here for RNG in the 80 carry KDA rankings.
Completely deserved. It was really Uzi on his Ashe performance. Outside the arrows, his laning dominance is undisputed on that champion.
Oh, it's just ridiculous. Able to put people down in that 2v2. 20 CS or something like that very, very early on. Just ridiculous. Baolan still at the very top of the support KDA rankings. Love it.
He was hilarious. He was in second yesterday, but he gets to be number one because, again, EDG really struggled against Team WE. So he's out of the playoffs. He's like, I'm the true victor anyway.
Yeah, and I don't look as stupid for calling Baolan the savior of IG, despite their pretty dismal performance against IMA in their first round of the playoffs, as MLXG still at the very top of the MVP rankings. And in fact, the fact that him and Uzi for RNG are the ones that basically get all of the MVPs, they've got a bit of a monopoly up there now.
And they're one of the few teams that can actually play Hecarim in the LPL, so really have to watch out for that, because EDG have shown that they want a preference for it. They will priority pick Rapidstar, their drafting coach behind them, and MLXG can actually play it to a lot of success.
Yeah, he most certainly can, and we are going to move forward and talk about exactly what today means. So as far as these brackets for the World's qualification, this first match is very, very important, but a lot of it actually is decided in the next one, as we are going to have a look at the standings here for the promo relegation, as OMG did make it back through, Newbie as well. Welcome back to the LPL at the same time. No Starhorn Royal Club, unfortunately, and Young Miracle unable to get in there at the same time.
And back-to-back splits, Young Miracles have just been on a rather unlucky side of the bracket to deny them promotion into the LPL.
Yeah, and of course, LGD making it back through at the same time. So congratulations to a lot of our former LPL teams, and of course, Newbie Young that did manage to make it through by being that first seed out of the LSPL. As you can see, we've been over this quite a few times, but EDG and RNG now at the top spot, looking to try and get themselves a perfect split.
And a reminder, today's matchup will be that tiebreaker, best of 3 between Vici and Snake Esports. It's to determine the tiebreaker between their championship points. Both teams sit on 130 currently.
Yeah, and of course, IMA trying to battle out of that last place of that playoff gauntlet as well into Worlds, and WE looking to try and secure themselves as that third place team here in China. And I want to talk about this because third place here in China has been something that's quite interesting, because it's been drifting in and out, and a lot of public opinion has been shifting, Frostgrin.
So we are going to go ahead and look at the immediate team profiles, though.
Yeah, we most certainly are. As Vici, it's going to be Lung, Dandy, Easy Hoon, Endless, and Caveman. Xuan P there sitting on the bench, probably to come in game number 2.
But this is interesting. They're consistently starting Endless. They actually swapped back to him in the last best of series that Vici played. Endless, effectively, he's the Kog'Maw player. Xuan P, he's the Twitch player, and it's really been the upbringing of those two hyper carries that have brought Vici back into kind of elite dominant form. Yes, you can always respect and expect Dandy and EasyHoon to step up and be those superstar names, but they need someone like Long or one of those AD carries to join them in their carry.
Yeah, they most certainly have to, and I really like looking at Endless on his Kog'Maw as well, because he often plays a bait style. The fact that their top side of the map is so incredibly strong, it's like they just put this target on the Kog'Maw, and he just tries to do as much damage as possible standing still. and the rest of the team just kill the enemies, who are just focused on trying to take down this artillery cannon.
Bait style. I don't think I've ever heard that term before.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
To me, that just tells me that he doesn't know how to position, and Long is actually really just good at saving him, which I think is a far more accurate description of that team. Endless and Xuanxuanpi, they have made development, they have stepped up, but they're still kind of just C-class AD carries in terms of the spectrum that the LPL has, which it's really hard ladder because we have people like Uzi, like Def, like Imp running around.
And you also have people like Crystal, who is back on the roster here for Snake. Flandre, SOFM, Tank, and Jay-Z make up the rest of the roster, but Martin sitting on the bench this time, and I am so excited. I love Crystal, always have. Back when he played Draven, they built 2 Mikhails and he goes off. We'll see whether Snake's style is going to change now that he's back on the roster.
It's the return of the hyper carry in that ADC position, and that's what Crystal's known for. Not only that Draven, but he is a fantastic Kog'Maw player and Twitch player as well. No surprise to see Crystal make his return and debut in a very important match for Snake Esports.
And a lot of the time we talk about these roster swaps as being dangerous, but in this case, with the fact that this is now sort of his sort of patch, he's been patched in, you could say, with the fact that Kog'Maw and Twitch are so incredibly strong at the moment. Is this an intelligent move now for Snake?
Yes, and I also think it's a bit of a desperation. The thing about Snake is that they have been forever fourth. They are the Team Liquid. They are the curse of the LPL. It doesn't matter what they do with their roster. If it's Baka, you, Tank, it doesn't matter who's in their jungler, SOFM, ZZR, or who's in that ADC position, Martin or Crystal. They just cannot find that secret formula and that win condition to move up into the elite bracket of the LPL. So
yeah,
yes, it's nice to see Crystal kind of patched in. It's a hyper carry meta, but at the same time, I still feel like this is a bit of a Hail Mary for Snake. We haven't seen Crystal for quite some time. We don't know what his synergy with Jay-Z is going to look like, and we don't know what his synergy with the rest of Snake's lineup will look like.
Yeah, and you were mentioning before about consistency. Now, this is something that we have to talk about when we're discussing either Vici or Snake, because Vici, very consistent. Maybe their team fighting, if they're looking very, very strong, their team fighting's on point. If they're not, their team fighting does lack just a little bit. But the rest of everything, absolutely fine for the team. Snake, however, never know what to expect.
Snake have the lowest lows, and they have one of the highest highs of any teams in the LPL. And like you said, Vici do have a lot of consistency going for them. Like IMA, they kind of have a very similar single style of play. They're a very cerebral, patient, macro-heavy base team. So when they're ahead, they're incredibly punishing. When they fall behind, they consistently cannot 5v5, so they struggle. That said, Snake have been having serious issues in their own team fighting.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can fix them now as we are into Champion Select. You can see Gangplank, Jin, and Rek'Sai all banned away on the side of Vici, and it's going to be Vladimir, Lissandra, and Shen that Snake have decided to veto from this game. Quite a few champions left available here. Notably, you know, things like Twisted Fate for Easyhoon, but Gragas is the one that Vici are going to lock away. No Hecarim Curse to come in for this Vici squad, and Dandy is a phenomenal Gragas player.
And it's a very different style of two very different junglers. Again, if Vici are that patient, cerebral team, a lot of it is defined by their jungler and Dandy. World-class jungler, he's very methodical, very patient. What he excels at is gathering information and then punishing teams with the information gathered. On the other side, you have the flashy, the explosive SOFM. He pretty much has one speed, and it's breakneck. And if he doesn't get it, he's going to trip his team up.
Well, they were hovering the Hecarim, and that's certainly a champion that can focus on some of the speed. But now looking at Tahm Kench, but that was such an incredibly quick lock-in of the Ashe. And that's something that we expect Martin to be playing, to be perfectly honest. So Crystal going to try his hand, the Frost Arrow Lady, and it's going to be a Tahm Kench, possibly towards the bottom side with him.
And a lot of teams have been experimenting with this. WE did it. It's how they bested Vici in their best of 3, which took them into the semifinals. And you know that Endless is going to take something like the Kog'Maw if he doesn't have Ashe available. So they're probably predicting that the Kog'Maw is going to be there and saying, he's an immobile champion, nail him with the arrow, make that pick. He only has flash for however long.
And also quite item dependent as well, so it's hard to fit in sort of that cheeky QSS somewhere in the build. Can actually put him behind. As now over the side of Vici, we'll see what they're going to take away next. Of course, Braum, very strong, still well and truly available. We've seen the Frog on the bottom side of the map really start to peek in as far as high priority supports are concerned.
The beauty about Tahm Kench is you have a lot of low mobility mid laners and AD carries running around. He offers so much safety to both of those positions, as well as semi-global presence. And if you have Taliyah, Twisted Fate, double TP metas, and Lissandra coming back into power, Tahm Kench fits right in style with those.
Well, you can see Vici have locked away There's support in the Braum and the Echo, possibly towards the top side of the map there for long. Of course, I'm remembering back to Flandre playing the champion with his proto belt Trinity Force, looking absolutely dominant. But not going to be the case this time, as Long could be taking it. Of course, EasyHoon locked it in, and it can be played in the mid lane, but it doesn't really fit into the EasyHoon wheelhouse.
EasyHoon can play pretty much anything, but he has a relatively small, effective champion pool. Spawn brought up this point on the desk, and I 100% agree and support this. It's that EasyHoon actually has a very tiny champion pool.
Yeah.
It's kind of Lissandra, it's Azir, and Victor, really, are kind of your three champions that you're looking at. The other one that can peak up is that Karma.
Well, he did hover a couple of those. Twisted Fate also needs an honorable mention. We'll see whether EasyHoon decides to switch over to something like that, but it is looking like the Karma and the Sivir Karma combination being considered now for Vici. But we did see the Gnar and the Malzahar locked in here for Snake. A lot of lockdown and a lot of team fight power here from this team right now.
And the LPL is really turning back towards that Gnar, even being very confident to blind pick it in a lot of scenarios. It wasn't blind picked this time around, but it was by EDG yesterday. Gnar has fantastic matchups against pretty much any of the melee top laners in support, and can even slow down Aurelia for a time being before she scales past him.
Yeah. Of course, if you can duck around in that mini-Gnar form when you are a little bit vulnerable. But that is going to be the Sivir Karma locked in. EasyHoon to take the Karma into the mid lane, and Endless back on the Sivir.
This is actually really important. So we talked about the priority pick of the Ashe and Snake Esports possibly trying to force Endless onto his big coveted Kog'Maw pick, but he throws a wrench in their plans and he looks for the Sivir. Now, Endless is not nearly as effective on Sivir as he is on, yeah, it's the jungle Malzahar, I see your face, as he is
so bad.
on Ashe or Kog'Maw.
Well, playing with my heart at the moment is SOFM. Is Jay-Z having a look at Syndra for tank, possibly in the mid lane. We'll see whether it is going to be the Voidmaster himself wandering around the jungle, looking for ways in, and it is. So Syndra going to be locked in here for tank. Notices the Karma, wants to be able to go toe-to-toe as far as wave clear and poke damage is concerned. We'll see whether it is going to work out. Snake switching it up here in the draft.
Now, they have played Jungle Malzahar before. It's only been played in this position once throughout the LPL, and it was Snake that played it. SOFM had an incredible performance on it, although it was against Saint, and the game did not mean anything. So we haven't seen it in a best of series, and we have not seen it in a high-pressure situation. Now, I like the fact that they're picking up Syndra in tandem with the Malzahar, because what's really important is that they need to bring really hard lockdown to open up gank opportunity and kill pressure when Malzahar doesn't have his ultimate.
Yeah, and the single target lockdown from this team now is utterly phenomenal. Especially considering the fact that they have a Tahm Kench, they can use the Abyssal Voyage to get any follow-up for Flandre if they would like to, but Nether Grasp plus Scatter the Weak plus Enchanted Crystal Arrow is just insane for long-range pick potential.
And on the other side, you have a lot of kind of AoE spread damage between the Karma and the Sivir. My one concern for Vici is that their composition lacks a little bit of damage.
Well, we'll see whether they can build towards it and get a snowball rolling as the coaches shake hands. Let's get into game number one, Vici versus Snake. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, game number one between Vici and Snake to decide who is going to have the highest seed moving into the World's Gauntlet. Qualification now on the line, and Vici going to be so hungry this game. We've heard from them multiple times how much they want to prove themselves on the world stage. Well, they're going to have to do this first.
Effectively, if I may lose to Team WE in that third place match following this one, the winner of this match will seed directly into the second round of the regional qualifier and will face the winner of IMA, again, if they lose, and the loser of this match. So
could potentially be that rematch of this series as well, so it could be a sign of things to come here for Vici and Snake.
Just makes it that much easier to represent China on the international stage. for that third seed, as EDG and RNG are already locked in as representatives.
Yeah.
So quickly touching on Vichi's composition, it's actually very cool. It empowers everything that Vici are really good at, which is moving around the map, making macro-based rotations, and sieging towers. So they have a ton of mobility between the Sivir, the Gragas, a lot of flexibility to go over walls, and the Gragas and the Echo, so they can get around quite quickly, and they have great sieging potential. My concern is that come these big 5v5s late game, if that's how late the game goes, they're going to drop off in damage compared to this single target lockdown and all of the damage threats of Snake.
Yeah, and I feel like Snake not necessarily going to be winning as far as wave clear in these lanes are concerned, but as far as gank power, they are most certainly capable.
But they're not necessarily put down either. Gnar should have the early push on Echo. Ashe can compete with Sivir. She's one of the few AD carries that does have great pushing power with the potential of her volley, which is what we're seeing right now is both these teams jockey for lane control and pressure. And Syndra will do decent into Karma, especially if she can threaten with her Scatter the Weak. So yeah, they might lack a little bit of wave clear, but they're going to meet even pretty strong.
Well, we'll see whether it is going to come out ahead here for Snake, as SOFM not going to have all that much CC until he hits that level 6 and grabs himself the Nethergrass. So a possible opportunity here for Vici early on.
Now, one of the big issues with Malzahar jungle is he's actually fairly fragile and kind of brittle in the jungle. Not him taking damage, but invading on him because he doesn't have any of those hard CC abilities. So people like Elise and Gragas can punish him if they invade and use Fog of War correctly. Now, the pros to Malzahar is how quickly and efficiently and healthily he can jungle by using his Void lanes. Typically, jungle Malzahar is a bit more passive and is more about monster objective control, but SOFM actually plays him quite aggressive and uses his speed in the jungle to counter jungle when appropriate.
Well, you can see at the moment, has almost managed a full clear here at 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Will just be that Raptor camp, and that won't last very long. But Dandy takes down the Rift Scuttler towards the bottom side, and then will notice that it is a barren wasteland in the jungle on the bottom side here of Snake.
But that's okay because Dandy's still just gathering the information to say that SOFM is on the top side of the map so long. You will need to be a little bit careful. The nice thing about Snake's lanes is, yes, SOFM doesn't have the hard CC until past level 6, but he's got tons of soft CC and Scatter the Weak as well as the Boomerang from Gnar.
Yeah. And of course that wallop, if Flandre does make it to Mega Gnar in the right time as well, as Dark Sphere comes down. Tank does get a nice Scatter the Weak there for the stun, but Easy Hoon not too worried.
But if you check on your map, there SOFM goes. Again, he uses the speed of that Malzahar. He's not scared. He will invade you and chip away at your camps. He'll do this on any champion, and Malzahar fits into that wheelhouse and identity.
Whoa, and look at his army going after Dandy here at the same time. They get a few cheeky shots on. Dandy is going to spot that ward as well, as Crystal's going to get eaten before the concussive blows goes off. Nice tongue lash. Jay-Z taking a lot of damage, and Vici starting to get the upper hand here in this lane as Flandre goes Mega, but doesn't find the trade victory against Lung.
But it's important that Vici can get the upper hand on the bottom side because Dandy has done a good job tracking and finding where SOFM is. So Endless and Caveman have the opportunity that they can go aggressive knowing there's no gank threat.
Yeah, nice Unbreakable from Caveman, though, denies a lot of the damage here from Snake. As Crystal gets his wave shoved into him. And in fact, Flandre going back, grabbing himself an extra Doran's Blade, feeling the pressure here towards the top side of the map. Even though it's only 27 to 31, still doing fine as far as farm. The teleport's going to be matched here for our top laners.
Still very even. We'll check in on itemization if Flandre will be punished for that double Doran's on the first big item back. And if Echo will slowly start to pull ahead in the matchup. Obviously, he has a lot of counterplay in the matchup. It's more about can Gnar successfully kite Echo back. Echo, one of the few melee matchups that can actually be really punishable and dodge a lot of that.
Well, nice snare comes in here as Tank takes a full empowered Q to the face. And here's the rotation from Caveman, moving up, getting vision down, wanting to make sure that they know exactly where SOFM's moving on this map, knowing that he will be level 6 relatively soon. We want to get into these lanes to grasp people up. That R button.
And he's closing into a 10 CS discrepancy between him and Dandy, as well as that big experience advantage. So level 5 to level 4, he's well ahead of this Gragas.
Yeah, it's that speed that you were talking about before. Pretty powerful. Now just heads into the mid lane, helps clear this one out. As Tank wants to get himself a free back, has that unleash power, wants to make sure that any gank from SOFM is going to be even more important as Easy Hunya just moves all the way up that lane to try and stop her back.
We see so many... Oh, hold on. We see so many mid laners not respect the poke from Karma. They'll love to be obnoxious, just put the shield on themselves, grab the speed up, run, take a tower shot just to throw the Q at you and delay back. So if you're against a Karma, doesn't hurt your pride, just take a step back behind the tower. Don't waste any time.
I do like it, though, making sure that Tank is going to miss out on a few of these creeps in the wave. Speaking of creeps in a wave, gigantic amount of minions here heading towards the bottom side as Crystal and Jay-Z dealing with them quite nicely for the moment.
One of the things that Sivir lacks in compared to Ashe, though, is she's not able to punish underneath a turret as well as Ashe will with her volley. Obviously, the cool thing about Sivir is when you're farming creeps, you can use your Ricochet and also chip away your enemy laners, but you're really just reliant on a single boomerang versus that spread of the cone volley if you shove that wave in to chip at enemy health bars.
You can see this bottom lane actually getting close to that level 6 mark on the hunt. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be a big deal. We'll see when they actually do turn up, as now red buff under fire. SOFM not quite in control here of the top side of the map as there are pings coming down, but he's not going to be able to get in there, and there are 2 members as Lung has rotated over.
And the reason why Dandy's able to do this is because of the early invades from Caveman and Dandy to lay down that vision. So the pink ward has been cleared by SOFM, but with that information, Dandy was able to punish something on the map and is now looking top.
Yeah, there's a flash body slam, and all too easily picks up first blood there for Vici. Explosive cast just gets picked up and thrown out and destroyed.
And that's classic Dandy and why he's a world-class jungler. He gathers information and he will always punish anything that you give him.
Just incredible play, and so quickly done at the same time. Both the top laner and jungle move towards the top side of the map and instantly take down Flandre, and Snake looking a little bit out of sorts, but only 100 gold behind. Nothing too worrying as now Crystal just threw out the ultimate, and Tank and SOFM looking for more. There's the Hawk shot as Caveman does get out of the way, but Nethergrasp comes in, and that's going to be SOFM grabbing the kill all too easily. The Malefic Visions.
Yeah, but a bit misplayed in terms of the micro interactions to not pick up both kills. That should have been fairly easy to grab. SOFM actually only using his ultimate to quickly lock down Braum, probably trying to communicate, you know, I'm going to lock him down, you grab this one, then I'm going to throw out another ability to try to catch Sivir.
Yeah.
But they only grab one of them, so kind of a best case scenario for Vici there.
Yeah, still able to even things out, as of course Crystal now to have a lot of spare time here in this lane. Already ahead by 20 CS as the dust settles. We'll now be going back and we'll see whether Endless can get himself back up. But Snake with a quite distinct lead here of about 500 gold, despite the fact that even on kills and first blood, in fact, going over to Vici.
And it'll now be a question if Snake can translate this lead into an early Infernal Drake. It's very safe to do with Malzahar because he can get that Void army in front of him, as well as the superior back and buy for Crystal. So using that extra gold to itemize into 35% attack speed on the Berserker Greaves is actually a pretty big deal come combat stats.
Yeah. Getting himself towards what looks like a Runan's Hurricane as his next item after what could be the Essence Reaver or the Infinity Edge, depending on how he's feeling. Haven't seen Crystal for quite some time.
Usually, Crystal's known as kind of that more hyper carry, hard carry oriented AD carry versus Martin. Makes sense that Snake switched to Martin over the course of this last LPL split as more utility driven AD carries were coming to power.
Yeah.
Sivir, Jhin, and Ashe.
Well, Crystal's going to have a little bit of both here as he's on the Ashe now. Able to hyper carry quite effectively. There's Abyssal Voyage being looked at, but no.
Interesting.
That was an odd one.
It's fine. He'll have it relatively soon again. We're just going to say he was trying to place a ward and
I was very
misclicked.
perplexed. It's like Abyssal Voyage, but why? SOFM going to get some vision here towards the top side of the map, though. Gives up his position. We'll see whether Vici makes some plays towards the bottom side. Dandy moving down there for the moment. And it is going to be immediate back. Nope. SOFM just moving himself in. There's a Grom camp to take. He does love these ones.
It means that Dandy has 2 options. He's either going to gank bottom because Tahm Kench and Ashe are very far forward, or he's just going to invade and counter jungle. Meanwhile...
Yeah, there's the flash ult from SOFM. Flandre picks up the kill all too easily, just waits for the opportune moment to get that auto attack off.
And this does put more onus on Dandy to act. It looks like he's going to go all the way around and look for a cheeky gank. There's a lot of pings. But I think Crystal and Jay-Z are pretty wise to what's happening, and they can deny any sort of counterplay from Vici here.
Yeah, and they do have the arrow for potential disengage at the same time as Jay-Z is going to eat his AD carry, gets stunned, however, and Crystal's still going to get knocked up by the Glacial Fissure. Endless with the ultimate down. Crystal's going to get exhausted. May need to get out of the way, but there's the explosive casting. He can't do it. He's still kiting. Picks up Endless. Can he get another one? Caveman falls down. It's a double for Crystal. Flashes over Dandy. Hops into the mouth of the Tahm Kench, and he'll be safe.
Welcome back to the LPL, Crystal.
Damn
Snake
right.
has certainly missed you. Massive outplay. I was thinking, Crystal, you know that Dandy's on the bottom side of the map. What are you doing? But obviously having the confidence that he can outplay Endless and Caveman and then executes on it brilliantly.
That was stunning. Now a 2-0-1 Ash. Picks himself up his Zeal. Another dagger in there as well. Let's have a look at it again.
So again, Crystal is sitting in this bush on the pink ward trying to catch Caveman warding. But again, they know that Dandy's on the bottom side of the map. So this is just Crystal going massive.
And just the timing of all of his abilities as well as that heal, just fantastic. Kiting out Caveman. That's only one shot of the concussive blows, 2 that he ever takes, and then jumps straight onto his Tahm Kench.
Holding his flash long enough to reposition himself into Kench.
Just phenomenal.
You gotta be frustrated if you're Dandy. Because Dandy could have followed up, but he just had the trust that Caveman and Endless would be able to take care of that 2v1 scenario.
Yeah, and a lot of that came down to the fact that Endless didn't have any mana at the same time, so possible Boomerang Blade to help take that kill, just not there. It's now Flandre and Long. We're going to have a look at exactly what happened towards the top side.
And again, Flandre is put in this winning position to make a 1v1 kill like this because of the repeat ganks that SOFM has given him.
And Long, I believe, had his ultimate for that as well, so just wasn't quite expecting the Hyperproc at that time. Maybe a misplay out of Long towards the top side.
Anytime you die 1v1, it has to be a misplay.
Yeah, that's a good point. Flandre has been able to get these 1v1 kills in the past. Now sits on 2-1-0, going towards what looks like a Frozen Mallet for item number 1. And first turret is going to fall in favor of Snake. And that's a 3,500 gold lead. Easyhoon taking some damage from Tank here in the mid lane. And a Nether Grasp on the bottom side. Arrow to follow up as Caveman is going to get eaten by GZ. Spat out and Crystal grabs his 3rd kill.
And this is just disaster across the map for Vici. Yes, they play so well when they're ahead, but they completely fall apart at the seams when they're behind. They don't have the individual talent for 3v3s or 5v5s to fight from deficits.
Well, there's the Abyssal Voyage. Endless does use his spell shield, gets himself out of the way. So we'll be fine. SOFM started off this dragon. You mentioned the fact that neutral control is something that this guy can do.
He has to be careful, though. Dandy's sitting behind the pit. They're both level 9, so he has the same smite.
Well, Voidlings are going to be there. Jay-Z moving very fast with his mobility boots, and SOFM locks down the dragon. Dandy slowed, but does get himself out.
And now every single objective falling in Snake's favor, getting that first blood on the tower. Always incredibly important right now. We've kind of seen the trend on 6.15 to prioritize wave control and pushing power, open up space for junglers. So I feel like Snake in a very healthy position on the current patch. It kind of boasts their natural play style. They're also one of the few teams that have been experimenting with cheeky level 1s. A lot of the other LPL teams have just kind of been sitting back on defensive fans.
Yeah. I've actually wanted to sort of go through and discuss this at the same time with like what the new things that are going to come out of this 6.15 patch are, just because there aren't these lane swaps, that those level 1s no longer to happen. Let's see what the new default is going to be. As Easyhoon just tanks up an ultimate from Tank, but not going to be quite enough. The Athene's Unholy Grail saves his life.
But he will be shoved out of lane, which means that he's either going to be forced to burn his TP or he will have to lose a wave that's being shoved into his tower.
Well, Tank going to make short work of what was the minion wave. Dark Sphere pretty good at that. But Teleport is going to save the cannon creep for the moment. Oh, actually, no. Okay, that was interesting. So the Teleport still works, but you can still pick up the minion. That's very strange. Long going to get walloped here towards the top side as Flandre doing so much work. The perma-slow of the Frozen Mallets there. Flash has to be used. And the clock tower dodged here from Long, but he's in trouble on the top side.
And every single lane is really bleeding out. And Dandy can only be so many places at once. He was actually trying to manufacture some sort of play mid with that TP advantage, seeing if Syndra would step forward and try to punish Easyhoon. He was around the corner looking for a cask. But Snake just playing cleaner and smarter individually in their lanes.
Yeah, and that's going to spell a tower on the top side of the map. Now Caveman and Endless look to try and take down a Krug camp, but this is SOFM's favorite camp. But no, moving towards the mid lane. Nice stun there out of Tank. EasyHoon shields up a lot of that damage.
And we're coming to a point where Snake are going to look to dive this mid lane, or at least try to break the freeze.
Mininar is very skinny. Because Dandy, I swear, hit that body slam.
Right through him.
Yeah. Oh, sneaky devil.
I
Well,
mean, he's
gets
a
out
bit
of the way.
Weasley. Hard to lock down.
Does make a bit of sense. Is Crystal now going to utilize this brand new Runon's Hurricane to take down this bottom lane inner turret if he can? Meanwhile, Snake pressuring here in the mid lane as well. It's a multi-pronged attack, and Snake just looks so much better today.
And the issue is that there's no Caveman here to help stall out this siege. In fact, he's caught out now.
Yeah, Nethergrass going to come down. He goes down to about half health, flashes the arrow, which is definitely good news. An explosive cast lands onto only Tank. Vici have got all 5 members down here after the teleport as Flandre holds onto his.
Long's going to have a choke point.
Yeah, Snake just trying to see whether they can get out. Really good scat of the week from Tank. As SOFM, found on his own, does have flash, uses it to get out of the way, but Dandy, went for the flash body slam, but doesn't get it.
Yeah, and unfortunately doesn't have the cask. He used it at the very beginning of that engagement, so can't follow up on the flash over the wall. And great disengage from Snake. They got a ton of chip damage on that bottom inner turret. It's about 25% left.
Yeah, and really good communication as well, because Flandre, he had his teleport. He could have come down if they wanted to get into that engage, but Snake decided from the very beginning, we want to disengage. Take control once again. Flandre, get yourself further ahead. Now pushes this wave into the inner turret.
And you brought up this idea that Snake are looking so much better today than they did in their playoff run. 100% have to agree with that. But at the same time, Snake also came out swinging against Aimee in game number 1 and then completely fell apart. So,
you know my thing, Frosker, and I like to speak too soon.
Snake
I was
fans?
well and truly on the Invictus Gaming hype train, and that did not end well.
I think you were well and truly on the LGD hype train as well.
Yeah.
In fact, I was on that one.
In fact, if there's a train leaving a station, I'm just happy to jump on as quickly as possible as Tank down here on the bottom side of the map just clears out the minion wave. Bit of a 1-3-1 situation happening as SOFM's going to go back to base. We'll see what he decides to pick up next. He's got a cheeky little Sapphire Crystal that he's just going to sell and head towards his Merlinomicon as item number 2 after that Runic Echoes.
And that is one of the nice things about Malzahar, especially in the jungle position. A lot of junglers have to really change their core itemization between, jungle champion versus lane champion, just because they don't get the same amount of gold as a lane champion will. Malzahar, because his build is so cost efficient, really that power spike coming at Morello's and then Rylai's is going to not really be inhibited by the lack of gold that he gets in the jungle position. He's still going to reach that big 2-item mid-game power spike, no problem.
Yeah, I actually really like it. As you can see, Tank as well. He's going for the Proto Belt Syndra, which I absolutely love. Adding more mobility to relatively stationary champions is definitely a good idea. We saw EasyHoon, in fact, be the one to start off with the Proto Belt Lissandra. Added mobility to a champion that was already pretty mobile, and it works really, really well. We'll see how it goes this time. As Crystal with his new Infinity Edge is going to take down the enemy red buff.
And it's the same play for Snake back to back. They're just going to continue to apply pressure between the mid and bottom and then either take down these towers for free as Flandre just did in the bottom side or catch Vici cheating through their jungle to try to get to these building creep waves.
And at the moment, towers were traded, but inner turret for outer feels like it's still in favor of Snake, and they get round here to the mid lane. Good arrow lands onto EasyHoon, but no follow-up available.
But this is going to be the hard part, is breaking this mid lane. So the thing about Malzahar is that he can chip siege damage really well, but they're really reliant on either grabbing that Nethergrass or hitting that Scatter the Weak.
Well, speaking of Nethergrass, Dandy going to get stunned up. Nice empowered Q, though, comes in from EasyHoon as Caveman going down so low. He will fall to Crystal, whose auto attacks are really starting to hurt. The rest of Vici do now try and disengage. Flandre looking for a flank.
Hold on.
Ooh, time winder. Just boomerangs being exchanged here across the board, but outer turret falls down.
And there's no reason for Vici to be there. So they had completely diffused any sort of push that Snake could have fronted on that last standing mid-outer.
Yeah.
But by overextending and getting caught, Caveman really being the suspect there, they go ahead and drop the tower. So Vici just effectively losing faster.
Yeah, an easy. Sorry, Caveman falling down means that he's not going to be there for a 5v5 around this dragon. Another free one goes over to Snake.
Because Snake are so reliant on picks to siege with this composition. You have Braum, you have Sivir, you have Karma, and Gragas. You have so many abilities to augment or to delay sieging of structures. But if you get caught in the middle of nowhere,
You're going to die.
it's just no reason for that to have happened. Big mistake.
Yeah, the beauty is that, this Baron definitely going to be an option here for Snake, especially with SOFM. The pros that you do get out of a Malzahar definitely apply, whether he's in the mid lane, top lane, or jungle.
And you have to think that if this kind of gimmick pick for Snake will have to be punished and change Vici's draft, and the fact that they priority picked their jungle relatively early in the draft, if maybe they're going to have to sit back or look more towards that Elise, something that can punish Malzahar a bit easier than Gragas to threaten Snake from pulling this maneuver again.
Yeah. But item spikes across the board here for Snake as Black Cleaver is completed for Flandre. Split pushing build most certainly online. Proto Belt done for tank at the same time. And there's the Morellonomicon like we were talking about for SOFM.
And Flandre has been the highlight of Snake throughout their playoff bracket. His split performance was a bit questionable, kind of slumping, falling off from that big rookie all-star performance that he had when he entered the LPL, but he's certainly come back with a vengeance, and I like to see him go for that split-pushing, carry-oriented Gnar build, because I believe he's in the right form to do so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you were watching the IMA Snake series, his Gangplank almost single-handedly brought them back in one of those games. Unfortunately, wasn't the case, as he's now hunting for members of Vici. Jay-Z doing the same thing, almost towards his Locket of the Iron Solari.
So right now, Snake have a window of opportunity where we can play towards the top side of the map, where we can look to try to burn rush this Baron, which is why it's very important that Vici had control of that Scuttle Crab. But what they should be doing is bouncing between trying to chip on the inner top and mid turret. If they find a big sizable pick by moving in triangle vision into Vici's blue buff, they can then immediately translate into Baron. They have so much control with that Malzahar, and then just wait for the dragon spawn, continue to bleed Vici of objectives.
Oh, Caveman, he's just going to get Nethergrass. There's the ultimate. Easy Hoon arrowed from the backside, and Caveman is going to be able to be taken down by Snake. Good pick.
But still not the pick that they're looking for to pull the trigger on the Baron confidently.
Well, Snake just going to return to the minion waves, take them down, and it is going to be Soul Vision available here of the area by the Snake roster.
But big problem is that they burned a lot of key cooldowns. They don't have Arrow, they don't have Malzahar ultimate. They're going to try to burn this anyway, but Vici can stop them.
Well, bring the Voidlings in, SOFM, as this Baron is going down very, very low. Jay-Z trying to play Keeper, as Endless has a lot of damage to deal. SOFM locks down the Baron. The exhaust onto Dandy to stop him from getting in as the Chrono Break is used to get Lung out of there. Crystal takes a lot of damage, but that is a definite free Baron for Snake.
Disaster. They should have gotten Long in there on the earlier TP. Vici just so cautious, so respectful. Just run in. You know that they're going to turn on the Baron. You can't afford. They had so many tools that they could have stopped that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it was still a 4v5. Vici, a team that is known to play patient. They don't want to take a fight that they can't win.
It doesn't matter if it's a 4v5 because it's so early in the game.
Yeah.
Snake were still hemorrhaging a ton of health and very low. And more importantly, you still had the cask available from Dandy. Not necessarily to look for a steal, but at least to clear them from the pit and dissuade them. All you had to do was stop them there because of how early in the game it is. But that's just 2-second hesitation was the difference between giving Snake enough time to burn it.
Well, now Snake actually going back to base with those empowered recalls. We've got a Phantom Dancer for Crystal who's pushing out this top wave. He does a lot of damage and he's very maneuverable. Now with 2 movement speed items and boots too. 4-0 and 2 at the same time. If you're talking about, a reappearance in the LPL, this is exactly what you want out of the Snake AD carry.
I mean, Snake looked great right now. It's Vici that's kind of the big question mark.
Yeah.
They looked fantastic in their playoff run. They looked great in their loss to Team WE despite dropping out of the playoffs. And they come back in here and they look just completely lost.
A little bit of a mess as the arrow lands on the Caveman. Once again going to get picked off as the Nethergrass comes through. Nice ultimate
flank
to try and get the re-engage as Dandy still has the Banshee's Veil. There it gets popped as Jay-Z flashes out of the way of the body slam. Endless taking a lot of damage as SOFM right in the backline in a lot of trouble, but Tank takes down Endless. Long uses the ult to get himself back in, but it's not enough. Crystal grabs that kill. Now Dandy, Easyhoon, and Caveman on the run, but there's the Nara into Caveman. Good stand behind me. Gets him out of the way, but Snake have got in amongst it. Proto Belt kill onto the support for Tank. That is the style points, and that's going to be the inhibitor turret.
And Tank did so much work that fight, initially zoning out Dandy and making sure that he can't get the perfect flank. When Vici did find success against Team WE, it was off the back of Dandy setting up and executing on these 5v5s with champions like Gragas and champions like Hecarim. Dandy not only completely whiffed his cast, but he had to back out of the initial engage because of Tank zoning.
Well, you can see Snake actually want to try and take down the game here. They decide in the end that it's not going to be available. Jay-Z going to try and spit the Asher over the wall, but doesn't quite find it.
So he just threw her face first into the wall.
I like that. You need to go through the trial and error before you understand which walls you can spit people over.
She's just a bit too heavy right now, a bit too fed. 5-0-3 is like,
look
Ash,
at how many swords and bows and things she's got.
I think you need to cut back a little bit on the cake.
Yep, something like that.
Okay, so, Dandy's already tried. Oh, no, here we go. So Dandy right now is on the right side of your screen. He's going to come in. They're going to immediately pop the Banshee Veil. And he pops it without burning the Scatter of the Weak. So Dandy has to step back, and then he's stunned up, has to reset his position. He still sits on the cask, eventually gets to throw it way too late. The fight's pretty much already done, and he doesn't hit anyone with it. He just bounces one member of Snake kind of back into a wall.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, Endless used his flash, but that Unleashed Power was already there. And in goes Tank with the Flash Proto Belt. Such a good combo.
And I've always loved Syndra. A lot of LPL mid laners are secret, sneaky Syndra one tricks.
I'm thinking Wayless when you say that.
Wayless definitely debuting the champion back into the LPL, known for his Syndra pick. So to see Tank pick it up, I want to see Syndra Nami. The beautiful thing about Syndra is she has so much disengage, hard engage, burst damage, now great mobility when you itemize her into Proto Belt. She's got too much good stuff on one kit.
Yeah. Nami actually pretty similar in that department.
Yeah, she's pretty much the aggressive and offensive Nami, which is why it used to be a big thing to pick Syndra and Nami, because pretty much no one can engage or disengage away from you.
Yeah, and able to give one member movement speed.
Nami is also phenomenal in helping winning 2v2 lanes. I'm actually really surprised that she hasn't re-emerged in the LPL bottom side. LPL supports have really never been big Nami players, but I think she's actually in a really healthy spot.
Well, we'll see whether Jay-Z can move over to it maybe next time, because Nami Ashe is also a pretty ridiculous lane.
They won't play it. Kench is just much more the LPL style, as well as the double TP and Simic Global meta being in control.
Arrow going to come through, but not going to last too long. The SOFM gets eaten up. Flandre with a really good timing on the Mega Gnar, but they're unable to find the engagement. So they're just waiting for super creeps to become too much of a problem on the top side. Baron going to net a 4,000 gold income there for Snake, but it's 11 kills to 1. Close to a 10,000 gold lead. Only 100 gold away, in fact, and there it is. Is now Snake setting themselves up for the siege while Endless tries to clear out the supers on the top.
And Vici just looks so uncomfortable playing from behind. Again, this team really struggles in their skirmish and 5v5 ability. They almost completely rely on having dominating early games to create gold deficits to bridge them through lackluster 5v5s. Likewise, Endless, he is not the same player on a champion like Sivir as he is his Kog'Maw.
Yeah. Really has sort of switched his identity, has Endless. Now Snake looking brilliant. Might have just been the fact that Crystal has found himself some form, because it's been difficult for Endless to find any sort of foot into this game. Regardless. Dominating
lane presence with hyper carries running around. Crystal's like, sign me up.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see his Twitch next game, please, Frosker. And if you could put that one in my wish list book.
I'm still just very hesitant to kind of build up Snake to get on that hype train. Yes, it's a best of 3, so it puts them, game set point if they close this out.
Do you know what happens if there's a dominant game 1, though, Frosker? And I mean, you were casting yesterday, I believe.
Completely fall apart in game 2.
I've seen this movie before. Now Caveman and Easyhoon together farming things up in the mid lane. Lung finds some respite on the bottom side of the map as Snake all decide to head home, grab themselves some more items. It's a last whisper completed for Crystal. Lock at the Iron Solari there for Jay-Z. You've got a dead man's plate done for Flandre. It's
Big Gnar.
Yeah, like Assassin Gnar style at the moment.
That Baron spawning in 30 seconds. Good job, Dandy, making sure that we can't let them burn it again. Let's grab the Scuttle Crab so at least we have some control over this area. grab us a quick cheeky back here and try to meet on even footing or as even as we can for this incoming 5v5. That said, Snake probably going to try to pull a very similar scenario, shove the top and mid waves, make sure that at least the bottom wave is at least neutralized or slow pushing towards Vici and look for a pick.
Well, you can see, thankfully for Vici, that inhibitor is going to come back up very soon. Baron has respawned, but you can see Snake just milling about on this permanent vision. Well, you know, immovable vision that Vici were able to provide for themselves.
I think Vici actually have a slow push bottom. I wish the camera would go down there so
No,
I
they
could
do.
count.
Long was able to set that one up.
Yep, so someone on Snake eventually will have to respond to that. In fact, they don't even care about the Scuttle Crab. They've got the Malzahar. They're trying to burn this.
Yeah, it's already down to half health, but they do disengage away. Dandy's going to be the focus, and he gets destroyed as Flandre has the Mega Gnar in the background. Endless caught up by the top laner as Tank takes down Caveman. Lung now running away, but he gets stunned by the Scat of the Week. Gets himself out of the way with the Chrono Break, but Flandre's just a monster. EasyHoon can't do anything, and Jay-Z takes down Lung. The flash from Crystal as he's trying to get on top of EasyHoon, and the Tongue Lash is going to be there. Oh my goodness, again, Tank is having the series of his life, and that's the ace.
And that's going to be the game for Snake. Vici, they have to go back to the drawing board. You have to look at draft phase. Across the board, their laners just organically lost. Snake just had the better players, SOFM had the better jungle pressure, and Dandy can't stop the bleeding if it's happening in every single lane.
Yeah, and he was forced to try and go for that Baron steal because, my God, it went down so incredibly quickly. Snake now going to deal with this last remaining Nexus turret. Caveman and Dandy are here. Explosive cast used gets rid of the Ashe, but it's still going to be the end of the turret, and that is going to be the Nexus falling down. Dandy gets Nether grasped, and Tank grabs the kill. Game 1 will go to Snake in this best-of-3 series, and domination ensued.
But the question is always how much do Snake have left in the tank?
Haha.
Yeah. They typically run out of fuel. That's what happened for them in the playoffs, so we'll see if they can continue this dominant form. I have to suspect that Dandy's going to move away from something like the Gragas, at least try to punish the Malzahar pick by either banning it or picking up an Elise, so that if SOFM does try this trick again, Dandy has the weapons to look for counter-invading.
Yeah, and of course, Snake, this is a best-of-3 series, so a different story a little bit from the best-of-5s we saw yesterday. So we are going to have a look at this phenomenal play from Crystal. Oh my goodness. Welcome back, because that was brilliant.
And this is the biggest issue for Vici. You should not lose this. Dandy having the confidence in his team, you know, I've just popped Ashe back into 2 people. All you have to do is make sure that concussive blows procs on her and kill her. And his team failed him there. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, you then have a solo kill where Flandre just mows down Long. That's 2 straight misplays on a micro and decision level. Dandy has no part in that. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and I mean, now the tank show comes in as his team fighting was on point this series. Vici thought they had the flank, but they just flat out didn't. Look at that Scat of the Week on both the jungle and AD carry. And Endless just can't get out of the way of that ultimate.
And Tank playing phenomenally on the Syndra. The fact that he pops the Banshee Veil with a cheeky Q as Dandy's coming in and then make sure that he locks him down to delay that cask for as long as possible. Brilliant play, and that's what I like to see out of Syndra. LPL teams are really well known for their ability to control fights around terrain. Snake, one of the weaker 5v5 teams, but Syndra is compensating for that a lot with just her increased control with Scat of the Week now that she's able to throw more orbs.
Yeah, and Snake actually just looking brilliant in most of these late-game teamfights. Of course, they had a heck of a lot more money, but how they were playing it out was what really impressed me.
Yeah, they also have that 10k gold deficit, and they're facing Vici Gaming, a team not known for their 5v5, so it does make Snake look a bit better.
That is a very good point. I do want to talk a little bit about Crystal and Jay-Z towards the bottom side of the map, because when they were playing together, of course, when they did lose their former support, Jay-Z comes in and you think better support, but didn't look as good with Crystal. We saw in that first highlight, that was brilliant. The synergy between the two of them, saving the flash, getting into the Tahm Kench's mouth, just stunning.
And it comes back to this idea that Snake have been really patched into power on 6.15. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off for them in the playoffs, but this ability of having isolated 2v2 and 1v1 lanes, with Crystal back on the lineup, they look much stronger.
They most certainly do. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether Snake can do it again or whether Vici can fight back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We just saw Snake take down Vici, and it's going to be Crystal that grabs the MVP. 7-0-6. Welcome back. I loved you before, but I love you even more now.
And Crystal has been patched into power. It's all about controlling lane and being hyper-aggressive. That fits him to a T, and it was that crazy outplay in the bottom lane. 3v2, and he gets a double kill and walks away scot-free. Who else is going to get that MVP?
It has to be Crystal. Of course, honorable mentions need to go across the board, honestly, to Snake. Tank played one of the best games that we've seen, especially in team fights. SOFM did exactly what he needed to do on that Malzahar, but this was honestly MVP-worthy from the get-go.
And again, it looked really sketch for a second because they knew that Dandy was on the bottom side of the map. So Crystal just having the confidence to say, this is fine, we can do this, and then just puts on a clinic right there.
His target selection was just stunning as Dandy should have been able to pick that one up. That was one more auto attack away from death, but the flash on top of Jay-Z to get eaten up and spat out into safety, just stunning.
And the fact that he's able to hold his flash for that long, again, Caveman really dropping the ball there by not being able to commit on the concussive blows and find that stun needed.
Yeah, and look, we need to go back to the draft. We need to talk about the fact that the Malzahar can now be flexed into 3 positions. Of course, we did see it before, but thought it might have been a throwaway pick in a game that didn't mean as much into the jungle. But Flandre's played it, Tanks played it, SOFM's now played it. Is that one now needing to be banned away despite the nerfs?
I think you can either ban it away or you need to adjust your draft phase. So Coach Home is the coach behind VG Gaming. Obviously has a very big and long resume to him. Formerly the coach of the Samsung teams, has worked with Dandy quite extensively. They chose to priority pick the Gragas. That makes perfect sense. Gragas is phenomenal against low or mid-range, high wave clear based mid laners like Syndra. He can just appear in the mid lane, drop a cast behind him, sweep him off, and help break down that tower. Something that Snake struggled with a bit, although Vici kind of threw it to them. But by priority picking Gragas, it opened up the ability to have that free Malzahar, because Gragas can punish the Malzahar, but not nearly as well as someone like an Elise. So you either ban the Malzahar away, or you actually just pick your jungler afterwards, especially because Snake are now going to be on the blue side, so they won't be able to get that counter matchup or play with the flex play.
Yeah, no, we were talking a little bit off air about sort of power farming junglers and how they work here on 6.15. We've talked about, ganking junglers being very, very strong, considering the fact that we're back to standard lanes all the time. But these hard farming junglers are working out fantastically, especially for SOFM.
I don't want to use the word farming, although I do agree with you in concept. I want to use the word speed. So it's not about farming the jungle. It's about how quickly you can move through the jungle, which typically is found on hard farming junglers like Nidalee, like Graves, like Gragas. And the reason why it's about speed is because it's about wave control. You can't have zero pressure because your laners are going to pick pushing lanes. We see that all the time in the Sivir, in the Ashe, in the Gnar, which is why Gnar is being blind pick all the time, because it opens up these 1v1 abilities. Like, the thing is, there is no disadvantage other than being ganked if you are pushed forward in your lane. If you're pushed forward in your lane, you're going to get superior chip damage on the enemy champion because they have to pick between CSing you or effectively trading. You're going to have an experience advantage because you'll be ahead in creeps, so you'll be able to punish on a level 6 faster. The only negative is that you open yourself up to ganks or to teleport plays. So you need to be quick in the jungle to apply pressure. You cannot have something like Hecarim and just sit back and farm. It's about speed.
Well, we'll see whether they can pick one of these speedy junglers up, as the bans have already been completed. It is going to be Shen, Karma, and Vladimir on the side of Snake. They're going to lock away the Lissandra first up at the same time, and Gangplank, Tahm Kench, and Malzahar were banned away on the side of Vici. I do like it. If you get beaten that decisively in a game, you need to make drastic changes to what your opponent is allowed to play.
This also means that Dandy can go back towards that Gragas if he desires. I really like the priority pickup of the Lissandra for tank. Not only is tank a phenomenal Lissandra, but she is in such a healthy spot in the meta right now. Due to all of the double teleport plays, just because we are back in standard lanes, Lissandra runs that cooldown brilliantly, much better than other mid-range wave control mid laners, because she can TP and immediately offer hard CC with her ultimate. Likewise, she's not punished when she doesn't have the teleport up because she has incredibly high mobility with her claw, great wave control with all of her pushing abilities, and her flexible and cost-efficient itemization makes her wonderful for pretty much any lane matchup.
And also, they're picking it away from Easyhoon. Of course, his most played champion. We mentioned his champion pool before, but he is going to head over to the Syndra. hasn't actually played it yet here in the LPL, and we'll see how it goes.
And he picks kind of a counter matchup in a sense. The fact that Lissandra can dodge Syndra's damage output through her ultimate is a bit of a question mark.
As soon as you hit level 6, of course, is when Syndra wants to just be able to press her R button on you, but as those balls are getting thrown, you just turn into a frozen tomb. No worries there. And Alistar is actually going to be the priority pick here for Vici, making sure that Caveman gets on his most impactful support. This guy's been stepping up and now can certainly do so on this champion.
Although he did fall down in game number 1 in that 2v1 outplay that Crystal managed.
Don't mention it. It's going to make him upset.
It's a bit easier to hit your CC on Alistar than it is on Braum.
Well, speaking of Braum, it's going to be locked away here for Jay-Z, and the Gragas, in fact, is going to be headed towards by SOFM. Remember, Rek'Sai was available. The Malzahar wasn't, of course, but he did have another hard farming option, option in that Rek'Sai if you wanted to go towards it.
Speed farming. It's like speed dating, but with jungle camps. So, Krugs, how you doing?
Yeah, you seem to go through it, though, don't you?
Oh, man, if you sit down speed dating with 2 people.
That sounds like homicide to me, honestly, Proskeren. As Echo is being locked away here for Lung one more time, not perturbed, might head back into that Gnar Echo matchup, mostly because I feel like it'd fit Snake's team composition phenomenally well. But there's the Rek'Sai for Dandy.
And I love Dandy on Rek'Sai. Again, he's a patient, cerebral-based jungler. Rek'Sai gains information better than any other jungler with the use of her Tremor Sense. Likewise, if he places his neural network of tunnels appropriately, he can be able to globally impact the map. So it's kind of like, my top lane was losing, my bot lane is losing. This time I had Void Rush. Come on, guys. Keep it together.
Yeah,
She's also one of those speed farming junglers.
Oh God. Oh God.
Oh no.
Oh, please, just do it.
The signature Draven pick.
Come on, Crystal. 24 seconds to go. He's definitely just playing with my heart right now.
This will certainly, if he locks in his legacy pick of Draven, it will kind of answer this question. Is it about wave clear or is it about lane dominance?
Well, right now, not about
wave
lane
clear.
dominance. It's about wave clear. Exactly right. We knew it was going to happen. The double boomerang's going to be locked in the last rotation here for Snake as Flandre hops back on the Gnar. And I want to talk about this because Lissandra Gnar has historically been such a potent combination in the LPL especially. I mean, it was, many moons ago that we last saw the combination being used almost every single game. But man, did it work.
So much AoE and so much pushing power again. Now, last pick will be Endless moving to his Kog'Maw. Surprise, Xuan P has not made an appearance.
True. Oh my goodness, I'm normally waiting for it every single time, but this time just was distracted by Crystal's Draven, which I often do get, but no, so Xuan P gonna stay on the bench. And in their moment of need, Vici lean on Endless.
Yep, but they put him on his comfortable champion, which is the direction that I like to see Coach Home going. So good pickup of the Kog'Maw. It's now about, can Vici survive an early game to get Kog'Maw to where he needs to be? They've shown that they can execute very well in a composition like this, and normally Vici has very clean, very beautiful early games. But right now, Dandy is just trying to juggle too much pressure across the map, and he can't do it all on his own. So it's time for Long, Endless, and Caveman to step up.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Caveman for that as well, because he's going to be a lot of that disengage and a lot of that peel, but the coaches are going to shake hands. We'll see whether Vici can bounce back after a dismal game 1 here as game 2 gets underway. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 2 between Snake and Vici. Snake now on our blue side with a 1-game advantage here in this best of 3 to decide who has the highest seed moving into the World's Qualification Gauntlet. Vici did have an opportunity to get further up the bracket. Now Snake looking to take that away from them.
And again, this is incredibly important because it can mean the difference between starting out in round 1 versus starting out in round 2. So that much closer to qualifying yourself as the 3rd seed in the LPL's representative.
Yeah. Skipping a whole best of 5 series, definitely a good idea. Now Crystal gets himself a ward down. Endless op. Not quite able to remove it. Normally you can with the Arcane Barrage, but he just took a few too many steps forward.
It's because he had to take a step into it.
Yeah.
So maybe if it was placed right on top of him.
A little bit unfortunate. But you can see Grasp of the Undying taken by Jay-Z. We've seen Brahms moving over to this one more often now that that Q and passive have been removed of some of their damage. Otherwise, nothing really to note as far as Keystone Masteries.
And we've also had a very quiet back-to-back start for this series so far. So Snake are actually one of the more, what's the word I'll use, inventive, creative,
Yeah.
cutting edge.
Cutting edge.
In terms of strategies for the LPL. They were the big dominant lane swapping team when lane swaps were still a prominent thing before 6.15, the current patch that we're playing on. And they were actually experimenting quite a bit through their playoff run with level 1s, which makes sense. You know, we don't really know what the superior level 1 is in 6.15. It's changed quite a bit because teams are no longer looking for those deep invades to place lane swap wards, since the lane swap is dead, rip. But, you know, Snake were playing with some cheeky bush camping, and for now they've just kind of reset. You know, it's a best of 3. Don't throw anything away. We have superior, better players, pound for pound, talent-wise. So let's just sit back in standard lanes and do our thing.
Well, at the moment, Endless and Caveman trying to deal with them doing their thing exactly right. So Endless utilizes the W, but Caveman doesn't find the Pulverize onto Jay-Z. They do get the shove up here to Snake.
And this has been the predominant strategy that we've seen out of LPL teams on 6.15. Take pushing power in every single lane, shove and hold down the enemy waves, and then just allow your jungler to run in and look for 1v1 abilities.
Well, speaking of junglers, Dandy going to find Jay-Z wandering into the enemy jungle. He did manage to get a ward down, so Snake with a little bit more information. Flandre able to take down this wave, heading towards his turret quite effectively as Mega Gnar comes in. But once again, Lung able to get the shove early on this Echo.
And again, Echo has a bit more windows of opportunity that he can play around Gnar's range advantage versus other melee top laners. He did struggle a bit in the matchup in game number 1, so not able to get the skill-based matchup, although he did get a lot of jungle attention. We'll see if Reset Mentality is able to benefit from this.
Well, Claw comes in. Easyhoon gets snared up by the Circle of Frost. SOFM unable to find the Flash Body Slam this time around, and Dandy is here to help him. Ward goes over. We'll spot everyone out.
Doesn't matter, just alleviating a lot of pressure on Tank in that mid lane. Although he might find himself between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, he's going to get stunned here as well. No, flashes out of the way. The parallel convergence as Vici don't quite find him.
That's frankly just disrespectful, though, from SOFM, and this is one of the drawbacks of this player. Yes, he has a superstar ceiling and a ton of skill on a mechanical level. You see him able to flash out of that stun, but you were spotted in the mid lane. You don't have the push control of the wave in top side. It's very easy for Long to walk down, and he just blows a summoner simply because he was arrogant enough to not respect Vici on the rotation.
Yeah, and that flash is so important for Gragas as well. Flash Body Slam is often what spells First Blood. Did for Vici in game number 1. Now has to wait quite a few minutes before that one comes back up.
And the thing about SOFM and Snake is that he has a hard belief that he gets himself ahead first and then he helps and prioritizes his lanes. SOFM, his coach says this all the time, he's a very selfish jungler, he's a very young player. There's a huge ceiling, he can be that superstar, but he needs to learn that team mentality. So him missing that flash is a very big deal.
Yeah. Well, hasn't actually gone back at all. Is just clearing out this jungle at lightning speed. 23-19 in a Gragas versus Rek'Sai matchup is very admirable for the new jungler of Snake. Newish.
Relatively newish.
Yeah, Vici.
It's his first split in the LPL. It's his first big career
I can still say new.
Yeah.
We're feeling okay with it. All right, excellent.
He's definitely a rookie. This is a rookie split.
Yeah, good. It's Tank and Easyhoon just clearing out wave after wave, 37-39, so nothing to write home about as far as that one's concerned. Easyhoon doesn't get himself the stun with the Scat of the Week. Tank going to deal with this wave very effectively. 44-43 on the bottom side of the map, so this early game well and truly going differently to game number 1.
And you have to think that's far superior for Vici and in their corner. Yes, Crystal is on that Sivir, so the 500 CS Sivir win condition is still open. But come late game, you know, Kog'Maw's going to do ridiculous damage. The one benefit that Sivir will have comparatively to the Kog'Maw late game is that you're playing around Kog'Maw's 10-second W windows. So, you know, when that Bio Arcane Barrage is on, he's a god. And when
I feel
it's
like
not,
they're both playing
he's
around
a puppy.
W windows, you know, because there's the Ricochet W and there's the Bio Arcane Barrage W. As SOFM gets ulted by EasyHoon, but doesn't quite manage to find anything else. Dark Spheres are going to come through. Good Frozen Tomb as SOFM gets the regen. Dandy should still be able to lock this one up, but good slow comes down. Crystal exhausted, but can he get more? As SOFM's on a wild goose chase, Lung doesn't find the Time Winder, and SOFM attempting to get himself towards something more. Has actually got a lot of damage down onto Dandy, who throws out... Okay, First Blood does come in. It's going to be a solo kill for the Rek'Sai.
Bit of a visual bug right there, but Dandy does manage to complete the wall. A big thing, though, is the fact that SOFM just had to kill himself into the incoming creep wave. So eventually, Dandy finds him, chases him to success there, and that's First Blood for the Cerebral Jungler.
Yeah, it did take a long time, however, so shout out to SOFM to really waste some moments on the map here for Vici. There's still First Blood and still a 400 gold lead now for Vici.
Also, with SOFM going down, he did place a lot of triangle vision over Dandy's red side jungle. So with that information, we'll see if he continues to try to contest for the Krugs, the Raptor camp, as well as the red buff when it respawns.
Yep.
And if they'll be able to make counter ganks happen when Dandy appears on those wards.
Speaking of Dandy, did go back, grab himself the Tiamat. So that speed farming build most certainly online right now. EasyHoon able to clear out this wave quite nicely, but it is blue buff. It's going to be prioritized here for tank. Snake locked that one down quite easily. SOFM there is the last Q, and auto take it there for the Lissandra.
So Tank is actually in a really healthy spot. As soon as his ultimate comes back up, he still has his TP cooldown, so he can make plays happen around the map, especially because Syndra has that cleanse, EasyHoon not having the TP to follow up himself. The problem is that Snake typically don't let Tank set the speed for how proactive they are. It goes back to SOFM. So now the question is, will they continue to be reliant on SOFM and the fact that he's behind will slow down the tempo of Snake, or will Tank step up, say, I'm the leader of this team now, I have the playmaking ability, and press forward anyway?
Well, at the moment, just hanging out there in the mid lane, trying to even up that farm once again. SOFM will take down his red buff in full vision of Vici. Dandy going to do the same thing on the Rift Scuttler, so jungler's positions well and truly known. Flandre gets himself out of the way. We'll see whether the bottom lane is going to make use of this, but it's a big creep wave for Vici. Crystal not going to be able to do too much, and Jay-Z on walkabout at the moment.
It should just be a back timer for Endless here. Doesn't want to overextend, especially knowing that SOFM's on the bottom side of the map. Crystal also giving it away, telegraphing a bit by holding the wave.
Yeah, of course, wanted to get himself some sort of freeze here at the same time, so Endless and Caveman deciding not to go back. They want to break that. And Dandy moves towards the bottom side now. Living Artillery online for Vici's bottom lane, as that boomerang was cheeky.
And he checked the brush with it, so Endless still very suspicious that the enemy jungler could be about, although SOFM is in that mid lane now.
Yep, moving over, just cleared out his Raptor camp one more time. Setting up now for EasyHoon, who doesn't have his flash. Tank has his. Could be an opportunity, could be a window now for Snake. Is SOFM waiting patiently. There's the flash, gets the Circle of Frost. But Dark Sphere comes down. There's the flash body slam. He finds EasyHoon, and this gets taken down with the Frozen Tomb. Dandy now in trouble as SOFM takes a drink and bonks him, but no. He's going to get out using those tunnels. Nice play from Snake.
And the issue is that Vici were unable to track SOFM successfully. If you actually watch the bottom lane, they went and they farmed the Gromp camp because they were still unsure. Is a SOFM on the bottom side of the map? We don't know. We can't overextend in the lane. Let's take Gromp. SOFM had snuck into the mid lane and sets up a beautiful gank with Tank.
Yeah, and Tank actually using the flash Circle of Frost instead of the ultimate, made sure he held onto it for the high damage that it provides instead of the CC. So the cleanse was almost unnecessary. As Headbutt Pulve comes down on a Crystal. Should be able to get himself out of the way. Good boomerang damage, but that Bio-Arcane Barrage doing some work. Caveman might need to be careful.
Good news is that by making the play happen in the mid lane, Tank still has that big cooldown of the teleport available to him. We'll see if he burns it into his lane here on this back. I'm suspecting that he will. Nope, he's actually just going to follow the claw. So he's
Yeah.
going to retain that global presence and threat. That cooldown is very low for Lissandra's ultimate. I'd like to see him use it bottom and help out this little Kog'Maw.
Oh, boomerang damage gets the heal out of Endless. I believe if it was enough damage, he would have just died before he was able to press that button, and now the Kog'Maw has to go home. Jeepers.
Jeepers indeed. Again, all the more necessary for Tank to start
Whoa, there's
pushing.
the ult on the top side. Flandre gets the wall up. The Chrono Break has to be used as Long. Saves himself, but ult's traded and Flandre in control.
And meanwhile, there's a roam happening bottom.
Yeah, there's the headbutt Pulv as Caveman is going to get stunned up. A lot of damage comes down as the ult used by Jay-Z. Caveman, the ultimate's running, but is it enough as Tank's taking damage on the backside? EasyHoon grabs that kill. SOFM unable to follow, and Caveman gets out alive.
And the difference there is that Snake's bottom lane didn't collapse to their members in the river. Instead, they try to burn the support. Caveman, blinking health, but it's not a one-for-one trade. Advantage to Vici.
Holds onto the ultimate for as long as he possibly could as well. Made sure he wasted all of the time of that bottom lane.
Which is typically fairly opposite of what you want to do with the Alistar since his ult changes. But you know.
Worked out. As SOFM.
Oh.
Really good body slam gets him out of the tunnel.
There's that mechanical prowess that we were talking about with SOFM. Flashy, hotshot jungler, just needs to kind of curb his aggression a bit.
Well, his farming of minions underneath turret are also beautiful to watch as Clock Tower nails Long. But he's underneath the turret, should be okay. Wallop not going to find him.
And we saw these ults traded back and forth, but more importantly, Flandre is just naturally winning this lane, 117 to 102.
Well, the crush comes out. There's Mininar once again. Flandre now with a little bit more mobility, but there's a Rek'Sai hanging around. See whether he gets caught. Warding has to flash immediately to avoid the flash knockup.
Like the respect. But with Dandy appearing on the top side of the map, SOFM trying to make this happen in the mid lane.
That was cheeky. EasyHoon notices the ward going down though, so decides he doesn't want to do anything more. Has the flash and the cleanse almost.
He immediately moves to the complete opposite side of the lane. He's like, that's fine. I'll be over here.
Yeah.
You can stay over there. It's cool.
Well, Tank claws himself. Nope, not forward. Just going to throw it out just in case. Now holds onto this wave. Has a bit of a chat to his teammates.
Think there might be something wrong?
Nah, it's fine.
Okay, yeah, no pause coming through. I thought for a second we might have a technical difficulty there. EasyHoon looked a bit perturbed.
Yeah, he is a bit perturbed. I think we may have a slight pause on the map right now.
This makes more sense.
I was very perplexed as to why, Tank was just chilling out.
So far, kind of recouping around the map, Endless is still having a really hard time on the bottom side. SOFM was slowed down in the early game, which typically slows down the rest of Snake, despite how effective their members can be in setting up early ganks, because they're entirely reliant on him on being the most proactive member. By getting Tank ahead and by Tank still having that TP, I expect to see Snake start looking towards their bottom lane, really put the nail in the coffin against that Kog'Maw who is struggling. On the other side, Vici really need to start digging deep and helping their top and bottom lane who are in trouble.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the top lane as well, because Flandre played out that 1v1 beautifully. It shows that he is most certainly coming back to form, still playing one of the best as far as this Snake roster is concerned. And we'll see whether the Na'Vi is going to be able to continue pressuring Long out, or whether Dandy's going to be able to find a gank onto Flandre, who has been known to go overly aggressive at times.
Likewise, Flandre just had his flash burn, so there is an opportunity for Dandy there, but again, it's kind of a double-edged sword. If Dandy commits himself top lane to help dig Long out of the hole that he's created, Endless and Caveman are susceptible to a roam from Snake. They've shown that they're incredibly keen to be looking towards that bot lane, and they have all of the tools to execute.
Yeah, and we have to remember as well that first structure bonus is not actually taken just yet, so still available for both of these teams. Haven't seen any rotations with multiple members into either the top side or the bottom side. Get Flandre down there, something like that. Is this something that Snake could be looking towards with the double teleport?
I think it's 100% going to happen. I don't necessarily think it'll be set up with the double TP. I don't think you need to bring Flandre right there, as long as Long also isn't able to follow up. But I think that because Sivir has had so much control over the bottom side, it's going to open up a perfect moment for them to walk into the jungle, lay down their triangle vision in Dandy's blue side jungle, and then make an easy rotation down there with all of the information.
And you feel like bottom lane is going to be the lane that we're going to head to as well, just because, of course, the dragon that's available is
Mountain
Drake.
I got you.
So we hop back into the game. There was a camera in the way. Just couldn't see it.
Pesky cameras.
Yeah. Always seem to be here. This Trinity Force almost completed here for Lung, so Power Spike to come in, but that's a Frozen Mallet done for Flandre. As he moves back towards the top side, continues pressuring all the way forward. Has some decent vision, so should be fine.
Nice thing for Endless is that he has completed his first item in that Wit's End.
Yep.
The big saving grace for Kog'Maw is this on-hit build.
Ooh, Tank. Speaking of saving grace, he has to ult himself. Will regen some of that.
Oh.
Can he get out of the way? Good Unbreakable. Blocks the whole ultimate as Jay-Z saves his mid laner. Crystal says, well, where did my support go? But he's going to be okay.
So not only does that gank help get Easyhoon a good foot back into the matchup, 141 to 126 CS, but it also helps out the bot lane, the fact that Jay-Z was pulled. Although, hold on, Flandre doesn't have flash, does have hop.
Yeah, is
no!
Unable to hop over and can't get the Mega Gnar either. A little bit unfortunate there for the Snake top
So,
laner.
boom, questions answered. Dandy gets control of the mid lane as well as the top lane now.
Yeah, and you mentioned Cerebral Jungler. Dandy in the right place at the right time all of the time. Caveman and Endless making sure they don't get picked off. It's Living Artillery trying to get some more work done. Nice headbutt Polv, but Crystal answers that.
But here we go. Snake starting to set up their plays. Immediately, you see that tower is low health. They want that first blood gold. You have assist pings happening all over Dandy's blue side jungle. And here comes the rotation from Tank.
Yeah, wants that Rift Scuttler first. And there are a lot of pings from both teams. Everyone knows what's going on. But can Snake execute as Lung's heading back to base? Doesn't quite have teleport just yet. And now Snake just want to take down the blue buff. They're going to grab everything. They're dirty farming, and Vici don't have the answer.
Good thing, though, is that Endless and Caveman, good communication across the map. There's no way that we can hold this and meet this. Just give it away. Don't give them more.
Well, Tank is even able to grab this wave as it heads back into his turret as well. So really good play from Snake. Secure themselves about 1,000 gold lead. Flandre has to possibly move out of the way of this top lane, but does just shove it forward. And his mini Gnar is going to be fine.
So now the big objective left on the map for Snake, since they have complete control over the bottom side of the map, will be that Mountain Dragon. So it's about how they're going to utilize Fog of War and set up SOFM and Tank.
Well, SOFM going to get knocked over with the headbutt, but Caveman is going to get jumped on. Concussive Blows is going to be there. Good Circle of Frost, but he's not going to get auto-attacked in time, and the cow survives.
And Easyhoon showing his mechanical abilities on Syndra and saves his support's life. That's the second time that Caveman had unfortunately face-checked into a very sticky situation that would have given Snake a free objective. But Easyhoon managing to neutralize that.
Yeah, really nicely played from the Syndra. Easyhoon, of course, his first game on the champion so far, showing that he most certainly does have what it takes. But Flandre now has the Mercury's Treads. More mobility. More ability to get out of these stuns at the same time. Easyhoon, of course, relying on that quite a lot. Parallel convergence as well, not going to be as much of a problem. The Gnar needs to be a menace this game. Flandre needs to be part of that wombo here for Snake.
Also needs to hold on to his TP so can no longer use that to freely farm. Caveman caught again.
Yeah, no ultimate available either as Concussive Blows does go off. Voidooz isn't going to help him as now Endless in trouble. Jay-Z launches himself to a minion but flashes out of the way. Will be all right for the moment. As Living Artillery does get Jay-Z dangerously low.
And we said it at the top of the day is that we expect great things from Dandy and Easyhoon, but at the end of the day, if Vici want to win, someone else needs to step up. Usually it's been long. The patch has put Endless and Xuan P back in power with the rise of Kog'Maw and Twitch, but right now, Vici's bottom lane is costing them the game.
Well, it certainly is, as SOFM now looking for Dandy. You can see Flandre going aggressive on the top side of the map. Lung took a lot of damage there. But Snake just turn it on. It was about 13 minutes into the game where they decided now is the time that we win.
It's because SOFM had to get ahead.
Yeah.
So now he's been translating that across his lane. Still, though, Vici have done a good enough job kind of slowing down, playing red zone defense, making sure that the Mountain Drake isn't initially falling. They're not finding, or Snake are not finding the picks that they want. Again, the Mountain Drake, the tankiest of the dragons. So they really want either Easyhoon or Dandy before they pull the trigger on that one for sure.
Well, Flandre just going to walk towards Lung. That crush will be up as Dandy now looking to make his way in. Lung has to be very careful. No ultimate, remember, to reposition as Flandre gets the Gnar flash and will head back towards his turret.
And this is classic SOFM. So he sees that Dandy is topside. He's making his back, and he continues the back anyway. And there's kind of two different mentalities here. It's saying, okay, the enemy jungler is top lane, we can take the dragon for free, but the enemy jungler is also Rek'Sai and has his ultimate available, so he can very quickly be on the bottom side of the map.
Well, Dandy as well, possibly caught out. Hop has to be used there from Flandre, however, as the rest of his team did collapse around, and EasyHoon going to grab himself this blue buff. Snake say, well, you can have that, we'll take your inner turret, and possibly move even further forward with this creep wave.
And someone needs to come dig Vici's bottom lane out of this hole that they've created, because right now it's about to be a grave.
Yeah, it certainly is. As Lissandra going to head back towards the mid lane, EasyHoon shoves that one forward. It's now Snake's bottom lane, possibly overextended. Crystal has a lot of wave clear now with the Essence Reaver. Cull also completed. And by completed, I mean has gone off, giving him that 350 gold.
It upgrades into 350
I was gonna say,
gold.
What's the recipe for a cull? It's a cull. Atlas, you idiot.
Here comes the dive mid, though. Snake just brute forcing their advantage around this map. As soon as Jay-Z comes around that corner, it doesn't matter that Dandy's waiting in the wings. They have to back up.
Yeah, and the tower is going to fall down. Good stun as Crystal gets out of the knock-up with the spell shield. Caveman uses the ultimate. Can he get the re-engages? SOFM going down low. Ultimate comes down from the back end, and in goes Tank. What the heck was that? As Endless is going to be destroyed. Lung now in trouble. The double's enough, though, from Snake. They take down the turret and feed the Sivir.
I mean, at this point, Snake are so far ahead of the clock. Vici, this is an uphill climb if I've ever seen one. Their only win condition is about 45 minutes in the game when that Kog'Maw comes off, but right now they are hemorrhaging around every turn.
And Tank's engagement in the backline was just stunning. The flash circle of Frost gets the ultimate onto himself. Let's have a look at it again.
But the thing is this is so delayed because, again, Caveman is late to the rotation. Dandy was waiting on Alistar to follow up the engage. Without the tower, there's no reason to look for this. You're already down in a massive deficit. This is Vici taking the wrong fight at the wrong time.
Well, you saw Tank with the claw, flash circle, 3 people for full damage on his ultimate. And look at that. 2.2k in comparison to Dandy that did the most damage for Vici.
And there's a reason why Lissandra is usually permabanned away from Tank. Tank making his debut in the Caspa Cup, entered on this champion. How he plays around Fog of War and through terrain to hide the Glacial Claw is beautiful to watch. He's actually a very intelligent mid laner. He's had a bit of an up and down career since joining the LPL, but not on this champion.
And not in this series as well, because his Syndra was also fantastic. Now going to possibly get caught out, but has a tower there to help him. Parallel Convergence not going to go off for getting any stuns. Tank says, well, I didn't even need to use my Proto Belt, so I'm absolutely fine.
But he's up in the top lane, obviously, because he has that teleport advantage. And with the drawing pressure points of Dandy as well, Snake are finally able to commit on this Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, and it's a huge creep wave. Tank is pressured away from this tower, so Mountain Drake for top outer turret. As Flandre continues pushing towards the inhibitor turret on the bottom side of the map. 4,000 gold. Now going to be lessened to 3 as Snake lose their top outer. But look, they have pressure all over this bottom side. Look at all of those pink wards. That's 4 in the area.
But what they need to be doing is actually picking up this vision and moving it towards the top side of the map. So right now, the 3 objectives in play for Snake are going to be the inner mid tower, the outer top tower, and if they make a significant pick on their vision, moving into that Baron. With that, hold on. Speaking of pick, Caveman, using his face again.
SOFM finds Dandy here as well, but a lot of damage comes out from EasyHoon to follow up. Winter's Bite goes wide onto the Rek'Sai.
No reason to fight here, though.
Oh, Endless in trouble as Flandre just grabs a solo kill on the back end. Can they close in on Dandy? Concussive Blows goes off. There, he gets the crush, but can he get into the back line? Does have flash, but doesn't go for it. As Snake get what they want and leave.
And Vici's bottom lane, again, wrong place, wrong time, bad pick. There is nothing to fight over. You're not securing a tower. There's no blue buff up and available. Literally just getting caught cheating through Snake's oppressive vision.
Yeah. And Flandre just once again being able to find these solos at about the 20-minute mark. Of course, nothing really going to come from it. Unable to push up too much further. But that inner turret is so incredibly low. Now Tank has a lot of pressure as Lung is in trouble. Circle of Frost comes in. Frozen Tomb comes out, but Lung dodges it. And it does get reset. Concussive Blows comes in. Parallel Convergence gets a nice double stun, but no Crystal. Oh my goodness. The Boomerang, just the tip. And it was a really nice spell shield. However, not enough damage.
Very well played by Long. He does also delay and absorb enough time from Snake Esports that Vici Gaming are able to get in position and make sure that that outer turret doesn't fall. So saving grace and play from Long.
Yeah, and EasyHoon, of course, gets up there, clears out the way, pushes it forward once again. Dandy in position as SOFM finds him. Tunnel's going to get eaten. Oh, no. Avoided as Dandy gets some nice damage back, but good body slam stops any scuffle.
Doing a good job moving in, placing down offensive vision.
Now SOFM needs to try and smite steal this blue buff, but just gets held onto by EasyHoon.
Yeah, so where Caveman and Endless are currently weak, Dandy and EasyHoon still feeling incredibly confident enough to go toe-to-toe with SOFM, very aware when they do have the numbers advantage, so it's not quite over yet for Vici. They've still got some fight left in them.
Yeah, they do, but there is definitely a clock ticking towards Crystal's 3-item spike. He's got the Phantom Dancer, Essence Reaver, just needs about 13 to 1,400 gold for that Infinity Edges. Now EasyHoon and Dandy looking for tank. Oh, use the Scrying Orb in the wrong position. Good stun comes down as he tries to take the claw out. Teleport's coming in. Ult avoids the kill from EasyHoon as now Flandre's looking for more flash body slam. Gets EasyHoon out of position. Tank with a re-engage. And Flandre picks up the kill. Now Caveman headbutts him out of the way, but Meganar is incoming. Jay-Z gets another flank. And Endless turns up. Caveman will fall down. And there's the flash from Flandre. Crushes on top of the Cogmore. And he will get obliterated. Snake team fighting like gods.
And Vici, disaster across the board. You can understand what Dandy and EasyHoon are trying to do. They're saying there's no way that we can take a straight 5v5. We're too far behind. Let's try to set up a cheeky pick. But the issue happened in Champion Select. We said this at the beginning. Lissandra has perfect tools to counter out the Syndra, denies the kill, and delays Dandy and EasyHoon long enough that they don't get anything off of this. In fact, they get counter-engaged on, and the weaker 5v5 just lets them get run over.
Just stunning as well. I mean, it was sort of like a trickle in, but Snake did it in such a beautiful way. Flandre as well, locking down Endless. They just had this prioritization that was fantastic. The Baron is going to fall down in the meantime. It is going to be SOFM picking that one up and Lung unable to defend.
And yes, it's on Dandy and EasyHoon for messing up the pick, although again, you can kind of understand where they're coming from trying to set up that play, but it's poor communication across the rest of Vici for the fact that the rest of the team ran into that head first and got caught. Because Dandy survived. If the rest of the team from Vici had also managed to survive, they may be able to have put up a front for that Baron.
And what that Baron has spelt is Crystal's Infinity Edge. 4-0-1 now on the Sever. This World's Gauntlet's looking more and more likely that it could belong to Snake.
Again, the determining factor will be the third place match of the playoffs right after this.
Yeah.
If I may lose, the loser of this, right now it looks to be Vici, will face them in the first round of the regional qualifier, but there's the go button.
Yeah, On the Hunt has been popped as Crystal takes down the inner turret. EasyHoon tagged by the Winter's Bite, but they don't want to go in here to Snake as Dandy, oh my goodness, has to get out of the way. Flandre is shut down as Jay-Z now out of position, has to flash, gets to stand behind me onto Crystal as well. Parallel Convergence should be able to knock down the Braum, and it does. As Crystal spell shields himself up, in goes SOFM, but he's a little bit late. As Endless grabs himself the kill, and could this be the turnaround for Vici?
But the reason why this looked successful is because meanwhile in the top lane, Tank was taking down the inner top tower. So great work from Vici to recognize that they had the 4v5 and could make that fight, but how much longer can they push this and how much more can they get off of it?
And Crystal trying to use his Baron buff to stop this push forward from Vici. There's a headbutt Pulve as Crystal's in trouble. Tank is still here, and that's really good use of the heal and the spell shield, but it's not enough. It's locked down by Long, and Vici will push on.
Vici so great at recognizing where they have these opportunities and these windows to make superior map plays. They see Snake out of position and immediately punish.
Yeah, SOFM is able to take down Caveman, but at what cost as the inner turret falls down?
Just table scraps at this point. That's a 2-tower swing in favor of Vici, and they managed to eliminate 3 Barons from the field.
Yeah, and that gold lead now falling down to about 6,000. Snake still in control. We'll see whether they move over to this Mountain Drake to try and pick that one up. But that Baron has been halted, most certainly, by Vici's efforts.
But all it takes is giving Vici just an inch, and they'll take a mile. They are such an efficient team about punishing mistakes given the opportunity. But again, they really need to take advantage of their early game and shore up their individual lane weaknesses so they don't fall into these deficits and have to be reliant on teams making mistakes.
Yeah. Well, Snake are at least able to grab his second Mountain Drake. Their second, of course. Next one's going to be a Mountain at the same time, so triple Mountain threat to possibly come out. Crystal looking for his last Whisper, not going for any sort of defensive item. He's definitely still Crystal.
Well, there's really no need to do that just because they're so far ahead of the clock. It would mean a lot more if everything was neutralized and if Ashe and Kog'Maw were on, Sivir and Kog'Maw were on similar footing, but she doesn't need to itemize defensively simply because Vici don't have the damage items online yet to warrant it.
Well, now you can see Snake do get their waves pushing forward one more time. Baron has about halfway to go. And inhibitor turrets are all they have as far as things to siege. 6 towers to 3, in fact. Vici still have that whole inner ring to take down. Actually, outer on the bottom side at the same time. Crystal here clears out that wave extraordinarily quickly with all of those ricochet crits. And Snake looking to set themselves up. Dandy over to the side. Banshee's Veil still there. Winter's Bite doesn't connect.
Still continuing to set the trap. No
Very
reason for Vici to face check that, though, because there's no Baron available. They don't need to grab that vision quite yet, so making use of Dandy's Tremor Sense, they're going in.
Yeah, they're going to jump for it. Jay-Z caught out of position, throws down the door. There's the explosive casto, breaks up the fight. Teleport coming in from Flandre. Good Nahbar as Crystal in a good position off the back end. There's the Mega Gnar into the wall. Wallop lands onto Dandy as EasyHoon's taking so much damage. Crystal's untouched. Spell shields the Chrono Break, and Tank takes down EasyHoon. Jay-Z still alive as well as the double kill comes in for the Lissandra. Now Dandy gets flashed on by Crystal, gets the auto reset, slow onto Endless, and in goes Tank. Doesn't get the Circle of Frost, but all of his friends follow up, and that's the ace for Snake.
But in the end, Vici, again, still didn't have to fight there. There was no reason. There's no Baron. It's not like you have to make your way through that jungle to try to check the back of the pit. They just simply thought that they could burst through one member of Snake fast enough to make it a 4v5.
Well, they couldn't, I think, is what we end on, is Flandre looking to try and take down this inhibitor turret with SOFM. Crystal has the same idea in the mid lane, and this is going to be base broken and dismantled as Snake pick up yet another 10,000 gold lead. SOFM looking to get himself out of there. Inhibitor didn't fall on the top side, so that is good news, but Snake don't need to worry about sieging anymore.
Oh, deep teleport response from Vici.
Can Lung actually get a good flank here as the tunnel comes through? Dandy still has that Banshee's Veil. Really good use of the spell shield from Crystal, but can he get out of the way with the On the Hunt? Oh my goodness, Barrel comes down. SOFM doesn't quite find enough, and they do get the Sivir as Lung grabs the shutdown. Nice slow for the disengage from SOFM, but this is a big deal for Vici as we'll see whether they can counter.
Desperation overturn, it will mean that they can move into that Baron Pit area, set down some defensive vision, possibly get control of the Scuttle Crab if that's available. But unfortunately, they're still a minute out on that timer, and now they won't have TP.
Well, in goes Tank, locks down Dandy. Concussive Blows is going to go off as well as the ultimate's used. Big triple knockup, but the Rek'Sai is so dead. And that is going to be the answer.
This is so bizarre. Vici are a team consistently known for their intelligent macro decision and movements around the map.
Yeah.
And across the board throughout this series so far, this is so unexpected. This is so anti-Vici.
Well, it's also pretty anti-Snake, to be honest, at the same time. These guys are playing incredibly smart League of Legends.
Exactly. In a vacuum, you look at this and you say, okay, so Vici should actually have complete control of the early game. They're a much cleaner, smarter team than Snake, but Snake do have the edge in the 5v5, so if Vici can't close it early, Snake should be able to come back. Theoretically, that's what you think looking into this game, but the complete opposite has happened. Vici not just playing reactively, but just making really questionable engagement choices.
Weird decisions. And at least they do have the Ginsu's Rageblade completed for Endless, so the Kog'Maw, triple threat as far as items are concerned. Mercurial Scimitar to come in next.
And I really dislike this itemization on Kog'Maw. Rusty says it best. The Rageblade is really a luxury item for Kog'Maw. Bringing him back in the meta, he's incredibly reliant on his on-hit effect, so Bork should be really the staple and standard build, and then once you have the Bork, then look for the Rageblade. The issue is that during the itemization and the ingredient path into Rageblade, you lose so much power and put yourself in a major trough. It's kind of this idea, if I can't just straight outright buy the Rageblade, then I don't want it. The one saving grace for his itemization here is that he's about to lose an inhibitor, so he's maybe prioritizing the fact that I need to be that static Shiv wave clear, and I need the Rageblade to do it.
Yeah, we'll have that Renan's Hurricane as well. So wave clear will certainly be something that the Kog'Maw can do if he does have that free wave. But you can see Long on the bottom side of the map doesn't have teleport, and Snake, can you utilize this to start off the Baron? SOFM just bonks it with his barrel. Flandre with a good Gnar as well as Crystal and SOFM should be able to take this one down.
Which is why ultimately that TP play, the desperation chase, was a bad idea because now they're in this situation where it's a 4v5.
Body slam as Endless gets himself into a decent position. Flandre is hunting for him as there's a good flash, but oh my goodness, the Scatter of the Week coming out from Easy Hoon doesn't mean anything because he's going to die, and Endless is going to fall down as well. Flandre grabs himself one, Crystal the other. Tank in the backline stops Lung from doing anything, and that's a double for Flandre. Speeding up after Long and hops on his head to try and get himself out. The chrono break's good, but Tank just has so much CC for so long, and the Zhonya's is there to deny the kill.
And in the end, Vici manufactured their own demise. Again, making that deep teleport chasing play the last time Snake were in this point on the map is what cost them big there, because there was nothing that they could snowball off of it. It wasn't like the Baron was up and available. It was still 2 minutes out. Vici lost themselves the game about 3 minutes ago.
Well, Dandy's actually looking for Crystal. He's going to fall down. That's going to complete the ace, and that is going to be the game and the best of 3 series for Snake. They managed to get themselves out of the tie and get that top spot, possibly skipping one of the rounds in the World's Gauntlet.
So what this means is that both these teams were tied on 130 points respectively. Snake are now your 4th place team in the championship points, and Vici are now your 5th place team. They can both move down into 6th and 5th respectively. It all now depends on if IMA win or lose to Team WE. If IMA lose, it will be Vici versus IMA in your first round of the regional qualifiers, and Snake have now seeded themselves into round 2. If IMA win, things get a little bit more messy.
Yeah, a little bit hectic. And we will tell you exactly how it is going to work out once we have those results. But I just want to go back to how Snake have been playing in this series, because it's night and day in comparison to their playoff run. They knew that they needed to try and get themselves the top seed. They wanted to escape that match. And it just shows that when things are on the line, this team comes together like none other. And welcome back, Crystal. What the heck? That guy's Sivir, his Ashe, both just glorious.
You know, we had a lot of questions. What form was Crystal going to enter back into the LPL, and how would he synergize with the remaining Snake roster? And the answer is beautifully. Now, it does help that 6.15 has put priority on solo laners and 2v2s respectively, and Crystal fits right into that makeup, as well as the return of Twitch and Kog'Maw. We didn't see it in this series. He stuck to the utility-based AD carries, but when he does get that threat, he's unstoppable.
He most certainly is, and I actually really love the fact that you brought up that he's not even playing the champions that we expected him to, because it just shows that he has evolved as a player and does fit this patch based on playstyle alone, not even necessarily champion pool, because he was playing those 2 champions when he was on the team, but it just wasn't necessarily working out, and he doesn't play well when he doesn't have heaps of gold or is in a lane swap where he can't beat on his opponent.
And you have to give him massive amounts of credit. The thing is that Crystal organically won that 2v2 lane every single time, and Vici, especially in game 2, were hemorrhaging through their bot lane. Dandy managed to staunch the bleeding in the top as well as the mid lane with great counter movements and counter ganks, but Endless and Caveman were so far gone, and Crystal did that with Jay-Z without any help.
No, and he did it with Jay-Z. You mentioned that as well, that synergy of the bottom lane that we were questioning when Jay-Z first came into the roster. Him and Crystal just looked a little bit on different pages. Seems like time has paid off. They may have been practicing a little bit together outside of when Crystal was actually playing in the team, because they looked brilliant.
Of course, Snake have a fantastic gaming facility if you've ever seen the pictures of it, so I have no doubt that Crystal's been kind of sitting on the back burner and just waiting for this moment. But huge congratulations for Snake. They are now ranked again in the 4th place, whereas Vici have taken 5th, so they have the opportunity, if I may lose, to move up into the 2nd round of the regional qualifier.
Yeah, and we have to remember that this is all talking about Group A at the same time. Snake re-solidifying themselves that 2nd position under EDG, and we'll see whether they can really get some pride back for Group A, because otherwise it's a pretty Group B dominated top of the table here for the LPL.
Yeah, and that was a big question, you know, the side of the bracket that IMA were on, they had to go through Group A teams. So will IMA continue to be so dominant now that they face another Group B team?
Exactly, but let's have a look at the MVP for that game. It is going to be Tank on the Lissandra. Got the engagements, got where he needed to be, and that first play that we're going to see in the highlight coming up is going to be the one that really solidified it for me. 3-1 and 13 as well. Really good performance.
And it really helped dig SOFM out of the hole that he had put himself in. He made a very aggressive early invade on Dandy's red buff, where Dandy managed to pick up the first blood. said. And it was really the comeback of that mid lane play, which is, I'm sure, the one that we're about to see in his highlight reel, that allowed Snake to kick back off on kind of their up-speed tempo game.
Yeah, exactly right. Oh, not going to see that one first, actually. This is more the bait and switch as Tank gets himself out and then re-engages after avoiding the ultimate from Easyhoon.
And this does set up the Baron play for Snake later on. But again, just a huge miscommunication from Vici. There's no reason for the rest of the team to get caught out here. If they had just cleanly disengaged, they would have only sacrificed Easyhoon.
Yeah, we actually have to sort of highlight the fact that Snake were able to collapse so incredibly beautifully at the same time, because this is a team that has been on different pages in a lot of their games, but that was honestly stunning. Jay-Z coming around, gets the flank, lands the first Winter's Bite. They just have this sort of domino effect over Vici. And honestly, the fact that Snake were playing the team fight so well does get detracted a little bit by the fact that that is Vici's weakness, but I think against a lot of teams, that would have still worked.
And this is going to be a really important momentum match for Snake heading into that regional qualifier. So they still have the opportunity to become China's third place seed and represent China on the international stage. And the cool thing about Snake is they're one of the more creative teams. So they don't just run 5v5 compositions. We had a very stock standard in this series against Vici, but Snake are one of the few teams that will look for early game invades, that will play poke and pick compositions, and rather successfully. So it's cool to kind of see them get their confidence back, reset for the regional qualifier, and hopefully pull out some big surprises if they want to continue to be that dark horse for China.
Yeah, and I actually think it's really, really cool that you mentioned that, because we've never seen Snake on the international stage before. I really want to see whether, you know, even international teams get spooked by the fact that Flandre plays AD LeBlanc and does ridiculous things. SOFM's Jungle Malzahar, all sort of weird business.
It's more so this really interesting thing that they do in draft phase, not only with the Malzahar, which you did bring up, that they play in 3 different positions, top, jungle, as well as the mid lane successfully, but they'll also do crazy things where they'll flex pick Gragas and Graves between the top and jungle position. They always make sure that they can get SOFM on this really comfortable champion, and they're kind of the curveball of the LPL, just a little bit wonky, a little bit weird, and they can put you on the back foot by playing kind of these gimmick style.
Yeah, and we'll see whether it can actually get them through here in the qualification at the same time, because our LPL teams have had a lot of practice. They understand the shenanigans. But Vici was certainly caught out this time. We'll see whether it is going to be a rematch as we head forward, or whether it is going to be possibly IMA heading down there.
Yeah, that's the big thing. So if IMA do happen to beat Team WE in this next upcoming best of 5 for the 3rd place of the LPL playoffs, it will mean that Snake and Vici will face again in round 1 of the regional qualifiers, and that this best of 3 was simply a side selector. So of course Vici got to select their side this time around because they won the coin flip, but if IMA win, it'll be Snake that have the superior side selection going into round 1.
And you have to say that Snake are probably extremely happy about this situation at the same time, because they really want Vici to possibly take down IMA, because their last matchup was awful. It was a 3-1 victory for IMA, and Snake looked all over the place.
It goes back to this idea that side selection is actually still very important for Snake, simply because they do have those really cool flex picks throughout their draft. So making sure that they get to pick and prioritize either blue or red side, so they can set up and start catching these teams off guard by swapping champions between mid, jungle, and top lane.
Yeah, although I have to say that honestly, their red side play was fantastic, and their blue side was as well. As we have a look at some of the highlights from that game, you can see this was Tank's, honestly, MVP play that we didn't get to see. But look at that Circle of Frost into all of the lockdown with the ultimate. This took down Endless.
And
see you later.
They do play it beautifully. They're able to capitalize and really punish Vici's mistakes. But at the end of the day, that's still Vici's mistake. Choosing to try to fight there as soon as their tower went down, Caveman wasn't in position fast enough. They didn't have the engagement, and Vici pulled the trigger on it anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a pick onto Flandre. This looked okay for Vici. I believe they were able to take down Crystal in the end. The Spell Shield wasn't able to quite get the work done. So Vici did have their moments, but it wasn't this one. And this was yet another mistake that Vici made, trying to take a fight they couldn't win.
Like, take a look at the minimap right now. There's no Baron, there's no Raptor camp, there's no red buff. That's literally Vici just saying, we're at a 10k gold deficit. Let's try to find a 5v5 right now.
Yeah. And you saw Flandre there in the backline as well. Gets the hop transform ultimate on Easyhoon into a wall, denies his damage before he inevitably went down to his GA. This was honestly some of the best Snake team fighting that we've seen for a very long time. And remember, when they were the team fighting team, it was around Crystal.
Yep. No, 100% agree. I'd like to see Crystal pull out those hyper carries. Good to see him back on the utility champions like the Ashe, like the Sivir. He did phenomenal, but again, he always has that threat in his back pocket. We can see the Draven, we can see the Twitch.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that he hovered that Draven at the same time because I'm ready. I am most certainly ready for that one to come out. But that is enough of these two teams. We are going to be moving forward to our third place match between WE and IMA right after the break. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We just had our tie-break situation broken by a Snake victory. I'm, of course, Atlas. This is Frosco. And Frosco, now we have two clear possibilities for how things are going to go moving into that World's Gauntlet run.
Okay, so effectively it works like this. If I may win the bracket, it'll be Vici versus Snake in round 1. This best of 3 determined the side selection. We already covered why that's incredibly important, because Snake are really reliant on side selection to play with flex picks in their draft, and then Team WE will be waiting for them in round 2, and then IMA will be waiting in round 3. Now, if IMA lose, IMA will be the 6th place team in terms of championship points, which means it'll be Vici versus IMA, and Snake are waiting for them in round 2, and WE are waiting for them in round 3.
Yeah, so of course, now it means that IMA have this gigantic swing that they could make. Either they skip 2 rounds, or they have to play through the entire gauntlet. So
And
a lot on the line.
It's because it works like this. If you finish 4th versus 3rd in the LPL, 4th take home 90 points. Again, because IMA are the LSPL promotion team, they currently have 0 championship points. So they have the possibility that they could either end 90, or if they take 3rd, they can end with 200. Now, WE currently sit on 190 points. So if they lose, then IMA will beat them by 10 points to be the 3rd place victor of the championship points.
And it also means that we go straight into that sort of first rematch between Snake and Vici, which will be very interesting. And Snake probably wishing for that scenario to happen after Vici take down IMA in the first round, because them up against IMA was a 3-1 victory for the IMA squad, and they looked a lot better.
But here's the thing. If you actually look at IMA's side of the bracket, it's arguably the much easier side of the playoff bracket. So I still kind of have question marks about where IMA really sit in the scheme of things. So IMA really rose to power in the LPL over the course of the cross-conference specifically. They really struggled within their own group, although they did manage to finish 3rd place there in Group B, a very rigorous group to partake in. So IMA, you can already do the victory lap. It doesn't matter because you guys blew everyone's expectations out of the water being that incoming LSPL victor. It's now about a question of how far can you go, how much is left from the tank, and where is that skill ceiling?
Yeah, and if you have a look over the other side, WE managed to take down Vici in their first match, 3-1, looked quite convincing, and then took EDG to 5 games at the same time. WE actually looking fantastic moving into this series.
Literally on the top side of the bracket, you had teams like Vici, WE, and EDG. And IMA on their side of the bracket, you had Invictus Gaming, Snake, 2 incredibly inconsistent teams, and then RNG, another team that's very inconsistent and recently slumping. So again, this is going to be IMA's kind of big final true test. Are they really the 3rd best team in China? Because it's not up or shut up. They get a time to prove themselves.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned the 3rd place team in China as well, because we've been having this debate over the entire split, because that 3rd place has been so hard to lock down. It's looked like EDG, it's looked like RNG, and now is WE's opportunity to try and get that one working. And we'll see exactly how it's going to work, as 957 is going to take to the top lane. Condi there in the jungle. Xie in the mid lane. We'll see what he's going to be playing, whether he mixes it up. And then Mystic and Zero in that AD carry and support.
And neither of these two teams have superstars, but the players that you really need to highlight for victory are going to be WE's bot lane between Mystic and Zero. Mystic is having an incredible LPL career so far on 2 champions, Ezreal and Sivir respectively, and 957. He's been incredibly hot and cold through his playoff run, costing Team WE games, but also winning them games single-handedly. Because if Mystic and Zero are going to go off, they need that big frontline facilitator in 957.
Yeah, we saw 957's not exactly right. Either completely take over a game against EDG, or he got solo killed on the top side of the map and Mouse was able to run completely over the top. So we'll see whether 957 takes that grin onto the Rift and plays with confidence, gets things together every single game.
And if 957 is having consistency issues, across from the Rift is a team that is probably the most consistent in the LPL. IMA have one play in their playbook. They have one punch. They're going to take the same swing every time. Sometimes it connects and sometimes it whiffs.
Yeah, basically they are like a freight train or like a road train, you know, like one of those big old trucks. If they're on the road, everything's fine. If they're off the road, they're screwed. And we are going to have a look at their lineup now As you can see towards the top side of the map, it's going to be Amazing J, a Voidless in the jungle, Bamey starting now in the mid lane instead of Athena, and Jin Jiao and Road are going to make up that AD carry and support.
And it was really Athena where they found a lot more of their success in that playoff run, so very surprising that they're giving Bamey his starting position in this best-of-5 series. But if you're looking at Mystic Zero and 957 as the standout members for Team WE, you have to look at a Voidless and Road as the standout members for IMEI. Again, neither of these two teams facing in this third-place match have those standout superstar members. You don't have the Defs, you don't have the Dandies, you don't have the Easy Hoons, but what you do is have 5 B-rate players who come together and make an S-tier team.
Yeah, and Road will need to have that engaged. They still lean on him so incredibly heavily. We'll see whether he is able to get on something like his Bard, like his Alistar, and try and get things going on that way.
And that's why the support staff is so important to Team WE as well as IMEI. They need those big facilitators to allow their carries to shine.
Yeah, and I want to talk about what makes these two teams different as well, because I like that you mentioned that it's a culmination of players that aren't necessarily standouts, but it's where they decide to win the game. As of course, 35 minutes.
It's Clear 11, Mitty.
Yeah, 35 minutes is going to be the WE time, as that was relatively distracting.
Obviously, Mitty, the sub-jungler for IMEI, is the former sub-jungler for EDG because they were sister teams, often called Fire Lolly, and they have a bit of an interesting relationship.
Yeah, they most certainly do. Of course, Clearlove using him as a little bit of motivation, I would assume, as he was playing a little bit at the beginning of the split. We're just not going to talk about that. Not going to talk about that, because IMEI, the difference that they have between WE, I'm going to go back to my point, because I thought it was actually quite a good one.
Good point.
35 minutes is where they like to win the game. IMEI like to win the game as quickly as possible.
Yep. So IMEI really specialize in running kind of semi-global compositions. You're going to see a lot of Shen, a lot of Rek'Sai, and a lot of Bard. They like unlocking themselves from their lanes and roaming around the map in very skirmish-heavy style. They have one direction, and it's forward. They love the snowball. On the other side, Team WE, they're a turtle, they're a bunker. They like to sit back, neutralize losses, and scale up into those big 5v5 scenarios. Although recently, they have shown a bit more of a dominant early game.
Yeah, and we'll see whether that is going to be what reigns supreme, whether they can carry that on from their EDG series. As you can see, the bans already coming through. Jhin, Gangplank, and Malzahar taken away from IMEI, and Talia, Gragas, and the Ezreal banned away from WE. Mystic getting a lot of well-earned respect. And Talia is a champion that's interesting because she didn't pop up at all in the first series. Neither of those mid laners, Tank or Easyhoon, play the champion, but now we've got Bamey and Xie, and Xie is brilliant at Talia.
Yeah, he certainly punished EDG quite heavily when they decided to leave the Talia up, and he's also had an incredible run on the champion throughout the playoff series. So Team WE definitely looking for that power pick if it's available over the course of this best of 5. But right now, their priority pick, I think, is either going to be a jungler or perhaps even Gnar they can blind pick pretty freely here.
Yeah, or, I mean, Vladimir's there as well. I mean, Shen's available. But Rek'Sai looks to be one of the options that they're considering for Condi.
Team WE have actually been moving away from the Vladimir since it was CA that debuted him in the LPL stage. Yeah. They just haven't been looking quite as comfortable on that. In fact, dropping having the Vladimir in their last game of the regular split in the LPL. So no surprise that they actually overlook the Vlad here in first rotation.
And look, Xie is the one that brought Karma Mid into the LPL. It was a playoff run himself that he was able to completely dominate people on that pick. So has been one of those champions that's been able to go toe-to-toe with Vlad, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to do it this time, as he's currently hovering it. And IMEI, of course, snapped up the Bloodlord early on. Sivir going to be picked away from WE as well, which I think is very smart, denying Mystic those 2 power picks.
It's also a big power pick for Jin Jiao. He's more of a utility-based AD carry, although he did showcase a bit of his twitch last night against RNG. Unfortunately, IMEI did fall down there in that series. But Sivir just works so well with IMEI's identity. Again, they kind of want to unlock their lane, start roaming around the map, and her On the Hunt really augments and empowers them to do so.
And of course, WE now with a lot of flexibility. Could be their bottom lane and a jungler. But I assume that Xie is going to be playing it, because they do like that lane matchup. Now IMEI grab their next couple of picks. We'll see whether what it's going to be and whether they're going to leave Amazing J for the counter pick.
The question for me is, what are Zero and Road going to play? Now, the LPL has a wealth of supports that I think are vastly overlooked. Zero in particular is an incredible support player. He really steps up in playoffs. He's been the make or break difference for Team WE and why they have come so far as rebuilding this dynasty. Likewise, Road, he's incredibly hot and cold. Either Road is completely on form and looks brilliant, or he's kind of a disaster. But he still has that insanely high ceiling that he can hit.
Well, it looks like he might actually get the counter pick here as Shen's being looked at for Amazing J. Will be very, very strong. They're able to grab it, and the Shen-Hecarim combination left up for so long here by WE is just going to get snapped up.
And no one is surprised. I said that I may have a single punch, and oftentimes it's led by Hecarim Shen.
Yep.
Usually this combination is permabanned away from him because they will play this comp every single time. In fact, a majority of their games are on this composition.
We'll see what WE have to answer this. Of course, 957 can head towards the Gnar if he'd like to. Just try and smack around the Shen as much as possible, and they will have a lot of AoE lockdown. Zero thinking about hopping on the Toad. We saw this combo work out fantastically well for Snake.
The only scary thing is that would give Road a pretty immediate pick into his Bard.
Very good point.
Expect to see Gnar picked up here. 957, again, has had great performances on Gnar. I think a single missed game in the middle of the EDG series, in the game that EDG were up by 12k gold, but outside that, has looked really strong on the champion. Like you said, has decent matchups into Shen, able to punish that melee range with his Boomerang and Hyper Procs.
Yeah, I like the Hyper Procs as well, just because, you know, Amazing
Hey,
J
look.
will be going full tank, and that is the bug. Insta-locked by Aime's bottom lane. Road does now have that playmaking potential.
And look at all of those comfort champions. Okay, if Team WE can put down Aime here in game number 1, that's a big hit to Aime's confidence because this is their composition, this is their specialty.
Yeah, and it could be a statement game for either of these teams. Aime saying, well, you're going to have to respect us in the draft next time around, or WE saying, no, we don't. We've just flat out don't. We can pick whatever we want, and their composition does look good regardless. They've got a lot of utility.
So now it's about the question, can Aime break down this early outer ring of towers and start picking up their pieces, moving them around the map, and getting that snowball going? Team WE, known to let their towers fall relatively early, they will be punished on 6.15 with that First Blood tower gold. It's a bit of an innate nerf to Team WE's playstyle, although they are notorious for sitting back, holding and freezing waves.
Well, we'll see whether they can hold on. Coaches shake hands. Let's get into our first game of this third place as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 between Aime and WE. WE starting off on our blue side, highest seed moving in. It is going to be Cloud Drake, our opening dragon. So we first check out Condi, but it looks like a fan here to start things off, Frostgren.
And a Cloud Drake initial start is actually quite beneficial to Team WE's innate style. Again, they're a very kind of slow, patient, bunker-oriented team.
A lumbering beast of a team.
Exactly, they're the turtle.
Mm-hmm.
So they like to give up a lot of early game advantages. They're good at neutralizing that through bouncing waves in particular. So this is one thing that I want to point out with their draft is they're very difficult to siege into. They have great wave clear on pretty much every single champion. So you have to definitively win a fight before you can transition that victory into taking down structures. And it's actually something that caught out Team WE when they faced EDG, you know, picking up that Kassadin and not using it in tandem with a wave clear AD carry. So really identifying their weaknesses in their previous series in the LPL and correcting that in game 1 versus Aime.
Yeah, and the danger for Aime here is that Hecarim curse. Hecarim hasn't been seeing as much success in recent times, but that Hecarim Shen combination, we'll see whether it's enough to carry him through.
My
here in the hands of Aimee.
issue with Hecarim is that LPL teams are really wonderful at utilizing him in those big 5v5 scenarios, but they really don't know what to do on 6.15 when lane pressure is so much more important and requires a lot more presence and immediate power from the jungle position. So I feel like Hecarim's just kind of in that really unfortunate spot where he's a farm-heavy jungle because he demands a lot of resources for that Trinity Force itemization, but he doesn't farm quite fast enough or effective enough to be something for his laners.
Well, she actually grabs himself level 2, fortunately, by stealing away some little popcorn chicken and speeds himself up and away from the collapse from Bamey here in the mid lane. So already the Karma doing what she wants to do. That is be frustrating.
Very cute and cheeky maneuver from CA. We'll keep our eyes. He should be continuing to abuse that Raptors to at least deny another resource from Vladimir to heal himself back up when Karma starts chipping away at his health bar over the course of this lane.
Yeah, and look here in the bottom side of the map too. I mean, it's good CS coming out of Jin Jiao. He's taken a lot of damage as Mystic. His positioning for the volleys, just brilliant, making sure he can land it as much as possible.
And all eyes really need to be on Condi, so he did the classic Clear Love pathway where he ignored his blue buff, obviously not important to Rek'Sai.
Oh,
in fact, he's going to go ahead and steal a Voidless.
Yeah, Voidless actually completely out of mana here as well as Condi just going to head back into his tunnel if he'd like to. Bamey's going to be there, but what's he going to do? And Condi just wanders in, says, I'll have that, thank you, and moves on.
And this now demonstrates why Team WE don't want the priority pick on the Vladimir. Vladimir is just so very weak in the early game, and on 6.15, that early isolated matchup, there's nothing he can do for his supporting jungler.
Yeah, actually takes a full combo there from Cher as well, who has this minion wave now at exactly the right position.
Whereas Karma starts the game, she's got her empowered ultimate available to her. Just so much more punishing. So Team WE looking really on the ball for 6.15 so far in the LPL and immediately punishing Aimee.
Yeah, and without any first blood, without any first turret or anything going on, WE already have that 400 to 500 gold lead just with better lanes. You can see 957 also doing well towards the top side. Looking disastrous for the moment. But Aimee can, of course, turn this one around. They do have a lot of comfort picks, a lot of power picks, and a lot of champions that will scale extraordinarily well.
But it's also about where Aimee shine, which is in those big skirmishes, using their mobility to single out and catch out team members of WE and making disadvantaged fights before they start. Whereas Team WE really thrive in the big 5v5. And Condi, man, leave him alone.
He's just not, though, is he? As he hasn't gone back to buy, nothing like that. A Voidless might possibly die here. The flash comes out. That's going to be it. And Condi grabs the first blood.
And again, there's nothing a level 4 Vladimir can do for you. So I think that pick is dead, and I don't think Aimee will make another mistake like this.
Well, I mean, I feel like we're selling it a little bit short because we're only 4.5 minutes into the game, but this is a pretty big disaster.
We saw this versus EDG and Team WE. EDG drafted the same type of, it's for the big 5v5. Because obviously, if you get to the late game, the Hemoplague, the Beyblade Arena with the Ricochet,
the Thunderdome, yeah.
Exactly, empowering all that damage from Sivir, big flanking plays from Hecarim, you have so much power in the 5v5. But if you give away the entire map, and if you give away such a huge snowball potential, which is very real on 6.15, it doesn't matter because you're not going to get there fast enough.
957, what are you doing? Tanks up 2 turret shots because he feels like it.
Just
Amazing
another
Jay.
day.
Yeah, Amazing Jay still behind in farm. Shea looking for another snare, gets it easily. Is the empowered Q going to do the double proc under Bamey? Crimson Rush is going to be there to get his health back. But Shea just has so much control.
Here comes a Voidless, though. See if maybe he can turn the tides, although he doesn't have a lot of health on his mid laner to work with. So play diffuses. He's going to go ahead and return to his wolf camp.
Yeah, and Shea just going to return to tanking up minion waves, shoving things through. Is unable to stop the back of Bamey.
But this will be very punishing because, again, the other thing about Vladimir is that he doesn't run teleport. And we're in a double TP meta that's very strong. CA does have that summoner available to him, has burned it to get an item advantage over Vlad early. But that's going to be an even larger CS discrepancy between these teams.
Yeah, we are going to see a slight pause, ladies and gentlemen, for the moment. But so far, WE have just been incredibly dominant. And we mentioned before, you have to talk about this being a statement game because both of these teams got basically what they wanted. They were ignoring each other. They picked up pretty much the drafts that they were looking for, everything going well moving forward. But the Aimee composition just screamed Aimee.
Yeah, but it doesn't scream 6.15.
Yeah.
And I think the thing about Team WE versus EDG, that series, I think WE learned a lot from that. And we saw it kind of evolve over time, what people were prioritizing. WE never looked towards the Hecarim pick, and it's going to continue to be punished in the LPL. Teams just need to stop playing it because he doesn't jungle fast enough. He's too greedy to ramp up into that itemization. They have no idea how to hold it long enough for Hecarim to become a powerhouse.
Yeah, and of course, he was an incredibly dominant pick, but since then, lost damage on his Q, lost damage just in general, base damage-wise, so just can't clear as quickly.
He was a powerful pick globally. In fact, in the LPL, Hecarim has an abysmal win rate. It's something like, it's atrocious right now, which is why I don't know why teams continue to prioritize and pick it. I think that this is going to be incredibly punishing for IMA. That said, if they do manage to slow down and Team WE aren't known as a team that when they have that advantage to ramp up the game, they do have incredibly powerful weapons come a big 5v5 event. It's just, will the tempo even out long enough for them to get to that point?
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can, because of course 5v5s are something that WE are going to be looking for. They've got so much pick potential as well with the fact that they can throw down the arrow towards anyone. A lot of dodging ability coming out of out of IMA, but other than that, I mean, I just feel like WE have the tools to try and orchestrate against this.
And it also emphasizes the importance of an Ashe pick here simply because the Gragas was banned. Again, the big thing about Gragas is that he's able to break that mid lane freeze by threatening his cask. Ashe is in an incredibly similar situation, and that once you break these outer towers in the side lanes, which more often than not, those are the first towers to fall, you then just disappear into Fog of War and then chuck an arrow mid. Now, Vladimir does have his W available to him, so it's a bit harder, but with that Gragas being banned, it makes sense that that would be the pick that they would go to, because now they have another threat to say, if we get to this point, we're breaking it down.
Yeah, we have to remember as well that WE are a team that do like to go for 5v5s. They want to go for multi-man plays, so just coordinate it with a gank. Get that pull out and shoot him in the head.
The one caveat here is the fact that Mystic is not a very good Ashe player. He's known for his Ezreal and his Sivir. In fact, when he picks up almost any other champion, it is a very disappointing performance. That's why he doesn't go towards anything remotely close to Jhin, and Ashe is kind of seen as like the pseudo-Jhin.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to have a better performance. Because you're right, I like how you brought that up. He's a Sivir Ezreal player. Has played a little bit more of the Ashe, however, than the other champions as far as this meta is concerned. And we'll see whether he's going to continue his dominance. And this is going to be the test. Is Mystic as the player going off, or is he just that good on comfort picks?
I have no trouble saying that Mystic is on Deft's level when he's on Sivir and when he's on Deft. He proved last night against EDG that...
I like how you accidentally said Deft instead of Ezreal. That was the best. Because he is pretty synonymous.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, whoops. No, when he's on Ezreal and when he's on Sivir. Mystic actually outplayed Deft over the majority of that WE versus EDG series. Unfortunately, it's just on those two champions, so not quite there to that S-tier ADC talent that we expect from LPL teams, because his champion pool is just a little bit too small.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting because he's played 17 games so far this split on Sivir.
He's got about 33 games on Ezreal, I think.
So far this split?
Yes.
No, because I think it's about 12 this split, but...
Oh, it's 33 together. I was doing this math with Fish last night.
Yeah, no. Over the year, most certainly. I mean, I'm pretty sure the first split he only played Ezreal.
Bizarre how many games he has on Ezreal. It's well into the 30s, because we were making the joke that Fish has casted more games of League of Legends by only one than Mystic has played Ezreal. In that 4-day stretch.
This year is what you mean,
No, just in the 4 days.
Oh
the
my
playoff
goodness,
gauntlet, yeah.
That is just ridiculous. So much Ezreal. Anyway, we'll see exactly what IMA are going to be able to do to stop the bleeding, because so far the early game definitely going in WE's favor. They've been able to shove out minion waves, the top lane that we haven't checked into all that often, but 957 always getting a wave pushed up. So WE do have that opportunity to go for that first turret blood, get themselves that early lead. And WE with an early lead is the scariest version of WE.
And that's also the other big issue with IMA's composition, is that it's incredibly reliant on level 6 before it can be proactive anywhere. So you have the Stand United as well as the Onslaught of Shadows that you're pretty much waiting for those big cooldowns to be available before you can pull off kind of the binary Hecarim runs in, Shin's on top of him composition.
Yeah.
So there is a very big window of opportunity where Team WE can just continue to apply pressure.
Yeah, and is this all about Road now as well? I mean, we talk about IMA, we have to talk about Road. His Bard is going to be very, very important. Do they need the Tempered Fate to start these fights? Because I'm thinking that it could cause all sorts of problems for Hemoplagues going off and denying damage.
They don't need the Bard to be starting the fights, but IMA really rely on the Bard to start the fights. You'll see this all the time. Even though they have a Sivir, even though they have a Hecarim, you throw the Tempered Fate. If it doesn't connect on anything, Ime will be like, "That's fine. It's cool. We didn't hit it with the captain. Reset. Let's go home, boys."
Yeah.
So, like I said, I agree with you. They don't need Tempered Fate to do it, but Ime really rely on Tempered Fate to do it.
And the other question that I had as well is the fact that the Tahm Kench has been picked up on the side of WE. Often we see it when there's a lot of single target pick opportunities. Do you see it being a little bit out of place here against this, I guess, largely AoE attempted comp coming out from Ime?
In fact, I think it's a perfect answer against Ime's style. Again, Ime like to run kind of semi-global, very fast, high mobility compositions. Again, Hecarim, Sivir, Shin, and Bard, to name a few. They're just a very mobile composition. And Tahm Kench and Rek'Sai are able to counter that out beautifully. This was the start of what SKT started in 2015 Worlds, running the Shin support in the Rek'Sai jungle to counter out the rise of the double TP meta. Now, as we have isolated lanes and more people are relying on short cooldowns before the TP, that's why Taliyah is a big champion, Tahm Kench is going to come back in rotation because, again, he's offering that counterplay. He's pretty much the Shin support, but better suited to the support position.
Yes. Pseudo Shen can possibly get himself to a mid lane if there's going to be that Stand United gang coming in. And I hadn't thought about the Abyssal Voyage as being that sort of Shen answer.
Yeah, it's
really cool.
Very similar to the composition that SKT started in 2015, where it's like everyone's running double teleport. Let's run Rek'Sai and Shen support, and let's have 4 teleports. Tahm Kench, exactly the same boat, and it counters out Ime because, again, they want to be everywhere on the map at all times. So just grab as many semi-globals as you can and keep up with them.
Yeah, and of course, Wolf being extraordinarily flexible as far as that was concerned, because we hadn't seen it before that point. So definitely hats off to him. But Tahm Kench has really made a resurgence here in the LPL.
The other thing that's really important is the rise of low mobility, hard CC, or single target mid laners. So for a long time, Malzahar was running around. Lissandra is back in vogue, as is Syndra within the LPL. And Tahm Kench really puts a wrench in their plans because they lay down their single target CC. And Tahm Kench is like, this is delicious.
Yeah, I'm just going to eat that one and spit it into freedom. So, I mean, that's just not really going to work out. However, not the case as far as what Ime are going for. So the Vladimir a little bit more, I guess, AoE based with that Tides of Blood damage coming out. Hemoplague as well, hitting a whole bunch of people.
The one problem that Team WE have with their composition, and again, we're sorry, technical difficulties, we're in a pause. Their composition is Gnar, Rek'Sai, Karma, Ashe, and Kench. And we saw this in SKT's loss to KT, is that anytime you run a Karma composition, you're sacrificing late game damage for that utility protection. Karma is wonderful in the early game because she starts with her empowered ultimate. We see this why she's able to abuse the Vladimir and help out her jungler to invade a Voidless continuously. She's great in the mid game due to her itemization, but she passes that baton. She's a bridge champion. She's pretty much the new Lulu when Lulu was kind of insta-pick every single time. And so their late game damage threat is really all in the Ashe bucket unless Gnar can really get ahead and itemize towards that split push, Frozen Mallet, Black Cleaver damage.
Yeah, and of course, Condi, if he can get ridiculously far ahead as well, I mean, could possibly build that Titanic Hydra, get himself a little bit of extra damage, and he was all up in the enemy jungle, gets the solo kill onto a Voidless as well, so he's set up for success, and will be able to go back and get a very early Tiamat to keep control of the jungle. And we're talking about fast clearing, the fact that they have so much wave clear and a fast clearing jungler just means that WE are going to be able to exert so much pressure.
And so it changes the win conditions on what these teams have available to them about when they can win the game and also what happens come certain points in the game. So Team WE have a big window mid-game where they're going to be incredibly powerful because Karma will still be relevant. Now, come past 35 minutes when Ime's composition, again, Shin, Hecarim, Vladimir, Sivir, and Bard, start having those big 3 core itemizations, Team WE will drop off in damage. They won't be able to win outright 5v5s unless they chain their CC expertly, which means that you're then reliant on the Ashe Arrow as well as the big Gnar ultimates. And if those 2 win conditions, which are very hard to execute, don't come through, Team W will just lose past 35-40 minutes. So these are the windows that we're working with.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at 957 as well to have an utterly phenomenal performance on the Gnar if we do get into the late game.
Yeah.
The real interesting part of this, though, is the fact that WE have set themselves up to possibly win earlier than that. And that is sort of the Ime style that you're expecting, but has been something that WE have been dabbling in, and once again looks to be the case.
And exactly. Thank you, Atlas, for setting me up, because that's the next point that I was going to make is that's why it's so key that Team WE take advantage of the early game, because they have a much smaller window and a much more specific window to win the game on their conditions. Now, what I think is about to happen is that Aimee are about to get a little bit frustrated, maybe a little bit bored with kind of sitting in their lanes. And I have a feeling that Rogue's just going to say, screw it, start unlocking himself, and we're going to see a cheeky, magical journey through the mid lane. Because that's kind of what they do. They just, maybe they're bored, maybe he's a little bit antsy, but Rogue's just suddenly there.
Yeah, and I feel like as well, if a Voidless is able to get towards that ultimate at the same time, they can get the stacking of CC, utilize the Onslaught of Shadows, get that knockback as well with the E, canter up to them, move the positions, and really start to go to work, because it's going to be very important that they find some lane that they can start exploiting, because at the moment, they do not have one. There's just flat out no opportunities for Aimee to naturally start taking advantage.
And the big issue is because they don't have any hard CC in any of their lanes. The only thing is Shin has to hit that taunt on the top side, but he's facing across from a Gnar, who's going to have great ability to kite and to walk him down as long as he can use his boomerang effectively, as well as has his jump available to him. And then you have Vladimir. The guy's only got as slow. So Hecarim doesn't have a ton of options outside running bottom and just using the Shin TP. So that's the other big issue with Aimee's composition, and why I don't like it on 6.15 is you're entirely reliant on team play before you can make anything happen. Whereas we've seen earlier on in the day that best of 3 series between Vici and Snake, just pick organically winning lanes and just smash someone. You can snowball so far ahead.
Yeah, and it's almost like you don't even necessarily need to win your lanes. You just need to have a heck of a lot of wave clear so you can control the minion wave, chuck things forward at them.
And that emphasizes the importance of the snowball. Where is that coming from? It's coming from that first blood gold on the tower. Now, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it makes a big difference on 6.15, especially if you're able to pick up a first blood on top of it. That's a very easy 1k gold swing immediately. And if you get it bottom, you can get it even earlier, because obviously you're not dealing with the tower fortification that's applied to the top side of the map to neutralize a lot of the lane swap scenarios. You can then immediately rotate into the dragon.
Yeah, and also, I mean, there's a whole lot of other options that you can go for. The Tahm Kench, fantastic at the fact that Aimee are going to be focusing that bottom side. Seems like their only way in, but then Tahm Kench just says, no, you're not really going to be able to do that because I'm going to eat my AD carry. You ain't going to kill them. But we are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, we'll make sure we have fixed any of these technical difficulties, and we'll be back onto the Rift. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. Of course, we are into our third place match, and unfortunately, due to some technical difficulties, I may have been offered a remake potentially. Not entirely sure whether or not they're going to take it just yet, but are in a difficult situation at the moment against WE.
Yeah, and you have to think that if a game is remade, that's a big momentum loss for Team WE.
Yeah.
We kind of already really broke into very great detail how these two compositions work and where their windows of opportunity are. And frankly, if Team WE don't take the reins of the early game, they're going to completely fall apart come 35, 40 minutes because they ran a Karma composition.
Yeah, they most certainly did.
Terms.
Yeah, but what they've done is been able to capitalize on this early advantage that they do have and have got themselves quite a lead, sort of organically. I mean, First Blood has gone down, but that's sort of the only kill. None of these lanes actually finding anything. It's just in the jungle, just a 1v1. So nothing to really explode, but if I may just hold on, batten down the hatches, things should be fine, and they may not actually take this remake thinking that they can just do that. I mean, they got the Vladimir, they've got a lot of power picks.
But also on the same side, you can very clearly see Team WE's strategy there. I mean, CA demonstrated at level 1. You have the Karma, you get a hard push going, you force Vladimir under your tower, and he immediately ran into a Voidless's jungle and not only stole some camps, but started to chunk him out, allowing Kandi to pick up the First Blood.
Yeah, wandered next to him and killed the blue buff underneath his nose. So a Voidless is not necessarily having the best time at the moment, so we'll see.
And that's incredibly punishing because unlike Rek'Sai, Hecarim is incredibly dependent on the blue buff to be able to jungle quickly and efficiently. So it's a massive, big false start for IMA that they may be able to circumvent and avoid.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they are going to actually take it and move themselves into a completely fresh start. Will be the same sides, of course, so IMA back on the red side. We'll see whether the bans come through the same, whether the picks are going to be slightly different, and whether that Vladimir that has been punished recently upon sort of blind picking the champion very early, whether that's going to be just avoided this time.
See, the one thing that Vladimir does bring that's still very strong in 6.15 is that he has great 1v1 potential. Of course, when Karma is available, she's incredibly punishing to that. So it's what we see in the mid lane right now. But outside that, I mean, theoretically, Vladimir should work very well in 6.15. He pushes really well. He has great individual matchups. But the problem is that really early levels, you know, levels kind of 1 through 3, he can be punished quite heavily because he really relies on CDR, which means he needs more points in those abilities to use them more frequently.
Yeah, of course, always looking to level 9 for all of the points in the queue, and also wanted to go back, grab himself the Spirit Visage, things like the Proto Belt, possibly even Lucidity Boots, get himself to that 40% CDR point, possibly 45, depending on where he's gone in the
Mastery tree.
But it will probably, because he's gone Strength of the Ages, just be that 40%. And by probably, I mean definitely.
But it does mean that Vladimir does have breakpoints for this lane, that it's not always going to be this downward trend against the Karma. It's about scaling up into that late game. And if IMA can survive the storm, and historically, Team WE haven't really been known to put the pressure on the early game and snowball out a win.
Yeah, and we have just heard that it is going to be a remake. So IMA have decided that they're going to accept it. That early game has gone stickily enough that they're just going to try and avoid the situation, do so very effectively, utilize that one big button on your keyboard, the remake button, and they'll be able to take that one. So we'll see. Of course, no idea what it was, but would have been a game-breaking bug at that particular moment. Given the opportunity, they have taken that remake. So we're going to be getting back into Champion Select and doing it all again.
Good to see that Slash remake still being effective on the international client there, but you have to think that that's kind of a big momentum loss for Team WE.
And we'll see whether WE can treat this like something like we've already taken the first game in this best of 7 series that we've now got to play out as we are back into Champion Select for game number 1 of WE versus IMA. Pretend the rest of that stuff never happened as Jhin, Malzahar and the Gangplank are banned away from WE once again, and that's the same bans from IMA in the Talia, Gragas, and Ezreal.
So yeah, now the question is are they just going to completely imitate draft? You would think that the coaches wouldn't be called to stage if that was the case, or are we going to completely shift things up? The first pick last time was a priority pick onto Rek'Sai.
Well, let's see if they find it again. There it is, hovered at least, and locked away. So IMA, what do?
Vladimir Sivir? Okay, so it looks like this is exactly the same as last time. Everything retains. Good.
Okay.
Glad.
Well, we'll see. I mean, this has to be Ashe Karma.
Yeah.
And if it's not Ashe Karma, then we're going to be confused.
Karma Ashe, Shin Hecarim, Gnar, Kench, Bard.
Yeah.
What did we pick?
So it is going to be the same draft one more time. And I guess the question is now on Aime and what they do to try and avoid exactly what happened last game.
They have to protect a Voidless, or Voidless needs to mix up his jungle pathing, not get caught out that early by Condi. Now, Condi has multiple options because he is Rek'Sai on blue side.
Yep.
That he doesn't necessarily have to look for the 1v1 kill on the enemy jungler. He can actually do the exact same gank path where you ignore the blue buff. Again, he's Rek'Sai, he doesn't need it. Quickly go to your red, as well as take 2 minor camps, so you have a good level advantage, as well as the ganking potential and threat with the red buff, and then either duck down into that bottom lane by using the gank path behind the enemy bot side, or he can try to race to steal a Voidless's blue buff again.
Yeah, and that's actually a really interesting mind game here as well, because is a Voidless now going to have to spend a lot of time making sure that he's going to be safe taking that blue buff? Does he completely change his jungle path? Maybe start on the bottom side of the map instead, move around from that, because he knows that Condi's able to kill him at level 3.
I think it's more so going to be about the response time between Jin Zhao and Road, that they're going to be much more diligent, that they don't just get pushed in, and much more able to react should Condi look for that invade again. And that's why it's such a disappointment that we have a remake here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As you can see, lots of animated faces on the side of WE. See how they're going to go getting back onto the Rift with exactly the same composition. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back on the Rift for game number 1.5 of WE versus Aime. Aime choosing to remake after the game was hindered on their behalf, and they took it.
I think I've seen this before.
Yeah, so have I. And the question is on Condi, his early path, whether he is going to frustrate a Voidless already, just spamming some emotes at him. Make sure he's on the wrong page heading in.
So reminder that Condi was able to 3-buff as well as First Blood of Voidless on the initial rotation of early jungle pathing. You have to think that that's not going to be possible this time around. You can only get away with something like that once.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Team WE are able to regain composure and take control of this early game, because again, Aime's composition have great late game scaling as well as superior 5v5, whereas the Karma comp will fall off a bit in damage in respect. So big window of opportunity.
Yeah, for Aime to possibly weather this storm a little bit better. WE, however, have another opportunity to go through the motions, get themselves back in exactly the same position, sort themselves out. Condi going to be starting on the Gromp. Red buff start for a Voidless. Pretty sure that was the same in game number 1, but making sure he doesn't head to the Krugs first, does want to get over towards that blue side as quickly as he can, as Xie just utilizes his Mantrid Q on the first front line of minions, and we'll get this shove going on early.
Yep, and what Xie did do is that he immediately walked over into the Raptors and actually chunked a Voidless quite heavily, as well as stole some of them away. So already we see a Voidless. I'm not falling for this again. I'm immediately going to start red and then run directly to blue, so denying all of the snowball that Team WE had built up in the initial version of this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately is unable to defend one of those little chickens. Was taken there by Xie.
That monster.
Yeah, I know, it's just ridiculous. He takes down his red buff.
Now Condi still has the opportunity where after red he can move into the river, contest for Scuttle Crab, and then move in behind Jin Zhao and Road if Mystic and Zero get this wave to bounce early off the tower. So still opportunity to make a snowball happen in the early game. We talked about this in the previous series. Ashe is one of the few champions that can really punish when you're forced underneath that tower due to the spread of her volley.
Right now, Xie just playing this lane, honestly, pretty expertly. on the Karma. Understands that he's just got to keep shoving.
Yeah, but this is already a
I've seen
switch
this
up.
before.
Condi doing the classic SOFM gank style. Yeah. He's like, I didn't find you on your blue buff, but come to the Krugs.
He's
look,
all the
he
way
is.
up
He's hunting
there.
him. This guy's a jerk.
What a jerk as well, as Condi is going to spot him, gets the tunnel. There's the knock up onto a Voidless, who's taking a lot of damage. Red buff now ensues, but no flash going to be used there by Condi to get himself over the top, and enough speed from a Voidless gets him out.
But this does mean that Condi's going to take full control over this jungle. So again, Condi proving that he is the superior jungle, at least in terms of early game pressure. Punishes a Voidless quite heavily in 2 different scenarios.
And a Voidless as well, actually not going back immediately, wanted to try and threaten for that Krug camp, doesn't find anything, and it's denied by Condi at the same time, leaving that little one up. Zero actually taking a bit of damage from Road, but the Grey Health going to help him regen a bunch. So far, this bottom lane actually going a little bit better for IMA, despite that CS advantage that Mystic has built up. And Spell Shield being used one more time there by Jinjiao just to avoid the volley damage. Can't be doing that once level 6 has been hit. Bamey having a better time in the mid lane.
It's the best part about playing Ashe into Sivir is sometimes you just reflex hit the spell shield because you see the easy volley, and then as soon as you do, it's like, oh god, arrow right
like,
in the teeth.
I really want some mana back, but no, not going to happen. There's a Voidless. Oh, it was almost like he was cantering towards the bottom lane, but nope. Instead, he is going to just take that Rift Scuttler, try and get himself some more money. Has actually taken the lead as far as killing these camps is concerned, especially with Condi giving away that first blue buff over to Xie.
And we talked about how a Voidless is put into a scenario where he really can't look at any of his lanes for kill pressure. The only place that he can really go is that bot side, because it's the only lane with hard CC outside of Amazing J's taunt, which should be very telegraphed for IMA what they want to do when they have that level 6. So we'll check in on Team WE's communication cross map to see if they've prepared themselves for this possible play coming up.
And Xie actually going back, building towards his Morellonomicon first item. No easy Hoon business with that Athene's Unholy Grail. Wants to make sure he can keep the Vladimir down if he can. Has walked back to lane instead of teleporting this time.
Yeah, previously CA had used a very early teleport to gain a immediate item advantage over Vladimir to continue to punish and chip away at his health, creating a CS discrepancy, but already an immediate turnaround from Bamey in a much healthier position, even on CS, and doing much better in the 1v1.
Most certainly is. I mean, he's taking a fair bit of poke damage, but that's what Vladimir is pretty capable of handling. Doesn't quite have the Spectre's Cowl, which is probably the more optimal back, but with the extra health and the CDR going to be feeling much better. 957 is hit level 6. Amazing J, the same thing. And now could be where I may really start to turn things on. Level 5 still for a Voidless, but he will have the Onslaught of Shadows very soon. And already, yeah, much better look. This IMA squad.
And you know, Condi's tried to put WE on a very similar path. That cheeky little trap that he set up on contesting a Voidless's Krugs, as well as handing over the early blue buff to his Karma in the mid lane anyway. So it's nice to see that Team WE has still learned these points of power that they can create for them in the early game. It's now about, can we get a snowball execution?
Well, at the moment, they are still ahead. A bit of gold, just organically, as there's the ultimate coming out from Xie. Uses it on the Q, does a fair bit of damage to Bamey, but Crimson Rush is busted.
And Rhodes actually making a very aggressive and early roam. We talked about this. This guy just gets bored. They've already shown that they're going to contest a Voidless, and he's here to help. Yeah,
takes the Magical Journey, gets himself out of Voidless, tanks up some damage, but that is about it. And he secures his red buff the second time around. Zero unable to get it working so far. The 1v1 on the bottom side of the map is going very well for Mystic. But we'll see whether that continues. Xie level 7 now against Bamey, but no snare to come in.
And I may completely neutralize Team WE's early game at around every corner. So much better position. There's the Onslaught of Shadows. There's the Stand United, and here comes the Bard.
Yeah, Mystic standing off to the side, does have level 6 and has a ward. So he's able to see what's going on, and they decide not to pull the trigger. Yeah, wow is exactly it.
I'm actually shocked. Now, there is a ward in that river, so Mystic very keen on what was about to happen, but usually a ward that shallow isn't enough for the speed and dive potential of Hecarim versus Shen. So IMA being very respectful to Team WE. I actually think that they had full advantage to go through with the dive.
Mystic, of course, hadn't moved a muscle. Decided he'd stay right in the middle of the lane. That was a spell shield used as well, and Mystic decided not to take that opportunity either.
It's a lot of respect because Karma still has their TP.
Yeah. Now you can see Condi takes down his own red buff, but loses his pink ward. Voidless now hanging out bottom to mid side. That is going to be another Rift Scuttler taken. But yeah, Road is just babysitting. Just babysitting in a very different lane than the one we'd expect.
It's the heart and soul of the team. He's also going to get closer to that level 6, so he will have the Tempered Fate available. It's typically the big go button for IMA, even though they have so many resources to start fights on a Voidless.
Yeah. And Condi actually using that Void Rush gets himself back in to the top side of the map.
Knows that he can be aggressive here simply because Baimi is backing, so he has the support of his mid laner, whereas a Voidless does not.
Yeah, and actually takes so much damage as well. A Voidless, of course, without any tanky stats just yet. We'll see whether he changes up the Hecarim build as Shadow Dash is avoided. 957 just bounces over the top of Amazing J, gets another Hyper Proc, and this Gnar having a good time on the top side with his Phage already built up.
And it forces Amazing J to really be respectful and cautious here, now catching Condi out on a ward because they know Condi's on the top side. Preparing for a dive, Hecarim is in base and running top.
Trying to get there. Teleports coming in from Xie as well. They're going to hold this at the turret. Condi waiting for his opportunity to strike. As in goes Xie. Amazing J in trouble, but really good use of the W, and Condi tanks up the turret. Oh my goodness, Amazing J is going to fall down. First Blood comes in, but Condi has to try and flash his way out. Has a shield. Knock up onto a Voidless. Look at the damage from Xie as he's going to be able to take him. No, he's not. A Voidless survives, and 957's going to die as well. It's a disaster for WE as Xie flashes away.
And I may know that Team WE are going to go topside. It makes sense.
Arrow. That was cute.
It's the only available play that WE have. They can't gank the bottom side because they don't want to deal with the Shin ultimate. So what you do is you gank the teleport to deny it and make sure that you have the numbers advantage where you want. The issue is the timing. Great heads up reactive play from IMA to immediately get top in time and trade that 2-for-1.
And you can see now a whole lot of respect given as 957 walking towards the top side of the map. We'll miss out on a couple of creeps as this wave is going to crash into the turret, but we'll be able to answer the Stand United when it does come out. Mystic has himself a decent item advantage. Actually, well, it's only a dagger, so not really. But he's got a CS lead of about 10. Xie avoids the Tides of Blood. Still doing fine here in this matchup, but my goodness, IMA really answering that First Blood well on the top side of the map, and this is what they need to do.
And the longer that they can just hold on and neutralize any sort of lead that WE get, the easier their path to winning this game. Again, they have full control if we come to a 35, 40-minute game because their composition just scales outrageously well.
Yeah. And it'll be about WE really utilizing their added CC in their composition as opposed to the incredible amount of damage that IMA will have. And they do still have Shen. He had a fantastic taunt in that last fight, of course. Amazing J is one of these players that we know mostly for his, you know,
carry play,
Garen play, and things like that.
That's close to a carry.
Yeah, but his Trundle was always the one that never built any offensive items. He often plays this extraordinarily tanky style, and the Shen seems to be no exception. Looks very, very good.
It's split push. That is the identity of Amazing J. He likes to create pressure, he likes to draw resources, and he likes to kill people.
Yes.
And so Shen just kind of gives him the best of both worlds, and where he can still help his team, he can still be tanky, but it's really sating that bloodthirst that we know a player like that has.
Yeah, and you can see Road still paying attention to a Voidless here. As that red buff is going to be held onto by the support and jungler. Condi doesn't make it over. It is still just stalking.
But the fact that they have to call Road every single time to secure red buff, thank God that they have the Sivir as their AD carry, and she's able to be safely left alone in the lane due to the safety of her spell shield as well as her pushing ability. If that's any other AD carry, especially across from an Ashe, you're not able to make that play.
Yeah. The one danger that still does lie here for IMA is that the fact that that first structure bonus is something important here for both of these teams. And WE do have all of the pushing power themselves. So it's the IMA turrets that have been under fire throughout this early game. We'll see whether WE can put more pressure on. Nice, and Power Q comes in. But look, Spirit Visage is done, and Bamey says, well, your buttons don't really do anything to me anymore. And Vladimir now able to do Vladimir things most certainly. It's that ward cleared out, but Pink does go as well. Nice play by Ime.
Zero has to be very careful right now. Ime are looking for a play. They've got all of their cooldowns that they want, the Tempered Fate, the Onslaught of Shadows, as well as the Stand United. It's just now a question of where do Team WE open up?
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to be that mid lane. Can he sidestep? He was spotted out by Ward. Ghost popped.
Yeah, Ghost already popped. That was an interesting one as Tempered Fate comes in. Shea caught underneath his turret. Can they actually lock this one down, though? Really good Cosmic Binding as Shea unable to shield himself enough. Condi makes his way in. Teleport is cancelled by Amazing J, and he gets himself in there. We'll see whether Ime can get anything more, whether they can pressure this tower.
And there it is, and zero response from Team WE. In fact, if they don't move the pieces accordingly, they're going to lose a lot of chip damage on the structure. They've got another wave coming in.
Yeah, thankfully, of course, the Smite was used to take down the Siege minion, so non-sieged up camp, but the tower goes, and 957 grabs him a 650 gold bonus on the top side.
The savior for Team WE right now to neutralize something on the map. So great work from 957, and it looks like he's having one of his hot Gnar days.
Yeah, one of his good days, which is exactly what WE need, especially now. You can see that gold is huge as he jumps on top of Amazing J. Isn't going to be able to find the auto attacks, but look at this Shen's damage that he's taking. 157 will force him back home for the moment. We'll see whether the Gnar is going to be able to continue to snowball now with a Black Cleaver possibly on this next back.
I was going to say, this is Gnar doing so much damage with only the ingredients for that Black Cleaver, so Amazing J is going to be in a world of hurt sooner or later.
Yeah. Thankfully, no teleport, so of course you can see Jin Zhao playing relatively far up that lane. Not going to get launched on by any little mini beasts, or large ones as well, depending on the position of 957's Gnar.
Not having TP is a lot of momentum loss for WE, though. So they were able to answer the gank on mid lane by taking down that tower. But waiting for that cooldown, they're pretty much at the mercy of Ime's tempo. Because Ime now have all of the tools to set up another play. The Tempered Fate's back up. The Stand United still on cooldown, but the Onslaught of Shadows also now available.
Yeah.
And you have to think that Ime are probably going to look bottom.
At the moment, Shea does have the teleport in order to respond to 957. Not too long on his.
But for now, Team WE, they need to batten down the hatches, get in the little bunker.
Do they though?
Yes.
Because they don't necessarily have that late game scaling. Do they want to be in the bunker? They're going to get out of the bunker and it's going to be Armageddon.
It's about playing between, because a composition that's binary like this, with the Hecarim Shen, especially when we're still in standard lanes, is about moving within the windows of the cooldowns. As long as the Onslaught of Shadows and the Stand United are down, then that's when you make plays. When they're back up, you sit back, you farm, you wait for the onus on Ime to make a play.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, Condi, he's making a play. Just hanging out here in this Dragon Pit. We'll get it down to at least half health, but that ward will die. And Condi will be well aware of the fact that it's gone and gets himself the heck out of the pit. And it's going to be Ime that jump themselves back on top. Zero spots them out as Bamey moves himself over. In goes Condi, steals away the dragon like usual. And Zero just going to eat the horse. Can they lock down the kill? Nice knock up from Condi. It was a decent stun from Roe, but it's not enough.
But the issue is that Ime, they could have chosen to fight right there, but instead of pulling the trigger, they die with all of their cooldowns up. The fact that Onslaught of Shadows wasn't used defensively to reposition a Voidless, big miss.
Yeah, just ridiculous. As Amazing J was, however, winning a decent fight towards the top side, although maybe not so much anymore.
A good pressure from 957 to deny the Stand United.
Yeah.
And interrupt a big engage opportunity for Ime. So, big win. See if you can continue to do that. Those cooldowns are still up, so Team WE, they shouldn't have been able to get anything there, but miracle save by Condi, the son of Baron, showing up with the smite steals.
Yeah, the man has just been able to steal away anything that he wants recently. The Voidless is going to find another red buff. We'll see whether 957 can stop him. It is a little bit fatigued at the moment, that Gnar very low. So not wanting to get amongst it. Condi does turn up in the nick of time as he tunnels himself in. It will be the red buff lockdown by a Voidless, but here's... Whoa, okay. Abyssal Voyage comes down. Tempered Fate used to stop them. Big ultimate cooldown now.
Which means a big window for Team WE to continue to apply pressure. And the one time that Road isn't there to help a Voidless secure the red buff, Zero is, and Team WE tried to punish.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Condi couldn't get himself the steal, but was very close.
Hey, they're going bottom. Spotted out by a pink ward.
Yeah, nicely done. But a Voidless clearing the vision well. Xie once again just having to hold on to his mid lane. 957 turns up. Looks like Rift Herald is going to be taken. 18.5 minutes into the game. No vision available here for IMA at all.
And they're making the call because of Voidless was spotted out on that pink ward, so trying to empower 957 to continue his split push and pressure on Amazing J. If they can keep that Shin locked down, it opens up opportunity for Team WE to look mid, to look bottom.
Well, right now, Bamey has cleared out the mid lane, now moving towards the bottom side of the map. Not quite able to find too much, and look at how healthy that outer turret is. Finally, IMA get themselves enough of a shove. That Essence Reaver already completed, but Mystic almost has his Infinity Edge, and that Runarn's Hurricane's there, so the wave clear available.
This is a bit of a dangerous play from IMA. They're competing against CA having his teleport, as well as Rek'Sai having her Void Scream, and 957 on TP. So all 5 members of WE can get to this lane very quickly, which is why I like the call of a Voidless. You know,
Yep.
He scooted into the back of the lane. He doesn't have his onslaught of shadows. He recognizes that the cooldowns are up on the enemy team. He says, maybe not. Let's pump the brakes.
Yeah, let's just chill out on this one for the moment. Mystic able to lock down all of those creeps underneath the turret, unperturbed. Continues to stay quite far ahead in farm, about 30 CS is how this Ashe is going. Bamey, however, doing very well here in the mid lane, has actually pulled out ahead of Xie.
Bamey's unstoppable right now. It's just about can CA slow him down.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether he can. 957, on the other hand, doing quite well. Almost has his Frozen Mallet. He's going to jump on top of Amazing J as we skip away from him.
But 957 has to continuously be overextended here and applying pressure to IMA's top laner, which means that he opens himself up to ganks. So avoid this now looking top lane. If they kill this Gnar,
and the top lane is very dark here as well, as 957, you can see, wanted that Siege minion, will throw out the Boomerang and get it, but is it enough as the hop needs to be used on this creep wave, will be able to, does still have the flash, but Onslaught of Shadows is there. Stand United comes in, 957 flashes out of the way, Road stuns him against the wall, one more auto attack will do it, no Mega Gnar to come through, and Xie now 1 versus 3, decent slow, but that's 4 that are going to turn up. Proto Belt comes through. That is going to be a double kill for a Voidless.
That's disaster for Team WE, not keeping track of the roaming support, the captain, the carry of IMA there, really delaying the Mega Gnar and turning that play successful.
Well, WE actually trying to grab themselves 2 towers for this play. Objective trading has always been aim of the game, and this is going to be 2 towers for 2 kills and a tower, if they are able to take that down, which they're not. Teleport going to be used and cancelled by Amazing J.
And overall, IMA come up trump. So
They do.
fantastic play from IMA, and just WE not communicating clearly, not keeping track of Road really punishes them.
957 does manage to pick himself up his Frozen Mallet, so frustrating items completed here for the Gnar. So we'll have that Rage passive for the extra movement speed, gets the perma-slow on the Frozen Mallet, just busted, pretty silly. I like it a lot. Condi now just going to head on the Dolphin track, get himself to his Raptor camp, continue farming things up. 117 to 97, so doing very well, but a 4-1-1 Hecarim with a Trinity Force and almost that Cinderhulk completed. Very scary.
I mean, IMA weathered the storm, and they actually played Team WE very smartly, reacting to pressure points, finding kills where they could, and they've put themselves in a perfect scenario and situation walking into mid-game. This is just going to get more and more devastating and dangerous for Team WE. They're going to have to rely on their miracle team fighting and their ability to lock that CC. All eyes on the Gnar ultimate, all eyes on the Ashe arrow.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of the Ashe, Infinity Edge is done, so that 2-item power spike is there with the Runarn's Hurricane. We almost have the Rabbidan's Death Cap done for Xie, who's backing now. We'll see whether he can afford it, as he does go home. Oh, no, chooses not to. Condi did buy the Titanic Hydra, so a bit of extra damage will actually be useful heading into the rest of this game.
As a carry threat, yep.
There are some big items coming down for Aime as well.
And like you said, the important thing is that Mystic has his Infinity Edge, so he has the crit battle stats available so that they can try to 5v5 this. It's still that big break point before Sivir has her 3-item power spike, and she's able to do massive AoE damage, something that Ashe, frankly, just can't quite keep up with.
Yeah.
So that's why they feel so confident to really contest and make Aime think twice about starting this Infernal Drake.
Well, Infernal Drake is going to be very important, especially if WE want to try and get themselves scaling into this game. Still have the gold lead, but like you've been saying, I mean, it's not about that at this point. It's about Aime getting to that stage where they have all of the items. They can teamfight to what this comp is able to do.
Amplifying that Sivir damage through Ricochet by stacking the Hemoplague on it.
Yeah.
Beautiful flanks from a Voidless on that Hecarim. He's got his Trinity Force available to him, so there are so many threats for Aime come late game. They just need to get there. They weathered the storm much better in game point 5 than game 1.
Tongue Lash going to be avoided as the ultimate used by Xie. Does a fair bit of damage, but Voidless is just looking to take down his blue, and he's going to do so just fine. Dragon hasn't been started, but Aime are thinking about it. Rift Scuttler is just about to die. Mystic shoves up this wave. You can see 957 still pushing very hard on the top side. Mega Gnar is up now, and we'll see whether Aime pull the trigger within these windows.
There's a sticky situation where Zero... Ooh, hold on.
Okay, in goes Mystic and Zero as they get over the top of Aime, who've started up this dragon. Teleport
Gnar
to come in from 957. Remember, no Naba. This is not the optimal time for WE to fight as Mystic throws some arrows into the dragon. Xie snared up, and there's the arrow onto Bamey. Can they get any work done as Voidless gets exhausted in the backline? Mystic very safe for the moment, but Amazing J right in there. WE are playing this beautifully. Road is going to die. Look at all the knockups. 957 going off with the double kill, and he still wants more. Throws a big old ice cube at the retreating Aime.
And that's what Team WE needed. They needed a big mid-game team fight before Aime's composition really took off. You don't have that core itemization of the Sivir. Mystic chose to itemize into the Infinity Edge. He was ready for the big 5v5, so they set them up beautifully to do this, and they immediately turn on the Baron. Aime looking for the defense.
Yeah, but are they going to be able to? The son of Baron's going to be able to take down his charge right here as 957 gets on top of Amazing J. It just throws a boomerang at him, and this is exactly what WE needed.
Perfect. A single mid-game fight immediately rotated into a Baron. Team WE will have full control for the next 4.5 minutes. Take a look back at this fight. Now, again, this is before the big itemization breakpoints for Aime, which means a Voidless is running in on just a Trinity Force. He is incredibly fragile. He goes in, he immediately gets chunked out. There's nothing more that he can participate with this fight. And Bamey was hit with the Ashe Arrow, so Vladimir didn't get to immediately follow up. A lot of damage is negated from Aime, and Team WE win a very crucial turning point.
And once again, I mean, we were talking about 957, the fact that if he's on, it's going to be such a big deal for this team. Gets the perfect double Gnar, locks down the Sivir, grabs himself a double kill, now 3-2-0. Has a huge lead as well in CS.
But they're not out of the woodwork yet. They've set themselves up well. They have control of an Infernal and a Mountain Drake, which means that they have another win condition in the Elder Drake down the line when Aime's composition takes over. But they need to take full control of the map with this Baron buff. They need to start amassing that gold lead, get themselves ahead of the clock, and more room to breathe to beat Aime down the track.
One thing I do want to say as well is that Xie knows exactly what to mantra in team fights. His karma is actually beautiful to watch as far as that mind game is concerned, because you never really know, do I want to be doing massive damage? Do I want to shield everyone up? And at the beginning of that fight, they all had about a 300 health shield that Aime had to get through, and they just couldn't.
And CA also prioritizes a bit of a peculiar build on Karma. We've kind of seen the Easy Hoon standard of rushing the Athene's Holy Grail. But instead he's like, nope, screw that item. Morella's Death Cap.
And then probably straight into the Void Staff after that. Sort of that old standard Trinity.
It's important because it's beating the clock. Having a Void Staff this early in your rotation, you're going to be doing a lot of damage around that mid-game power point.
And of course, Karma does have one of those, does a massive amount of burst damage around that mid-game before she starts to fall off just a little bit, given the fact that she only has that augmenting ultimate.
They've got 2 pressured waves right now, so 957 also creating that wave in the top lane. Remember, he's been very forward this entire time, so does have a bit of chip damage to work with on that top tower, and he will win the 1v1 over Amazing J.
Yeah, this tower is going to fall down. Road actually caught by the arrow. Massive burst comes in, and it's going to be locked up by Zero. Deserved kill, Mr. Frogman. I liked it a lot. Kills have been evened up, and look, the inner turret falls down as well.
Keeping the train rolling. See if they can break an inhib here. Starting to rotate top.
Yeah, of course, they have the inside track on that rotation as well, as another minion wave is going to be crashing. Jin Zhao uses a spell shield, but isn't going to find anything for it. Xie looking to try and snare up Amy. Crimson Rush is going to be available. Good Ton Lash from Zero stops any engage. And WE don't want to play with too much here. They've got such a lead off the back of that Baron call and the one team fight. They just get themselves back, buy some more items.
Yep, go back, spend all of that global gold that they've made. So now it's about what objective is the most important on the map. With Baron and Dragon down, it's going to be about either that Baron inhibitor on the bottom side of your screen or the mid inhibitor for the most map control. It's going to be very difficult to break that baseline of Aimee, though. You're dealing with the wave clear threat of Sivir as well as Vladimir. So Aimee still have now this opportunity. Okay, that was the big Baron play. That was the big push. Is it enough from Team WE? Did they snowball far enough to beat Aimee to the finish line? Or are Aimee going to now pump the brakes, slow everything down, and wave clear themselves back into power?
Well, I don't know whether they're going to be able to. WE, they listened to what you said there, Frosker, and what they've got is now Condi building a Black Cleaver as well. Wants to try and smash them now when they're down. We've got the early game item pickup of that Haunting Guise for Xie, as well as an Elixir of Wrath. WE know that they're on the clock, and they're doing everything they can to make up for it.
And it also makes the Ash Arrow from Mystic so important right now. If he finds a good pick and it ends up breaking the base for Aimee, it will guarantee them another epic monster down the line and another opportunity of kind of that last turbo boost to win.
Yeah, now it looks like it is going to be the 1-3-1 instigated. Void Rush by Condi can be used in order to get himself into a fight if he does get those tunnels down. Has quite a few around the map at the moment. As WE already setting up for Baron number 2. We'll be up in approximately, 3 or 4 minutes.
The sooner objective is going to be that dragon. However, checking in on Aimee's itemization, they're going to be in a much healthier spot to fight that 5v5. So again, execution has to be perfect from WE. You have the Infinity Edge now online for Jin Zhao, as well as looking for that third item. So Sivir will have her core very soon. And then you have Vladimir, who has 3 complete core items. He's really just looking for that death cap to put him over the edge.
Yeah. That Zhonya's going to be very important as well. Even more untargetability from this Bloodlord.
It pretty much just makes him a massive frontline. That's kind of like the big Swain itemization. You sub out the Proto Belt for the Roa, but it's this idea that Vladimir is going to be in your face and you can't deal with him, which buys Sivir so much time to continue to build up that Beyblade arena on top of the Hemo Plague.
Well, we'll see whether these items can be finished on the side of WE as well. Liandry's Torment going to be very important for Xie to try and make sure he can cut through tanks in the late game. This can make up for what Karma lacks in, sort of trying to use it as some kind of crutch, getting himself into relevance.
The other nice thing about Karma is her very early itemization into Morello's. The fact that she has that Grievous Wounds available to cut down on Vladimir.
Not to mention the extra health that you get from Liandry's. I just like that item. The Burning Face. It's a bit good. Mystic hasn't had to use his Elixir of Wrath just yet, but that's a Banshee's Veil done for 957. He's only 1 item slot away from completing his build, and he's got a 50 CS lead on this Gnar. Could be the day of the 957 once again for Oscarin, but we know that that day can actually swap over between games.
I still think it's more about Mystic. So Team WE did get better positioning here, where they were able to lay down vision. It's being cleared up by Aimee right now. But with that vision, Mystic knows that Aimee are going to come through this jungle. They're going to look to contest this dragon, look to contest that Baron, and that sets you up for the arrow. They need the pick, but that also means that they need the follow-up burst damage, so they have to hit the right target. You're looking for Sivir, you're looking for Bard.
Ooh, wow, look at the damage out of 957. Actually doing work here onto Bamey. Turns into Mega Gnar and probably is a bit upset about it. As this Infernal Drake going down low. Hecarim is in position, but so is the Mega Gnar. 957 trying to get himself a flank round the backside, but will get down to Mini one more.
And that's going to be a big go button. They managed to grab the Infernal, but will Aimee turn?
The Elder Drake is coming in next. Nice Cosmic Binding. Does get Aimee out of the way. but unable to get anything, and that is just a free objective for WE.
And that's IMA really respecting WE because A, they're not running double teleport. Bamey got caught out by 957 before the fight even started, which chunked away. They didn't have Vladimir, and it completely negates any front that IMA can put up. And that's a big miss for them because they were ready to fight. They had the core itemization to turn that, and now it's delaying more of their power.
Yeah, and WE actually getting themselves to even more item spikes. That Liandry's we were talking about, completed. Black Cleaver done. Condi looking for the Guardian Angel. That is going to be very, very good for this Rek'Sai who wants to be in that front line.
And I like the fact that they're really relying on 957's power and his lane assignment across from Amazing J. They say this 5v5 is still very scary for us, but we know we can beat them on the side lanes and start playing pressure points around this Baron. Team W are just playing very smart, clean League of Legends.
Well, you can see 957 just trying to keep hold of Amazing J. Gets the Shadow Dash off, but he's happy just to stand there and stack up the Black Cleaver. Meanwhile, WE getting that position around the Baron, looking to try and steal away this red buff, but they don't. Or did they? Xie got it. With a Q.
But they just need to buy time. You can see IMA how scared they are in those tight corridors from Mystic's Ash Arrow.
Yeah. They don't actually have a QSS on anyone either.
IMA have now pulled Bamey to the bottom side of the screen. Again, that guy's not running double teleport. He's the Vladimir. He has the Ghost. This is a window where Team WE can turn towards the Baron.
Yeah, 957 actually able to disengage from this one as well, so won't be able to make it a man disadvantage. He has the teleport, and WE pull the trigger on the Baron. They get a big shield. They can actually hold on here for quite some time as Condi just looking to keep his eyes on everyone with that Tremor Sense.
Oh,
Good-tempered Fate comes in as Xie turns golden for the moment. Avoidless gets himself into the pit. Can he lock down the Baron? But no, they just stop damage. Avoidless now over their side. It's going to be Baron taken by Xie of all people. 957 right in the pit. Really good exhaust. Gets rid of that Gnar. As Condi get himself over the side. Bamey gets into the backline, but Mystic kites it out and picks up the kill. Good boomerang from Jin Jiao for some damage, but Avoidless dies, and WE just too strong.
An excellent call to stop the Baron. Not only does it make sure that CA magically ends up with it, but more importantly...
Stealing jungle camps. That's his thing on the Karma, apparently.
But it ends up chunking out of Voidless and doing a lot of damage and acting as kind of that sixth man. And they're able to get a superior positioning because IMA, frankly, are split in the decision that they're making here. Are we burning the Baron? Are we turning on them and trying to do as much damage as possible? And this inefficient 5v5 is what allows Team WE to win in the end.
And did you see Zero's hero play?
Zero's a god.
Activates his grey health at 0 health, flashes in,
Grabs.
saves his Karma, so that Xie, as soon as he's out of the
him.
belly, gets repositioned, but also shields himself. That was just so many good things all of a sudden for Zero. That guy is so good.
And again, they get their second Baron of the game, and they get that little bit of turbo room to continue towards that finish line.
And by little bit, you mean an 11,000 gold lead for Oscar, and massive work done. And look at 957's damage on this Gnar. I mean, he had the right thing for breakfast this morning, and this is not yesterday.
But think about the mental fortitude that it takes, you know, coming in from a reset which heavily benefited IMA because they had a disastrous early game.
Yeah.
Managed to neutralize Team WE, even though WE had some really cheeky kind of twists on their early game play, a lot of that going back to Condi. But to come back, to make a crazy mid-game team fight, to execute on an immediate Baron, to know exactly the timing windows that they're dealing with, Team WE look brilliant right now.
Absolutely. And it's not the 35-minute team that we're expecting. This has been WE executing on an early game spiking comp fantastically well and getting exactly what they need.
Remake.
Xie, you can see it's actually, I believe, a problem on the side of the WE camp. So may not opt into a remake themselves.
I may lean forward. Do we get another chance? Can I ask the audience?
Yeah, it's like we've almost done enough games in order to decide the series.
I'd like to phone a friend, former sister team, Edward Gaming.
You can see 957 was on your screen before. That's Amazing J now. Still looking calm. But I'm in a lot of trouble at this stage. We do need to just commend WE, to be perfectly frank. This team has evolved so much over the year. It looked like it was clear in their identity, like, we're just going to wait. We're going to trade objectives until we get to late game, then 5v5 you. But that hasn't been how it's been going right now.
You know, I said it before and I'll say it again. Team WE have successfully rebuilt a dynasty. Formerly known as World Elite, they were indisputably the best domestic and international team for a time period in Season 2. To fall from grace as far as they have and to pick up these kind of unknown, no-name players. The fact that you've got Mystic, you have Zero, these, kind of B-rate Korean imports. None of these guys have these big shining moments. They're not the Defs, they're not the Pawns that we saw on the Korean stage. To pick up a Twisted Fate one trick on a Korean and Chinese solo queue ladder like CA and to develop him into this all-star mid laner, they've come a very long way since their upset over the GE Tigers at IEM. And now have an opportunity to prove, yes, definitively, we are the third best team in China.
Yeah, and it's their flexibility without actually changing their roster at all as well. They've been one of the most consistent rosters here in the LPL, having the same group of 5 together for this entire year. But all of their players have diversified. You mentioned the fact that Xie was a Twisted Fate one trick. Well, that's definitely not the case. This guy's been playing Karma all over the place. He's been picking up Lissandra and doing fantastic things with it, really changing up how he's going to impact the map. He was sort of one of the first players to really start utilizing that double teleport as well, utilizing assassins like Diana in the mid lane. It just shows that this team really is able to adapt in their players and not necessarily in their roster.
And they're a really beautiful mixture of kind of intelligence and just the raw brute force 5v5 that we expect from the LPL.
Yeah, exactly right. We are going to hop back onto the Rift, though, as the Baron buff has been recently acquired and now shoved in to this inhibitor turret on the bottom side. Volley is going to come out. Bamey takes a lot of damage. He has to watch out for that range of the Morellonomicon where he really won't be able to heal himself back. We'll see, not heading over to the fountain, just looking for some creeps to take down. Of course, remember, super minions in the mid lane. 957 over to the side, does get taunted. As, just takes no damage from anyone. And this tower is going to continually take poke, take chip, and Condi now looking to get himself in there. Got the Guardian Angel. They're just going to take what they can. The inhibitor going to fall down. There just looks like nothing that IMA can do.
And just clean, clinical, methodical Team WE just smothering IMA. They will need to respond to the slow push that's building the top side. So that pressure point at least saving the game for now for IMA. But there's still plenty left on this Baron. WE, reset the map, possibly look towards that Dragon, which will amplify all of the ones they currently have, or could look to just end it here if I may pick a bad team fight.
Yeah, of course, Abyssal Voyage gets Mystic and Zero towards that top side. Now they Baron up some minions into the last remaining inhibitor. Bamey is here ready to catch this wave. But WE just setting up for the siege one more time. You saw Mystic. His poke damage was fantastic with that volley. The fact that Xie is able to throw out his at the same time. Bamey chunked one more time. And look at that. Liandry's doing some work. Shadow Dash used. But look at this. 957. Stop being so frustrating.
WE are going for the throat here. They're not slowing down. The tower will fall.
Yeah, Tempered Fate finds no one as well. Road. Bit of a misplay there as 957 off to the side. Won't have Mega Gnar for much longer, but that's only going to augment the poke power of this WE roster. A Voidless now thinks this is their time to go in, but look at the Mini Gnar just smacking IMA down with these boomerangs. Good Cosmic Binding will lock him up, but Zero says, no, not today. They just continue pushing forward. That is the last remaining inhibitor down as Condi gets the knock up onto Jin Zhao. Voidless trying to fight Xie, who shields himself up the backline. Bamey has got himself in there. He's still alive. Crimson Rush doing work as Xie is able to fall down. Bamey still alive, but there's the Gnar into the wall. 957 trying to get the work done. Goes down to his GA. That's the Prey Seeker. And it's going to be Condi grabbing himself a kill. Still a GA on that guy. Good pull usage from Bamey saves his life. And now WE have to back away with a destroyed base of IMA.
But that is the power of IMA's composition. From a 10k gold deficit,
make that a 14k gold deficit.
That was a very close fight. So again, that window, Team WE managed to build up that buffer where it was enough. They're now going to look towards the Elder Drake as kind of that final push for them. But otherwise, they've set themselves up for success by engineering all of these inhibitors going down. But that was the threat.
Most certainly was. So, like you mentioned, all of the inhibitors dead. Super Creeps coming in double waves into IMA. They lost 2 in comparison to the 1 on the side of WE as Condi has found Road, looking to try and get vision down towards this Elder Drake. It does look like WE should be able to lock this one up for themselves, because otherwise this base is going to melt to the minion power.
Effectively, I may just let this one go and try to outfight the dragon buff. They will have an inhib coming back up, so a small sigh of relief.
Yeah.
A single breath, if you will.
Will be in the mid lane there as well. But I mean, if you think about it, the dragons that WE were able to lock down, double Infernal in the mountain, they'll be able to smack through the turrets or inhibitors. They'll have all of these extra stats. The on-hit damage from the dragon. Now moving in full force. No GA on 957. That could be important, but he's now Mega Gnar. Seeing whether they can shove in with all these minion waves.
They're going to try to do this with one wave. A Voidless is behind them looking for a flank play. Again, a single wave, so it's just very easy cleared out. I do have a ton of wave clear on that Vladimir, on that Sivir.
Tempered Fate comes down. Mystic avoids it, thank goodness. On the Hunt has been popped as Voidless gets into the backline. The Eat comes out from Zero to save his Karma. But look at Amazing J and Voidless in the backline. They're melting as Mystic was trying to kite. But look at the Karma damage. Look at the damage out of the Gnar. Bamey still kiting this one out as the Boomerang unable to find a good hop over the wall and get slowed down. It's a 2-for-1. But honestly, that actually worked out in favor of Ime.
Because it's 42 minutes in the game, Atlas. They have all of their items. This is what I've been ramping up. The Elder Dragon, a 14k deficit, and they're still able to win team fights.
That is just ridiculous. Of course, Inhibitor did fall down once again in the mid lane. Teleport comes out one more time for 957 as him and Condi will get to work on this. Baron Condi says, well, I didn't die. I've still got the Elder Drake buff. We are able to take this one down. As Ime looking to try and get themselves over there, but they have to deal with super creeps. Those Nexus turrets are so low, and WE will be able to now flood the base with super fast attacking super minions, as well as a whole lot of buffed other ones. I think this might be too hard, but I'm not sure, because that last fight was good.
I definitely think it's too hard now. The caveat is that we just have to flood the base, like you said. We can't afford to fight them, so just get all the 3 waves pushing in. I believe that there's going to be 2 inhibitors spawning back-to-back because both top and bottom were taken relatively close to each other.
Yep.
So I may have a small window, perhaps in the next 2 minutes, where they could get a single team fight, and if they win that, just, you know, race down towards mid lane.
All right, now 957 just being frustrating. Moving the waves forward. Does not have his GA anymore. Sold it for a Dead Man's Plate. Had a lot of money, of course. He's now looking for Bamey. Look at that damage. Hyper's going to go off again. He's just perma-slowing him. Has to use the pull. 957 avoids the Cosmic Binding. This inhibitor going to die. Now, Super Creep going to be followed towards the Nexus turrets. Remember, they're extraordinarily low. Road looking for more. Looking to try and hold on. Jin Zhao with a lot of wave clear at this stage. He's able to deal with these minions okay. But as soon as a wave crashes, and as soon as more than one wave crashes, it's going to be disaster here for Ime. Mystic, good positioning off to the side. Elixir of Wrath still there. Nexus turrets are going to fall down, and Xie caught by the ultimate out of Road. Voidless gets into the backline. They're looking for Xie. Will be able to shield himself up. Zero is going to eat him. Bamey gets in there. Pool goes down. A lot of damage coming in, but 957 locks up one. Condi gets the other. There's the Zhonya's, but Bamey's going to come out and die. Zero still alive. Amazing J and Condi fighting this one out. And they are going to be able to find the kill. The Shen falls down. Oh my goodness. No, not yet. There it is. Condi grabs it. Triple kill for Amazing J. But this is going to be all she wrote in WE lockdown game number 1.
And this was orchestrated and engineered by Team WE in that mid-game team fight. They knew when they were strong. They knew when they had to win the game. They won the team fight, took the Baron, and took control.
And that was almost as late as they were able to let that one go as well, Frosker. And exactly like what you mentioned, the scaling was in favor of Ime, but you can't scale through 1,500 super creeps smacking on your face in the middle of a team fight.
But now the question is, can Team WE, will they adjust their composition, bring more late game threat if it does come to another 43-minute game? And can they consistently do this well in the early game?
And the really difficult part now is we mentioned the fact that because this first game was remade, it could be a momentum reset for Ime. However, now they've just basically lost out on this game twice. It's probably going to have opposite effect. As we have a look at some of the highlights from this game, 957 unable to save himself here, and Ime actually getting the turnaround in the early game.
And that's a great news story for Team WE. The fact that they were able to win the early game 2 times in a row and have a fantastic early game also in their series against EDG. This is exactly what WE fans want going into a regional qualifier. But here's the team fight that really sealed the deal. Avoidless gets into the back line. He's only got a Trinity Force. He's going to get burned, and the arrow on Baimi delayed Vladimir's follow-up damage. Team WE take a massive mid-game team fight, rotate directly into the Baron, and just clean house across the map.
And this fight as well, I mean, the communication from WE is so fantastic. Just completely hold off the Baron. Make sure that if they want to take it, they're going to have to try and fight it, and we're just going to kill them. That whole front line died.
And the difference is that they had the pseudo-tankiness of Tom Kinch's Grey Health, as well as the shield from Karma, that they could tank up that Baron. Whereas Aimee, when they were tanking the Baron, did not have the same luxury. So that second Baron was kind of the nail in the coffin for Aimee, allowed them to take down and break that inhibitor line, although it was still a very close match in some of these 5v5s.
Yeah, exactly. Especially this one here that you're seeing on your screen right now. WE were able to actually win the trade, but their health bar is way too low for them to get anything really done. If you were to predict an MVP for this series,
957.
who would it be? 957, you reckon?
100%.
I think Mystic did play
It's
extraordinarily
100%
well.
957.
All right. Okay. Well, I thought we'd actually have a bit of a conversation out of that one. I thought also the Karma played extraordinarily well. The fact that he was able to use his utility, get everyone up there. But we are going to find out about that MVP right after this break. As we go into it, of course, WE now up 1 game in this best-of-5 series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. WE were just able to take down IMEI in game number 1, and it's going to be 9-5-7. Frosco predicted it, 6-3-7. The guy was a beast. 81% kill contribution and 30% damage is pretty good.
And you really have to go back to his catch on Vladimir at that really key moment for the second Infernal Drake, I believe it was. IMEI were in a perfect position to actually attempt to fight Team WE at that point. They were very scary, but by forcing Vladimir out, it gave them the free dragon and gave them a free rotation towards that Baron. So 9-5-7, he has hot and cold in our games, and that was his hot.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he stays hot throughout this series as well. We know that it can go up and down, but despite a remake, who's still able to get work done, as this was honestly the team fight that won the game for WE.
Yep, big mid-game team fight. They immediately rotate this into a Baron, and I believe he ends up with a double kill, as well as a massive Gnar ultimate.
This Gnar into the wall right here. Amazing J and Jin Zhao just destroyed. As he's just looking cool, calm, and collected on your screen right now. 9-5-7, just another day in the office. We'll see whether he has another one as we hop into the Rift for Game 2.
And, you know, we brought this up earlier, but I frankly feel that IMEI had the easier side of the bracket in that it may have inflated their results a little bit. The fact that they only went through Invictus Gaming as well as Snake, two very inconsistent teams, did manage to take RNG to 5 games, so they need to be congratulated for that. But RNG have also been slumping, and I feel like right now Team WE are really proving who is the third best team in China.
Yeah, and this was something that we were asking pretty predominantly throughout the split, and it looks like Game 1's performance has really shown that WE do have what it takes to prove themselves in that third spot.
But the thing is, unless IMEI can come back in this series, I don't even think that they're the 4th best team in China. Their matches against Vici didn't go in their favor either. And if they lose here, they will have to face Vici across the road in that regional qualifier.
Yeah, we do have a sub, ladies and gentlemen. I believe it will be in that mid lane as Athena on your screen right now is going to be taking over from Bamey. So it might be the change that IMEI need to try and mix things up. And you mentioned, Frosker, and that Athena has been the mid laner for IMEI that you've been impressed with recently.
Yeah, you know, I got to have the great honor of casting the Caspa Cup. I got to see the debut of Tank. We saw him earlier when Snake decided to take down Vici Gaming, and I got to see Athena really debut for ESC Ever, their former mid laner. And I looked at him and I said, this guy, he plays around with double teleport very well. He can be that forward aggressive playmaker, but he does it on more wave control, kind of mid, you know, those Rises, those Syndras, those Victors, as well as that Varus pick.
Yeah, and of course, the difference that we saw between Athena and Bamey was the fact that Bamey was more, I guess, inclined to make those big flashy plays to try and make something of himself, but Athena very consistently sits back, just plays team fights well, goes where his team needs him, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to do that this game or whether it's going to be a different approach.
I would almost actually say the complete opposite, but that's
really?
Okay. Yeah.
That's sort of how he's evolved, I guess.
I actually think that Bamey is more kind of like the sit back kind of, because he's a big Cassiopeia player, and Cassiopeia can't be that flash forward initiator. He's more about sitting back, letting them initiate on him, and then turning. But you are correct that they are both playmakers, but I do think that Athena is a bit more the forward guy. He's a bit more of the Twisted Fate player.
Well, we'll see
I still love you.
What he's going to get as we move in here. It does show exactly what Athena's brought himself into as the splits progress, because as we started, it was Bamey that was really doing a lot of the mental stuff, but you can see the bans have already come through as Talia, Karma, and Gnar have been banned away from IMEI. Get rid of 2 of those picks that really made that composition strong, and it is going to be Vladimir, Gangplank, and Shen taken away by WE.
See if it's going to be a priority pick on the Rek'Sai. I would already love this adaptation from IMEI. Again, I am not a fan of Hecarim on 6.15. I don't think he jungles effectively enough, fast enough, or offers as much early pressure on his lanes as is needed.
Well, we'll see whether Condi is going to go towards it. Of course, both of these junglers having played Hecarim 7 times prior to this series, now 8 times for a Voidless.
I feel like Condi's actually going to stay towards the Elise route or possibly a Gragas route, especially in tandem with Sivir. You are correct that Athena is a big, you know, low mobility mage player, so Gragas would certainly be very punishing there. But I feel like we're going to see an Elise, because that's just kind of been Condi's hot streak right now, is really finding a Voidless and executing him, and no one can do that better than her.
Yeah, of course, the little scuttling spider generally can catch you out. But WE already locking down some power picks here as the Sivir goes over to Mystic, and that is going to be the Lissandra picked up for Xie. So already a lot of lockdown and a lot of late game damage.
Yeah, big surprise that Lysandra did manage to make it through the draft phase. We've kind of touched on why she's really powerful in the meta. To quickly go back over that, she excels in a double teleport meta. She has great wave control as well as mobility when that TP is down. She is incredibly flexible and cost-efficient itemization. And she's also a great answer to Syndra in general, and Syndra's seen quite a hot streak back in the LPL.
Yeah, most certainly has. And WE, one of the few teams here in the LPL that do like to flex her towards the top side of the map. 957 has certainly tried his hand at the champ. It's now Amazing J looking to try and sit back on a comfortable pick. If the Echo is locked in, of course, this man has played a heck of a lot of it. 14 times so far this split of the LPL, and that's 5 times more than his second most played champion in the Shen.
And honestly, if you're going to ban any champion away from Amazing J, I would say it would be that Echo. He is a far better performer on it than almost anything else. I do understand the idea of banning away the Shen. I think Shen in general is just in a bit of a better position than Echo in terms of what he'll offer a team. But Amazing J, again, he's more of a carry-oriented top laner, and when you give him those big bruisers like the Trundle, like the Echo, he'll just run over you.
Well, we'll see what 957 is going to do in order to adapt to what IMA are bringing forward, because at the moment, WE's composition is looking very similar to something that Snake made look extraordinarily scary in game number 2 versus Vici.
Very stock standard. And the one thing that Gragas will have over Elise is that he's going to help complement a lot of wave clear and wave control, which Team WE already have in abundance, but having those casks, whereas Elise does not have that same clear, is kind of something that puts Gragas in a bit of better standing on 6.15.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that that gank combination of Gragas and Lysandra is disgusting. Explosive cask into Frozen Tomb. You don't have enough cleansers for that, I don't think. As Jin Zhao, his Jin actually got all the way through. Might be able to pick that one up for himself here and create some lane pressure for Aimee on the bottom side.
But that does mean that Aimee will be missing a ton of wave clear. They'd have to pick up something like a Victor for them in the mid lane, especially with that Karma band. So I feel like this is really dependent on what Athena actually picks.
Ah yes, mid Taric.
I don't think that's it.
Oh, well, I was very confused.
That makes
Twisted
more
Fate
sense.
certainly does make more sense.
But it's still not as clean or heavy wave clear as someone like a Victor.
Oh, Amazing Jay. You look funny in the phone. Sorry, it was just in the middle of the screen. Very, very distracting. But Twisted Fate, 7 seconds to go. They do decide not to, and it is going to be the Malzahar. But once again, lots of wave clear.
Much better. This is exactly what they needed for this composition. Otherwise, IMA would find themselves in a whole heap of trouble. That said, it's still an issue that if Malzahar does go down, which, guess what? Gragas is great at catching that guy out because he has low mobility. 6.15 saw changes to his ultimate as well. So you have much bigger windows to play around locking him down with CC because he doesn't have that pseudo Banshee Veil. So Team WE still have far more opportunity to punish IMA, and I feel like game after game, WE are out-drafting IMA.
Yeah, and I also do like Lysandra into the Malzahar as well, because he throws down the Nether Grasp. You have to kill the Lysandra in that, otherwise she ults herself, and if she has any help at all, you're probably just going to go down.
And we didn't touch on the last pick for 957, but having that Aurelia, I like the fact that he's stepping up and going toe-to-toe with Amazing J's Echo. Aurelia, Echo, skill-based matchup. Aurelia will really outscale anyone, but it's just a matter of can Echo get that advantage, snowball over her, and punish her while he can.
And who can get to the Trinity Force first is going to be the question here. 957, of course, his third most played champion so far in the LPL for this split. His Gnar creeping up a heck of a lot into his second most played over only the last few weeks. So has been predominantly on that champion, but his Aurelia, for a brief stint, looked brilliant. And we'll see whether it does here in game number 2 as IMA look to fight back against WE. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 2 between IMA and WE. Or is it game 2.5? Not entirely sure. Of course, game number 1, remade. Same picks, same draft. And WE were able to roll over the top in approximately 40 minutes. Now, very different drafts, different scenario. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top this time.
Well, if the Keystone Masteries tell us anything, it's that Mystic is buckled in for the long haul of just sitting back and looking for that big 3-item power spike. Typically when Sivir takes the Warlord's Bloodlust, it's to help bridge her build path because she doesn't look for lifesteal within the first 3 items, so it helps compensate for that and keep her topped up in that lane.
And we can see both Athena and Jin Zhao going towards that Deathfire touch as well, so a lot of late game damage potential.
Oh, yay.
As I believe Amazing J actually decided to head towards Grasp of the Undying on his Echo, as opposed to the
Thunderlords?
the Furor.
Oh, yeah.
Furor battle. I think that's the one they normally take. I like Thunderlords personally.
They're really bouncing between 3, but you are
Yeah,
correct.
that is very, very true.
I was like full Amazing J burst damage. No, I'm wrong. Don't listen to me.
But it's then the full Amazing J, I just want to be a tank. This guy like drifts between like both extremes, never goes pseudo anything. It's like, if you guys want a tank, I'm going to be a tank, and that is actually it. Whereas if he wants to go damage, then he's, just going full Zatai, like Trinity Force, Ghostblade, Poppy, that sort of thing.
But he'll always do the same thing, and that's going to be split push again. That's
Yes,
the
it
identity
is.
of Amazing J. It doesn't matter what champion you give him, he will split push, he'll draw pressure. He was a big Olaf player back when he was on EDG, so look for that, especially now that he has so much mobility on that Echo.
Yeah, and we do have to talk about this game because in game number 1, we had sort of this clear identity of IMA wanting to try and weather the storm of the early game, get to that late game, win the 5v5s. We saw they were getting better at it, but a 12,000 gold lead is a 12,000 gold lead, very, very difficult to come back from. This time around, do they have a composition that scales better? Will they feel better? And do they have the win conditions moving forward?
Absolutely. So Team WE sitting on Aurelia, Gragas, Lissandra, Sivir, and Alistar. That's the stock standard WE composition. They have great threats late game, especially when Mystic has his Sivir. So again, Mystic, the Ashe last game, he's not known as an Ashe player. It's Ezreal, it's Sivir. Whenever he's on the Sivir, he's a joy to watch. I put him right up there with the likes of Uzi and Deft. And I actually think we're going to have a much slower pace game from Team WE because there's no pressure to play an early game right now.
Yeah.
They can actually just sit back. They want Aurelia to find that 150 CS mark so she can itemize into the Trinity Force. They want Mystic to look towards that 3-item power spike. And they have all of the options and wave clear, more importantly, in the world to delay anything and get them to those points. They do have a mid-game power spike in the Lissandra, so they have some options if they want to get, a little bit frisky in that mid lane. But
Yeah.
otherwise, I think this is a 35-minute sit back, see a late game IMA, we're better.
Yeah, and actually, talking about where their power spikes lie, I really love how they can potentially bridge themselves at the same time. They've got the Trinity Force power spike from 957, who can have that 1v1 potential in the split push at that stage, and the fact that Xie and Condi are a pretty good gank partnership against a relatively low movement Malzahar.
Yep, and it also then does offer the power to siege. That's the other thing that Team W's composition is very good at. It's if they do get a lead in the early game, they can absolutely punish IMA almost anywhere on the map. The only wave clear that they have available is that Malzahar, and like you said, he is very susceptible to ganks. If he goes down, all of their structures go down with him.
Yeah, and I like the way that you say siege when really it's probably we're going to kill you underneath your turret and not care.
The Alistar dive threat, the threat of the Glacial Claw, the threat of the cask, Aurelia can just blow past everyone.
Terrifying, but at the moment, WE actually feeling the burn on the bottom side of the map. Jin Zhao really utilizing what is one of his power picks in this Jin. He throws down a cheeky little grenade onto the bottom lane of WE.
I'm really happy that Jin Zhao is getting more opportunities to pick up hyper carries and prove that he can be the big carry threat on this team. I'd like to see him go more towards that Twitch, but hold on, Amazing J, speaking of frisky.
Yeah, looking to try and lock down Condi, who flashes. Won't have the body slam for quite some time as 957's trying to get over here. The flash is there for Amazing J. Gets himself out of the way, though.
And remember, this is the adaptation because in the very first game, Condi was able to 3-buff IMA by contesting and stealing away that blue. So great adaptation for heads up, keep it warded, and make sure that Condi doesn't get away with the same play.
Well, now it's going to be a Voidless actually 3-buffing Condi, so oh how the tables have turned. As Condi is going to go back to base now as well. So he has farmed out quite a lot, but is going to be missing that blue, which is really important actually for Gragas getting around the map.
I mean, revenge is a dish best served cold.
Mm-hmm.
And that is just a cold, calculated blue steal.
Certainly is.
You know Avoidless is feeling pleased with himself.
And right now continues to have vision around this area. He's just going to keep taking jungle camps where he can. The Wolves aren't going to last long.
And he has the authority to do so because Athena and his bottom lane have complete control of their lanes. So if it does come to a contention, he knows that Malzahar, Jhin, and Braum will be there first.
Yeah. She actually getting silenced here at the same time. So Avoidless utilizing this power. Condi not able to get that pink ward exactly in the right position. The ward for Avoidless was over the other side. Rift Scuttler going to go 13 to 10 as Avoidless takes well and truly the lead here in this match.
That said, Team WE, again, in WE fashion, probably more than happy to just sit back. Yeah, it kind of sucks for Condi. He's fallen a bit far behind. Avoidless doing a great job setting a higher tempo pace in terms of the jungle 1v1s. But there's no pressure or onus on either team to compete for an early game because both have great threats late game.
I want to talk as well about this top side of the map. As you can see, 957 actually was able to send Amazing J back. Good headbutt Pulve there by Zero on the bottom side, though. So they don't get too much follow-up. Mystic, of course, probably wanting just to get as much time to farm as Avoidless now looking for 957. Will tunnel his way in as 957 flashes, but still gets knocked up. Equilibrium strikes there, but he flashes on top of him, and First Blood goes to the Rek'Sai.
And really, this is the most important lane to make things happen early because either Echo or Aurelia can get the snowball one way or the other. And 957 certainly showed up last game, proving himself to be that MVP. So I like the pivot adaptation from Ime. Put this guy down while he's vulnerable.
Well, speaking of putting people down, Zero has to get healed by his AD carry. Moves out of the way. The exhaust goes down onto Mystic as Jin Zhao quite low. They're still able to win that fight. Concussive blows doesn't go off. That was so close, though, for Zero.
Yeah, and the massive creep wave that they were fighting in of Team WE does deter Jhin and Braum from following up further on that, but burning some key summoners. However, Zero still has his flash as well as his exhaust available, so trading 1 for 2 in the end in favor of WE.
Yeah. And actually, the Triumphant Roar helping get them back up. 47 out of 40 in favor of Mystic. And honestly, looks a lot worse than it actually is for WE on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. Just slow and steady, building that bunker, hunkering down, getting inside the little turtle shell.
You're so confident. You're so confident. But it's just happening.
They're one of the few LPL teams where you can 100% predict what they're going to do.
I just want to bring some mystery into here, Frosker, and it's just flat out not working. He's letting us know exactly what's going to happen. As Mystic throws around some ricochets, Condi looking to try and see what they can do underneath this turret. Finds the ward. Does mean that Ime in some trouble against the massive creep wave. Good boomerang there from Mystic.
It would be really dangerous to dive here. They're just going to threaten because they have Condi and kind of, you know that if they step forward and that if Jin Zhao and Ro don't back off, that Rek'Sai is there. So just kind of reading, forcing, drawing attention.
Well, Road is actually going to get bopped here as Condi gets a lot of damage down. No headbutt Pulve as the stand behind me comes in. Avoidless down here as well. As Froskerin is miming something strange. She's confused.
Road, why are you there? That could have turned south so quickly. That you have a double teleport. CA can be bottom, and Malzahar cannot. Again, Baimi versus Baimi, Athena, it doesn't matter. They both run Ghost Flash on their summoner spells.
On anyone. That's not true.
It makes sense on Malzahar and Vladimir. I'm not criticizing that. I'm criticizing the fact that Road is so low health, Jin Zhao is low health, so if it comes to a straight 3v3, they already lose, and he chooses to face check, possibly.
Does Ghost really make sense this game?
Yeah.
Against Frozen Tomb?
Well, typically you would want the cleanse, but Malzahar is incredibly dependent on it. And the thing is Malzahar should really never be in range to get locked up by the Frozen Tomb anyway. The big thing why Malzahar was so dominant in his lane phase is because, like Swain, he's one of the few champions where he can damage you, just punch you straight in the teeth, and not be anywhere near you. It's really cool, very fun to play against.
She says sarcastically, of course, ladies and gentlemen, because it's not. It's awful.
But I would like to see the itemization into the CDR boots. I say this all the time. I think that Malzahar is actually very reliant on the Ionian boots just because it does offer that 10% cooldown reduction to the summoner spells. And Malzahar is very reliant on his Ghost because it's about keeping... He's like the Marth of the LPL.
Yep.
Or the Marth of League of Legends. He has to keep you just at the sword's edge.
Tip of the sword where it's most strong. Who would be the
spacing.
Roy?
That would be Gnar.
All right, got it. Yeah, that one's good. As Xie looking to try and stop the shield of Athena. Doesn't get it.
See, if you think about it, it still makes sense because Gnar doesn't have as long of range as Marth, has a bit more punch to him, but still it's about kiting with the boomerang.
I like it. No. I got it. I got it. It was good. It was very good.
A lot of pings going down.
Well, Mystic going to throw down the ultimate. Good pulverize there from Zero to try and get himself out of there. Flashes, curtain calls here, but doesn't find anyone. And now WE thinking about opting in for some sort of re-engage. Good double stun there from Amazing J as Road flashes forward. Zero, triumphant Raw keeping him alive, but the ultimate comes out from Amazing J, saves him from the turret. And Aimee looking for this blue buff. Can WE do anything as 957 has teleport? Condi finds himself Road and has to flash himself out of the way. WE looking a little out of sorts.
Great proactive play from Aimee, and the reason why it's so successful is the TP discrepancy between Echo and Aurelia. So instead of playing on the top side of the map, it's just about to come up.
Oh my goodness, I thought it was up.
They move to the bottom side knowing that 957 can't be available, but effectively they're trading that kill and the blue buff for some extra experience and a free wave on 957. So catching back up to Amazing J in terms of CS, in fact, now building himself a nice little pad. But he's still competing with the kill that Echo managed to pick up on Alistar.
Yeah. Not to mention the extra Dark Seal stacks coming in. Amazing J locking that one up. Building. There's going to be a Stinger done here for 957, so a couple of portions of the Trinity Force completed already. As he heads back towards the top side, Amazing J pushing this one back up.
But now the reverse can happen. There's now this window where WE, they know that Echo's TP isn't back up. They know that Malzahar's not running one. They're now just competing against the Void Rush from Rek'Sai, and they can make a play bottom, top, wherever they want.
And irrespective of the fact that, you know, WE lost a few members, it was definitely a good trade for Aimee. Mystic is still super far ahead. He's 20 CS up. Walking out from base, that wave is going to crash as well, and he will be able to continue that lead. 957 wants to find Amazing J, gets the slow. This damage is huge.
And I actually
turn around.
feel like Team WE are still in a situation where Mystic, like you said, he's farming very well. 957 wants to get closer to that Trinity Force, that even though they have the opportunity that they can outplay Aimee on the map because of that double TP, they're really only going to use it reactively. I feel like Team WE know that having the double TP dissuades Aimee from looking towards the dragon, especially because it's a mountain dragon, would take a long time to burn, and this is only going to be used in response for Aimee getting desperate on the map.
Well, Aimee actually having to run away from WE. Pulverized didn't land, but there's the Frozen Tomb onto Jin Zhao. He's going to go down as Mystic picks up the kill. This dive continues as Zero just pops the ult. Happy to tank the turret.
And though I say that the caster curse kicks in and Mystic's like, you know what, I'm done laning, let's just kill him.
Yeah, and he flat out did that, despite the fact that the headbutt Pulverized completely whiffed from Zero. 957 still dealing with Amazing J, as he actually has the life lead. But the Aurelia probably very happy, still farming things out. Oh my goodness. In goes Amazing J and a Voidless. Parallel Convergence comes in. 957 doesn't have the ultimate, remember, as Amazing J just tanks the turret and they easily pick up another kill.
And CA doesn't have the teleport for any sort of counter engage, so I thought W would use it reflexively. Instead, they leave themselves exposed topside, although...
Amazing J flashes
good.
out of the way. Oh my goodness, Condi trying to kite this one out as a Voidless. Tunnels his way the wrong direction.
No, he
that
wants
was
the kill.
interesting. Yeah, he's going to get it at the same time as he tanks the turret forever.
Great tower aggro juggle from Aimee right there, and a great counterplay. Still keeping themselves in this early game and grabbing a 2k gold advantage for themselves.
Yeah, exactly right. 2.4. As no towers have gone down yet, at least Condi was able to save that. Now Mystic using his power here towards the bottom side as Jin Zhao gets headbutt pulved and Mystic easily takes that kill down. Road in trouble. Puts up the door for himself, so it's only one kill, but my goodness, Mystic. What a beast.
The difference in confidence and performance on Mystic when he's on Ezreal or Sivir is night and day. This guy
Are you
is
kidding?
a
Do you see
monster.
his Ashe? His Ashe was awesome. This guy's just playing well. Phew. Very scary, but he does have a lot more work to do this game as 957's getting bullied across the other side of the map.
Someone needs to pick up and carry that mantle. Fortunately for WE, they do have Zero on an Alistar, so it's not so dependent on 957 to be that big front zoning member of the team fight to empower Mystic. Zero can instead pick up that mantle from him.
Yep. And 957 does still have that CS lead. Is now a Sheen completed for Amazing J, though, so a lot more burst damage.
It doesn't mean anything in terms of gold value between these two top laners, though, simply because you have the assist gold as well as the kill gold on Amazing J. Although fighting in a creep wave, not the best idea if Aurelia has ultimate. She's able to lifesteal back a lot of health if these continued trades extend.
Actually holding on to those Transcendent Blades as well as a Voidless. Looking for a possible pick, but isn't going to be able to get Xie. Of course, difficult champion to lock down with that Frozen Tomb, able to keep her alive for so long.
They're contesting another blue buff. Again, they have the perfect timer on this, so Aimee trying to move in, lay down their vision.
Well, Stand Behind Me does get rode over to the side as Xie looking to come over, but doesn't get in there. Mystic and Zero to help out Condi. They want to be able to grab their own blue. And Lissandra is going to come over and get it. A Voidless just poking his head all the way in. Doesn't have the vision. The rest of Aimee coming over. You can see Athena up to the top side as 957 doesn't teleport just yet. It is coming in now as Curtain Call comes in. Good knock up as the Nether Grasp onto Xie is going to lock down the Lissandra. Couldn't even ult as Condi doesn't find the body slam. Zero gets the Pulverizer. Voidless taking a lot of damage. Mystic in good position as 957 wants a reset on the Blade Surge but isn't going to find it just yet. There it is as the Voidless goes down. Shutdown comes in as well as they trade 1-for-1. But Aimee still looked good.
But that's a completely different turnout if Mystic had any mana. So
yeah.
The big issue is that Mystic had nothing really to work with. He's frankly so far ahead of Jin Zhao right now, although he hasn't really bought and fully capitalized on that advantage. Still about an item ingredient ahead. So kind of a risky call from Aimee, in all honesty.
Well, Jin Zhao will be able to head back down here. Almost has his Ghost Blade completed, but that's Essence Reaver done for Mystic. So item lead there. Amazing J looking to try and grab his first structure bonus, but 957 gets up there at exactly the right time. Dashes his way over and will even be able to tank this wave to avoid the turret taking any more.
This is getting scary, though. It's putting a bit of onus on WE. You know, we have to make something happen across map, preferably bot lane, because we're naturally winning there. Or he's going to end up with this free first goal. It's why they're pulling a Voidless to that top side. Just brute force and break it down.
Well, the Voidless not going to be spotted by the Pink Ward just yet. Tremor Sense set up in the area, knows that Condi isn't anywhere to be seen. 957 still looking for the trades onto Amazing J. Despite not quite having the Trinity Force, that Sheen proc so important for getting that surprising burst damage on Aurelia.
CA did get information about where a Voidless is. They heard Rek'Sai reset her position through the Void Scream, so Mystic and Zero know that there's no way a Voidless can be on the bottom side of the map. They are being very aggressive, and they're very far ahead of Road and Jin Zhao.
Probably know that this blue buff does need to be taken at the moment as well. And does go down very quickly. Voidlings help out. Athena's going to be able to pick that one up for himself. Heads back to the mid lane, but good vision from WE spots them out. Pink Ward going to be wandered over here. There's Amazing J at about half health. 957 walks out of the way of the stun, gets himself the Equilibrium Strike. Good knock up, it flashes out of the way. And there's the Nether Grasp as Xie is going down very, very low. Tower is going to fall in favor of Aimee. First one of the game, netting them a bunch of extra gold. But in goes Condi, wants to find Road or Jin Zhao, gets the body slam onto Road, knocks him into the wall. He's a ragdoll right now as Zero's going to join in. Mystic, that spell shield timing was exceptional, and they'll take down a turret of their own.
So this was a race to see who was going to burn that first blood on the tower. Aimee do end up winning it, but a good counterplay from Team WE evens it out because they're also able to get the kill on top.
Well, in goes Aimee. They're looking to take down this outer in the mid lane as well. WE are rotating around as Zero. He's going to get in behind them. Not going to deter them just yet, and it is going to be Aimee locking down that tower in the mid. So 2,000 gold, still the lead for Aimee, but WE, like you said, just comfortable scaling. There was a time where if they were behind by 2k gold at this stage, it was probably better.
Big thing to pay attention to is what happens with these top waves. So typically, WE want to be in a position where they can deep freeze it. Unfortunately for 957, he's not given that opportunity. The wave is actually pushing back. But you can believe that if he does get a bounce, they're going to try to hold it.
This is really strange as well, as WE move over to the Dragon. They are going to be able to lock it down for themselves. 957 has no problem just pushing that wave out up top. Mountain Drake goes over for free.
That's just a rotation error from Aimee, thinking that 957 would overextend and they'd be able to pick up another free kill and give away the objective.
Well, outer turret in the mid lane also took a little bit of chip damage, an 8 of creep wave. Xie behind about 20 CS. Athena dominating this lane at the moment. But that is 30% CDR. Xie is still just going to be able to do what he needs to do on Lissandra.
And I believe 957 did get the freezers, perhaps setting it up. I don't know, I can't look at him, so he could just be blade searching through all of those creeps.
Yeah.
Looks like he is. So he's just going to continue to push it back. And it's because they're pulling Mystic and Zero top lane, so it's not about creating the freeze. They don't want to open themselves up to lose any more structures by having Aurelia not being a participating member of the team while she farms up. Instead, they're going to try to match structure for structure and immediately pull Sivir to keep pushing.
Well, Zero also looking for a flanking play here at the same time. Amazing J has to flash to get himself out as Xie was flanking over the side. Good respect from Amazing J, but does spell the demise. This outer turret on the top side. They do get the Rift Herald buff, which is important, but is it worth losing all these structures?
Yeah, and it's a great trade again for Aimee because bot lane, they're just going to match them.
No worries. Of course, Jin Jiao on the Jin struggles to kill these structures a little bit, and teleport's going to come down. 957 will be here, cleans up the wave, continues to get himself further ahead, and has the Trinity Force now ready to start building tanky, become Aurelia.
Much healthier position, which means that WE will want to fight for that Infernal when it respawns.
Road. Pulverize comes in. They just layer the CC. 957 picks up an assist with a Transcendent Blade.
Why is Road there?
I don't know. That was off the beaten track, that one, I think.
He's going in because he wants to place Deep Vision, but he consistently does this without a Voidless.
Yeah.
And so Road kind of has two modes. He either ends a game where he's like 0-0-20, or he's 0-23.
Oh, dear. Well, at the moment, he's still got a long way to go to get to 20. 18 deaths.
Don't tempt him.
Keep watching, guys. 1,000 gold, still the lead for Aimee, so they are in control. Or are they? As look at that Sivir. Mystic is ahead by 40 CS. Has his 2-item spike now in the Phantom Dancer and the Essence Reaver. Just needs the Infinity Edge and he'll be a beast. 957's gone back, grabs himself the Merc Treads as well as his Spectre's Cowl, building tankier and tankier. As I'm not sure what that cloth armor is going to be just yet, whether he decides to go for a Randuin's Omen or straight into something like a GA. The old school Wicked build, if you let me go back in time just a little bit. Trinity Force Guardian Angel.
Hold on, though. A play is being created in the bottom side. Zero will walk into Road in the middle of the river. Decides to disengage.
Ah, this is what it's about. It's Road now looking like he's being caught out, but he has the rest of his team there. It's all a mind game.
Ah, the bait and switch.
Yeah.
No, it's really about the pressure for WE to break the mid lane. They were using their double teleport to play 2 pressure points between mid and bottom. That's why CA is down there, but I think they're going to have to consolidate their resources. The longer that they can stall this out, farm, and get Mystic to that 3-item power spike, they will. So now it's a question, are they going to be pressured to pull the trigger on breaking mid before the Infinity Edge or after? Because right now, again, sit back, keep pushing these waves into me, Malzahar. This is fine. I don't have anything to fight for.
That's just more CS.
Exactly. You can't do Baron fast enough to threaten me. I'm waiting for that Infernal Drake, and guess what? I'm bringing an Infinity Edge to it.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jin Jiao, he wants to be able to bring that Dusk Blade of Drakthar with him. Might be up to it now as he heads back to base. Xie pushing down, does have the teleport. It's 1-3-1, or, you know, 1/2-1 going on at the moment. Amazing J coming down, clears out the wave. Xie pushed forward, and Jin Jiao finishes the Serrated Dirk and gets another longsword.
So we had a race earlier for the First Blood Tower Gold. Aimee did win that one. We have another race happening between Mystic's back and that Dragon Timer in the corner. Now, the possible counterplay that I may have available is burning the Baron. If WE tunnel too hard on the Infernal Drake and Mystic's farm, you still have great Baron control and burn by the fact that they have the Malzahar in the mid lane. But that will be completely dispelled now that Condi has removed the pink ward, so good heads up from Team WE.
Yeah, WE understanding exactly what this composition's capable of on the side of Aimee. And Mystic just happy, just so happy with the fact that there's even more farm in the mid lane than there should be.
This is wonderful.
I know. And 40% CDR now completed for Shea as that Abyssal Scepter comes in, as well as another Fiendish Codex. Of course, heading towards his Zhonya's Hourglass. The build for Lissandra feeling brilliant. Zero caught out here by Amazing J. Deadly Flourish actually gets the stun. Zero may need to ult. Headbutts over to the Wolf Camp as he throws down the ultimate now. It might be a little bit late as he flashes over. The ultimate doesn't land. Heal comes out of Mystic, and Condi's blocking for the curtain call. Jin Zhao picks it. Not entirely sure how, but is able to lock down the cow.
And that's pretty disastrous for WE because they've been planning for the last 3 minutes on the Infinity Edge power spike into this Infernal Drake. This delays them getting to the dragon on time, as well as dealing with Zero's cooldown. Oh, Mystic missed out on the wave. He's so close to it, but he only has the BF sword component. That pick means pretty much a free Infernal.
Well, Shea and Condi are going to look over here, but look, all 5 members of IMA on this dragon. Can Condi actually get the steal? His stealing has been good, but it's not going to happen. Jin Zhao, in fact, locks that one up. The next dragon is going to be another Infernal. This is a very different story, game number 2 for IMA as they get their first dragon of the series.
WE do have inside track on this mid tower.
Teleport going to come out. Barrel set up to try and get some damage onto Amazing J. Stop that home guard as Condi takes a lot of damage. The Echo gets himself in there.
This is just a wash. Make sure that they can't immediately turn on the Baron. Again, IMA still have great threat on that, but otherwise just get Mystic back, get to the power spike that you set up originally, and Zero, don't defuse a 3-minute setup play again.
Yeah. Amazing J can't get himself the red buff. Oh, Voidless, you jerk! Steals away the blue buff. 2.5 thousand gold, the lead for IMA. 25 minutes into this game, WE. This was back in time a little bit, as Frostgrain has a bit of a giggle about something that I'm unaware of.
It's Mystic. Can you imagine how tilted he is probably right now?
Oh, no.
He's like, I'm so close to this win condition, and you get caught.
Yeah, he has at least a pickaxe. So now looking for 1,400 gold.
1425.
1425, whatever. Jin Zhao gets himself his red buff at the other side of the rift. And Athena putting the pressure on. IMA now congregating around this Baron. Wards being removed. As Shea giving a lot of respect to the possible catch potential of IMA.
Well, IMA are strong right now. Malzahar has this 2-item power spike, as well as Jin having that Duskblade, as well as the Ghostblade.
Well, both of them stunned here in this 1v1, but oh my goodness,
Surprise.
it isn't. Jin Zhao throws down the curtain call. And 957 says this was not a gentleman's agreement as Athena gets flashed on. Condi grabs the kill. Road's going to die. 2 easy ones for WE in the mid lane in response.
And all IMA had to do was just be behind the tower during that play.
Well, this outer turret is going to go down. 4 members of WE that are still alive are going to keep shoving through. Mystic, a lot of damage on these structures as the Deadly Flourish is going to be avoided by everyone. Claw comes in as Shea just zoning as best he can. Avoidless a fair bit of damage as Condi gets them away. Headbutt pole though, and Jin Zhao delivered to the team. WE turn it on here at 26 minutes.
And IMA, you guys were set up for success. You just made a great pick. All you needed to do was recoup your losses, move to the mid lane, and slow down Team WE. But again, the siege potential of this team, if the wave clear isn't there, which Athena was immediately deleted, he will take down all of the structures with him because there is no one else that can stop and clear creeps.
957 gets himself back into the bottom lane as if nothing had happened. Does have his Spirit Visage, and I'm actually looking over towards this Baron.
This is just desperation at this point.
Well, everyone's still moving out of the base. Infinity Edge is done by Mystic. So it will be huge if they actually start up a fight here, but I may decide not to.
Remember that window in game number 1 where Team WE were trying to make plays happen in the mid lane? Yeah.
The square window?
Into the bathroom.
Window? Okay, got it. Yeah, that one.
And Team W managed to climb in through that. You know, we're all over the sink and just wrecked IMA's house.
I don't know why they started with the sink.
IMA are in that very similar scenario where the window has now shut because Sivir has that Infinity Edge. And this is like their desperation Hail Mary play.
Well, no stun to come out from Amazing J as the Baron only down to half health now. WE are able to move themselves into position. Zero, of course, a lot of engage power.
Well, it's fine.
This is an angry-looking cow. Road taking a lot of damage, and they've engaged onto the cow. We'll see whether this is actually going to work as the Curtain Call's looking to try and lock him down. Dash Cannon does a lot to Road and Avoidless, and the Curtain Call doesn't find the kills, but Mystic, very, very low, needs to start life-stealing to get that health back.
Good news for IMA, they did force the teleport out of 957, so WE no longer able to play with that split pressure on the bottom side of the map. They do stop the Baron, but again, that window for IMA to be effective before they start needing more items on Jhin, before he picks up super late game, starts about now.
Yeah, 957 almost caught out. Ionian and Fervor not able to do too much when there's actually no one there.
I feel like Jin's in a very interesting spot where he's just this god late game, but like super late game.
Yeah.
And between his 2-item initial power spike with the penetration build, he comes into this bit of a trough, and we're just about to hit that moment.
Well, speaking of trough, Voidless in a whole host of trouble. That auto attack went a long way, but Mystic unable to lock down the kill. Already had a GA at the same time, so would have taken some time.
And everything's fine.
Yes, we're all right now. As Jinzhou, oh, don't poke your head in. Xie is on the prowl. He's not good.
He is.
Oh, he's got Road.
They scared them off with the Void Rush. Even though a Voidless didn't go to that side of the map, they didn't have eyes on Rek'Sai, so really respecting IMA's composition still.
And now Mystic back to full health. There is at least a QSS now done for Jinzhou as he moves out of his base one more time. Good work not overextending, but look at that lead. It's gone. 300 now as WE pulled it all the way back. Avoidless and Condi just spot each other out. Tunnel comes in, not a teleport.
Condi managed to get in control of both Scuttle Crabs. Very important because we're playing between another Infernal Drake as well as that Baron.
Yeah. Condi now looking for that burst damage onto this blue buff to try and lock it up. Doesn't get it. Deadly Flourish doesn't find anyone. And IMA still set up, but Condi doesn't want to make any aggressive plays as this dragon is going to be very important. WE really want to equalize and augment that mountain that they've already picked up.
And this is fine for WE. They have no problem fighting this. They feel that they're incredibly strong right now. They have all of the big items that they want, all of those big breakpoints. The only other thing that they're really waiting on is for 957 to get a GA. That's it.
Yeah. And as well, Mystic always has phenomenal timing on that spell shield as Amazing J looking for the flanking play over to the side. Parallel convergence is going to be important. Look at the pings coming in.
We said that this game was going to go to the classic 35-minute Team WE. WE, you got here.
Yeah.
You stalled out the tempo of the game. You paced it well. Now it's time to execute.
On the Hunt has gone in as Amazing J looks to be the focus, but Condi doesn't get in. Curtain Call comes down. Condi able to tank quite effectively as 957 getting in front of his team. But look at the knock-up as Road throws one through. Amazing J wants to find it, but the Gragas is still alive. Amazing J gets into the backline. Xie is popped as Mystic's trying to kite, gets himself in a decent position, and the ricochets are doing work, but can't follow up for more. And 957 is going to die. Double kill for Amazing J.
And WE are punished. It's time to shine. This is your moment, and you guys blundered the team fight. And now this is just going to be table scraps if Mystic can't get away.
Double Infernal Drake as well as there's the Boomerang blocked by the door, and Mystic... Yep, you might be good at Sivir, but 3 people right on top of you ain't going to do nothing. And that is 2 Infernal Drakes for IMA and 1,600 gold lead.
And now immediately turning on that Baron, a teleport is coming in, so Amazing J making sure that he's topped off and ready to tank this one up.
Yeah, 957 almost has his teleport. There's a ward in the back of this pit. Xie, he's going to be up in a few seconds. He can teleport to try and save this one, and Zero is in position. There it is, Condi over to the side. They're standing in a pit that does have a ward. Xie going to home guard his way through. Condi, the son of Baron, can you get it done? Body slams, he gets in the pit but doesn't get the Baron. Xie throws down the ultimate but not onto the right target as Jinzhou just QSS's it. And Condi's going to die as well. It's a nightmare for WE.
From bad to worse for WE. They take a bad fight in front of the Dragon. It snowballs into a Baron, and then they throw away so many members. IMA now in complete control. WE, again, you guys set this game up. You put yourself in this situation thinking that you could take that coin flip and win the team fight. You were wrong.
You certainly were, as the inner turret is now going to fall in the mid lane. There are so many creeps now knocking on the front door of WE. Without Condi, without Xie, not going to be able to do too much about this wave. They're relying on Mystic, who just can't move forward. Look at the parallel convergence from Amazing J. Gets himself the shield and secures this inhibitor turret. Mid lane inhib is going to fall down. And rinse and repeat now available for Aimee.
And now it's a question, how much more can Aimee get with this Baron buff? They've got 2 standing inners in the top and the bot lane. I doubt that they'll be able to break another inhibitor unless Team WE take a bad fight. But full control and opened up this gold lead to about 6k. Aimee looking much cleaner in game 2.5.
Yeah, so much cleaner. Amazing J clears out the remaining vision. His Echo always so strong, but now 507. If I'm not mistaken, that is 100% contribution for the top laner of Aimee.
Well, if we move 3 from 5 over to 7, it makes 10. Plus the remaining 2, that's 12. Yep. Nailed it.
Thanks, math teacher Froskerin.
I can't do math. I actually had to take off my shoes and use my toes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice work. You've got 6 on each. I'm just not going to go into it because it sounds frightening as 957 clears out this wave on the top side of the map. The Blade Surge looking pretty satisfying as he leaps around the minion wave, but is not going to be able to affect this push on the bottom side that Aimee are utilizing. It's in a turret, not long for the world. Just evaporates.
Just destroying everything. Those Simi crits coming out of Jhin, doing a lot of work, but can they continue to break another inhib?
Not entirely sure. Mystic at full health, gets hit by Prey Seeker, but doesn't do too much. 1 inhib, that's probably fine.
And
2
again,
inhibs, that's difficult.
If WE take a bad fight here and don't nail the execution, the game will end.
Well, Curtain Call comes through. They're looking for Mystic with the bullets as Parallel Convergence is there as well. Road throws down the ultimate. Nice double knock-up as Mystic in decent position. The tower does fall down, but Road, he's well too far forward. There's a good body slam as a Voidless in trouble. That's going to be 2 falling down on the side of Aimee, but can Amazing J do it? He picks up 0. Now Mystic has to try and deal with the Echo. 957 goes down to his GA. In goes the Lissandra as Jin Zhao cutting out beautifully. He's going to fall as a double kill comes in, and Xie uses his Zhonya's, tries to get out of the way of all of the damage, but how is Amazing J still alive? Right there in the back line, Mystic is capable of keeping himself up as well, but has to flash out of the way, and WE lose their inhib.
That was almost a very bad fight, though. Mystic doing wonders keeping WE in this game, although Athena is not done.
Athena, Amazing J, and Avoidless want to win the game right here. Nexus turrets are going to fall down very quickly as the Baron buffs here. Super minions are down. Baron just wore off. Avoidless taking a lot of damage. Nexus turret, 1 more auto and does get taken down. But look at the crits. Athena's going to die. Have they overstayed? As there's the flash body slam. Mystic picks up another one as Amazing J running for the hills. No mana to speak of. And WE want to pick this kill up. There's the slow. There's the boomerang, and that's the kill.
But it's just chump change in the end. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't change anything. There's no Elder Drake that they can immediately run to. There's no Baron to take.
That's a good point. I got really excited.
The only thing it means is pocket gold.
Well, it's a bit of that. 7,000 is the lead approximately for Aimee, however. And with an open Nexus and Amazing J on the map, is a terrifying thing to think of. Because now he can just solo win the game with his split push strategy.
There are so many win conditions for Aimee at this point. They can look towards the Elder Drake using the 2 pressure points of the mid and bottom inhib down. They can wait for the Baron to respawn and use the pressure point of the bottom inhibitor down. They can use that teleport and just try to backdoor it because the Nexus is open.
There are a lot of opportunities here as WE just trying to put the pieces back together. Mid lane inhibitor going to be coming up relatively soon, but Aimee now looking to get themselves into position. 7,000 gold, the Baron power play. That is huge, as this game was so close before that one team fight put it all in the wrong direction for WE. Aimee really playing it out nicely.
And I'm glad that a team is punishing WE for not being proactive enough in the early game.
Yeah.
It feels like WE continuously decide to take their team compositions past 35 minutes, relying and thinking that they're just going to be able to out-execute their opponents, and they're very heavily punished this game. Great show from Aimee.
Most certainly was. All the vision in the base has been cleared. Aimee not going to be able to get any teleports for a backdoor. The 957 clearing up super creeps on the bottom side. This minion wave, no longer super. WE will at least have only one inhib down to deal with, but Baron 1 minute away. Elder Drake still there. 957 and Shie waiting for a double teleport play. And will they be able to find it? Will they be able to get that trigger pulled at exactly the right place? That ward is placed terrifyingly well.
This is the Hail Mary. This is the ball down deep.
Oh, Jin Jiao wandering over.
It also hits really nice cooldowns on the Elder Drake as well as the Baron. So if they can pull off a double TP flank, get to that backline and just delete Malzahar and Jin before the fight starts, it could time nicely to swinging it into a Baron.
Well, at the moment, no more home guards there as the fight has started on Aimee. The three members of WE trying to keep themselves alive, but look at this. WE turning it around. 3 versus 5. Mystic, has he been caught? 957 gets in there. Mystic with the shield. Amazing Jay's able to help avoid. Let's take it down, and look at Aimee. So much damage. That is going to be the clean sweep, and WE are taken to a third game, and the series is even.
And CA is way too late to that team fight. No one peeled for Mystic. They have the 3-item Sivir Power Spike, but if he goes down, there's no one able to execute on it.
He was trying to get the work done. It looked okay at the beginning, but unfortunately the tanky bodies in the front line were just too much, and WE were overrun. We've got a series on our hands for Oscar, and it looks like something from yesterday may have come over the team that wins game number 1. It was quite decisive for WE in both 1 and 0.5. Game number 2, very different story, and Aimee looking like they're here to play, and we'll see whether they can turn this series around. Still have to win 2 more games in a row in this best of 5 series for third place. So much on the line for Aimee as well, as they want to try and get to that first position in the world's qualification gauntlet as opposed to the last one. That is a massive swing.
And this is a big momentum swing for Aimee, not just taking it to 3 games, but the fact that they beat the stock standard WE composition.
Yeah.
WE have so much comfort on these champions. Again, I like the fact that they go back to Jin Jiao. They give him a lot more hyper carry pressure. He came up massive, opening those curtain calls and setting Aimee up for success in a lot of these 5v5s.
And I think that Jin needs to just continue to be banned. It was banned in game number 1, and I think that that is very important for what Aimee want to get done here because he's just so good.
It's Jin in tandem with Amazing Jay's Echo. I said it before and I'll say it again. If you're going to ban any champion away from Amazing Jay, it has to be that Echo. It's his best performing champion. He always goes massive on it. And they proved in game 1 that they can work around the Shin and beat it. So I don't know why it was the target, leaving Amazing Jay on his power pick.
Yeah. And look at this. This was the fight that really sealed the deal for Aimee. They turned this into a dragon. They turned it then into a Baron. And despite the fact that Mystic was able to survive towards the bottom side, it did not last long.
And again, in that moment, WE are confident that they're going to come out on top. They got everyone to their breakpoints in the items. They know that they're strong in the 5v5. They controlled and slowed down the tempo of the game, and Aimee just punched them right in the teeth.
Yeah, they most certainly did. And despite Son of Baron getting into the Baron pit, making it a 50-50, it wasn't in the end. Hats off to a Voidless to try and keep that one happening as, yeah, Mystic just not enough peel for the Sivir in the backline. Shie can't get in there with the Claw. And the last team fight, overwhelmingly won by Aimee. Just straight, 5-0. That's how you win. That's how you win against WE as well, especially if you want momentum moving into another game. Because if they lose on their own terms, it's awful. And
it's this really frustrating dynamic and where Team WE had so many opportunities where they could have continued to play the early game. They're running around with a double teleport on the Lissandra up and available, and they still hold those cooldowns to use them defensively as opposed to proactively. And I think that was ultimately the downfall for WE.
Well, we'll see whether WE can make the adjustments and come back in game number 3. But we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll see whether Aimee can do it, whether it's going to be WE bouncing back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. IMA just getting one back against WE, and they couldn't have done it without Amazing J on the top side of the map. Still, 100% kill contribution, 7-1 and 13. What more could you ask?
And you have to say it again. Why would you ban Shin when Amazing J is such a phenomenal and standout Echo player? If you're going to take anything away from him, it should be this champion, especially because WE proved in game number 1 that they can deal with his Shin.
Yeah, and the fact that Amazing J as well, not going for the Trinity Force build that has been popularized, he's decided to go straight to that full tank Echo, and it certainly worked out. Another honorable mention that you spoke about to me earlier, Froskerin, was the fact that Jin Zhao looked very good on that Jin.
Well, Jin was their primary facilitator, so Jin Zhao did a great job on creating moments where Amazing J could run into these big 5v5s and have that big impact on the Echo. So I definitely think,
for instance,
in tag team, that they were quite the dynamic duo.
oh my goodness. Max range is able to lock down that kill. Happiness on the face of Amazing J now. We actually saw, looking at Amazing J moving into game number 2, that he was looking a little bit disgruntled. But now, when Amazing J is in a happy mood, it's a scary, scary prospect. Because he could bring out Olaf. He could play Garen. Who knows what's going to happen?
I don't think we're going to go that crazy. I think we will see more Echo, but the Olaf, kind of a question mark. There's now this interesting predicament where the LPL finals have had a 100% blue side win rate. If you look at EDG and RNG's best of 5 series yesterday against WE and IMA, in fact, the only red side win that we've seen in the last 15 games has actually been Snake's 2-0 over Vici.
Hey, that's actually a really good point. So we'll see whether it is going to continue, but we are going to have another sub at the same time. Is Bamey back in? Okay, so we're just going to switch it around. It is going to be red side Bamey.
Obviously, I may have something planned in terms of their draft phase where they think that from this particular side that Bamey is the champion mastery or something to fall back onto. We'll keep our eyes peeled for what that is because historically, Bamey and Athena play very similar champions, if not identical.
Yeah, identical champions, except the fact that Athena is the one that plays a whole lot more of them. So maybe the more versatile, but Bamey, they have a specific plan in mind. They want to try and utilize it. Interesting thought, but we are all the way through the bans as Malzahar, Jin, and the Gangplank go away on the side of WE, and it is going to be Natalia and Karma taken away once again from IMA as Vladimir gets through and is snapped up by WE. Amazing J thinking about the Echo, and it would make a heck of a lot of sense, but we switch it over. See whether Civil works out better in the hands of Jin Zhao than it did in Mystic in game number 2.
I'm really surprised that they didn't prioritize the Rek'Sai, leaving her open for a red side rotation.
Well, there is a certain scuttling spider lady, but you did say that Condi should probably insta-lock.
I feel like Condi's going to go towards the Elise. He found great success on it in his series against EDG, being a more aggressive-oriented jungler. And right now, WE looks so much better when they choose to play the early game on 6.15. They just got burned by sitting back playing their style against IMA, so they need to switch things up.
Well, IMA are going to switch things up themselves, grab the Echo instead of the Sivir in the last second, and it makes a heck of a lot of sense. It is going to be Avoidless locking away his own champion, as well as Amazing J locking away his, and I like that a lot.
And with the Gnar ban, he has so much liberty and freedom to blind pick that Echo, so we'll see what 957's answer will be. Lissandra was not banned. Something that Team WE like to play is double AP with Lissandra in that top side.
Yeah. WE looking to lock down the bottom lane, and they do so. So Alistair Sivir once again did work out well in the laning phase. No Jin to contend with now, though. Jin Zhao and Road thinking about the Braum Kog'Maw combination for the pretty easy concussive blows.
I would love this out of IMA. Again, I think Jin Zhao is such an underutilized threat that you can put him on these hyper carry champions and he will step up to the pressure and deliver results.
Yeah, his late game threat potential was definitely demonstrated in game number 2.5. The Jin paramount to what IMA wanted to do, but a very different play style. Be that artillery. Sit at the back, spit on people.
He's laughing pretty hard.
Yeah. Didn't even think it was a joke, but not bad. But 7 seconds to go. They haven't wavered from these picks. Decided not to lock them in until the last second, but it is going to be Kog'Maw Braum here for IMA's bottom lane.
And we talked about how, beating WE at their own game on the WE stock standard composition would be a big momentum swing for IMA going into game number 3. And they pretty much look all giggles across the board.
Yeah.
Whereas on the other side, Team WE, very calm, collected, focused.
You can see Condi at 957 right now. They're just sort of nodding along, not too worried about anything. As Condi, this would be a cool pickup.
Anything aggressive that will give Condi the edge to go on the offensive, I 100% stand behind. If it's through the Nidalee, if it's through the Elise, pick it up.
Yeah, remember, no auto attack reset on the switching of forms, but definitely a lot of damage if you hit a max range spear. Of course, hunted targets get taken down extraordinarily fast with that aptly named Q. Now 957 thinking about heading over to the Shen in order to do battle with the Echo.
The too long didn't read of Nidalee's patch changes actually have increased her jungle speed. She's a bit more fragile and a bit more brittle in terms of her initial clear, but once she has that blue buff, she will maintain full health and is in a very good standing.
Yeah, just rips through the jungle. I think it's about 3 minutes and 15 seconds if I remember Rusty's words correctly. And Bamey, that's why he's come back in, because he's the dragon. We've got Aurelion Sol on the map.
And Aurelion Sol has only ever been played once in the LPL. I know that he's played a lot more globally.
And that was by Otto as well, from Saint.
Exactly. He's played a lot more globally, including, I believe, today in the NALCS as well as in Korea. He's considered kind of the soft counter and answer to champions like Malzahar. And so basically how this works is he's going to clear a bunch of waves, and then he's going to roam around the map. And he's also able to get incremental buy advantages, because very similar to Hecarim and Rammus when they were played in the top lane, he can quickly push a lane and then use his, is it his E?
Yeah, celestially travel back into lane pretty quickly.
So he can build up quite big advantages and help really push a tempo of a game.
Well, we'll see whether the Aurelion Sol is going to work for IMA as the coaches shake hands. Let's get into game number 3.5 for WE versus IMA. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 3 between WE and IMA. The series is even. We're into what is theoretically a best of 3 from this point onwards. We'll see whether Bamey's Aurelion Sol is going to be able to get IMA towards that match point. He's taken Storm Raider's Surge.
And we had some questions. Why would you switch to Bamey after you just found success with Athena in that mid lane? And it all came to fruition. The Pocket Aurelion Sol pick. Again, this is the second time it will be played in the LPL. We'll see if maybe we can catch CA off guard with a matchup that he's not quite so comfortable with. But like Taliyah, like Malzahar, Aurelion Sol, one of the strongest pushing champions in the game, especially level 1.
Well, of course, Vladimir struggles a little bit level 1, so it does make sense that they probably want to pick the champion into it. Decided to take a Corrupting Potion as well, which is quite interesting. Wants to make sure that he can weather the storm.
Again, he's free to do so because he can very quickly get in and out of lane. He's not competing with a teleport running enemy mid laner, so he's free to pick up that potion, sit back, probably shove in the first wave, maybe 2, and then quickly use his E to get him back into good standing.
Yeah, looks like Celestial Expansion going to be taken first here from Bamey.
Just a jerk.
Yeah, no, clears out minions whilst harassing at the same time. It's the 2-for-1 special.
He missed a lot of CS, though.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying. As actually, Otto was very impressive farming with Aurelion Sol. If there was anything to be said about that man, it was his farming ability on the champion. But you can see Condi, he's clearing things out. Going to take down his blue buff and head towards the bottom side at the moment. Ahead by a little bit as far as farming this one out. And Xie just consistently being shoved away. Oh, Jin Zhao getting a lot of damage on the Mystic, actually. The Star Surge procs onto Xie. He just can't do anything.
Just has to wait until this creep wave pushes into him and do his best to see us underneath tower. And with the space and timing that Bamey is creating in the mid lane, he did manage to get a cheeky ward on the Raptor camp. So they do have information about where Condi is.
Well, Condi going to be taking down his red buff very quickly. Mystic and Zero still trying to keep themselves healthy. It's difficult, especially with Zero only level 1. May actually decide to take Triumphant Roar second. As our Mystic grabs himself some mana back.
Definitely.
Is going to be dodged.
There's no reason to look for a all-in trade with the Headbutt Pulverize combo if Mystic has Spell Shield, second spell.
Yes, very good point. So at least now they'll be able to farm up underneath the turret. Of course, Mystic should be able to get even once more.
So
Condi jumps his way in.
Already a cheeky back has come out of Bamey as Condi's actually looking for a gank on bottom lane. So we'll touch Aurelion Sol in a moment.
Well, there's a headbutt pole. They use it onto Road, who the spear is going to land on. Takedown is going to be there. The door blocks a lot of the damage. Flashes at the last minute, but in goes Condi. Can he get enough damage? The heal comes down. Jin Zhao looking for him as there's the knock-up. The flash comes out afterwards, but it is going to be the kill. Going over to the Kog'Maw. Mystic in a whole host of trouble. Good headbutt from Zero to create distance and flashes his way out. At least WE only lose one.
And we said that WE would feel pressure to play a faster pace early game, and they are punished.
Bamey uses the E, gets himself in there. The headbutt's going to get him out. And at least Aurelion Sol's unable to find too much.
Yeah, he's got nothing. Great play from Aimee, though, to capitalize and to counter gank on Condi, using some cute pathing. You know, he jumps over the blue side wall to see that the buff is still there. So he thinks that he has the jump on a Voidless, that he's beaten him to the punch. Surprise! Jin Zhao and Road able to duke that one out long enough for their jungler to show up.
And Condi is going to come back into the bottom side as Jin Zhao, he actually took his Q. Interesting. But he's got double buffs. This is terrifying. 9 CS in advantage. Mystic with no summoner spells. Same thing to be said for everyone on the bottom side of the map. This is such a great start for Aimee. We're ahead by 8,000 gold. But with a composition like this, probably would have been fine if they were a little bit behind.
It's now about how they're going to continue to exploit their strengths, passing a very early blue buff over to Aurelion Sol. We've already seen that Bamey is more than happy to get involved on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. And has gone back once. Used that Commodore Legend, gets himself back into the mid lane once again, then gets himself down to the bottom lane with it. Would have really liked to get some Darksteel stacks.
It's the one good bright spot for WE is that they didn't give up any kills to Aurelion Sol.
Yep. And Mystic goes back and evens out that farm quite nicely. Recurve bow to the longsword and boots that Mystic was able to pick up, however. So Jin Zhao well and truly in a position of power.
It will get a bit safer on the map, however, the closer that 957 gets to that level 6 stage.
Yeah.
So they just need to hang on. Big eyes, or excuse me, all eyes should really be on Condi right now, though, if he can recover from such a lackluster early start, and it's going to start in the top side.
Well, the spear is going to land. Takedown can come in, but no mana for Condi. As Amazing J still looking to get more work done. A Voidless was there for the counter gang.
And again, the confidence and the mechanical prowess of Amazing J on Echo, keeping him safe, drawing a lot of attention, and continuing to buy up time from Nidalee's, strong point in the game. She's not going to be very effective come late game. She's all about making her presence known early.
Of course, that Runic Echo is still a bit of a spike for Condi, and we'll see whether after that point he'll be able to continue smashing this jungle to pieces and affecting the rest of the map. But right now, WE just in a horrible position. Getting this wave shoved in. That's a Kog'Maw lane, which is just manhandling WE at the moment.
We talk about how if this game goes past 35, 40 minutes, Sivir versus Kog'Maw, you're pretty much acting around W windows. Sivir's Ricochet versus Kog'Maw's Bio-Arcane Barrage.
Yeah.
Kog'Maw becomes invincible or God for 10 seconds.
Well, now Zero looking once again for this gank on the bottom side. Stand United comes in to help this time as Rhodes says, well, they're going to kill one of us. May as well be me. And Mystic's able to pick up the kill. Nicely played, actually, by Aimee to make sure they minimize losses.
Very well orchestrated and engineered by Team WE. Mystic has all of the potential and all of the power that he can push that wave forward. Instead, he's pulling it underneath his tower. He's forcing Jin Zhao and Road to overextend. He's keeping them safe because they don't have their summoners. And he's putting Jin Zhao and Road in a dangerous situation because they didn't have their summoners. Of course, Road's flash now back up.
Yeah.
So very smart and very well communicated from WE.
However, Aimee were able to steal away the blue buff. They gave it to Amazing J as well, as Condi going to come down here, take the Rift Scuttler for himself. We'll see whether they look towards the Ocean Drake, which has fallen in popularity, honestly, as far as dragons are concerned. And now Amazing J looking to try and get some damage onto 957. Timewinder goes wide, but he gets the shield. And 957's more than happy now with his Spectre's Cowl already built up.
Ocean Drake will mean a bit more for someone like Nidalee than other junglers.
Yeah, good point.
Simply because she has so much mobility, it'll help her stay on the map longer. She also isn't entirely reliant on just placing down the 3 wards because she does have her traps for gathering information and tracking enemy junglers. So the more region she has, the more often she can stay out onto the field, place those traps.
Wow, that was so close as Mystic was able to use the Spell Shield to stop the concussive blows. Bamey now looking for a possible Commander Legend towards the bottom side, but isn't going to get it. Connie going to turn up, spots Road. Or Road spots him, one of the two.
This is very dangerous, though. He does not have CA to help contest this pink ward.
Yeah, and there it is. He is going to be used. Star Surge still being followed through as Condi not going to get stunned by that one. Slightly mispositioned. Bamey doesn't find too much and heads back to the mid lane.
But definitely the right idea from Aimee to know that they were in a position of power there, having the advantageous back with Bamey on the field and CA in base. They're going to continue to try to pressure this.
Yeah, looking for a teleports coming in from Amazing J, as well as there's 3 members of WE underneath this turret against the 5 of Aimee. Parallel convergence there as Condi gets over to the side looking for Jin Zhao, but the heal's going to come in. Mystic flashes out of the way, but look at that. Aurelion Sol gets the double kill. Celestial Expansion looking for the extra one, but doesn't happen as Aimee get 3 under the tower.
And that's the easiest call of Aimee's life because they know that Shen doesn't have the Stand United, that there is no one coming to their rescue. They get so much gold on the back of that. Not only do they clean up all of those kills, but they take the first blood gold for the tower and then mosey into an Ocean Drake.
Yeah, Voidless and Amazing J going to be able to 2-man this one pretty easily. And it's a 3,000 gold lead now for Aimee. And Bamey's about to pick up that really interesting Hextech item that I never remember the name of because it's like GP1765 thing. Yeah. The thing that's not a Rod of Ages. Builds out of a gun somehow.
Shoots things, that's all that you need to know.
It certainly does.
It means that it's that much scarier to stand anywhere near Aurelion Sol because he's got, orbs flying around him, he's got orbs flying out of him. Just a big cluster of Venn diagram murder.
Mm-hmm. And then yells at you. And that does a lot of damage. Knocks you around a bit. Quite frustrating.
But right now, Aimee in full control and tempo of the game, and Team WE are struggling to keep up. They really have no idea how to deal with the map pressure and presence that Aurelion Sol and a Voidless are applying everywhere.
Yeah, and Xie has to pull every time Star Surge heads towards him. It's very difficult as WE at least get the inside track here towards the bottom side. Primal Surge can help Mystic out getting a little bit more attack speed.
But it's because Aimee are still a step ahead of them, swapping their dual lane towards the top side and continuing to pressure and siege these advantages.
Yeah.
So WE will pick up a tower, but it's just 1-for-1 in response, and Aimee still have the tempo and map lead, now looking mid to dive.
And there's no pull on Xie as well. I mean, the Stand United comes in, but there's no Shen to turn up. The Chrono Break stops Amazing J tanking the turret, and Aimee will get another one.
And again, anytime that Echo Ultimate is available, it's going to be a free and easy dive, and that's a 2-for-1 special for Aimee.
Oh my goodness, Bamey almost tanking up the turret a little bit too much, but that's a 3-0-1 Aurelion Sol. This guy's huge. The Zero doesn't find the Pulverize.
Making it look calm, collected, and easy. Team WE, can they stop the bleeding? Are they going to retreat back into their shell, try to hold the waves, and try to gamble on another 5v5 late game? They do have a very powerful composition, something very similar that Aimee had in game number 1. But the difference is that I may have the added insurance of that Kog'Maw late game where WE had an Ashe in their single victory.
Yeah. And it's just looking worse and worse. I mean, the fact that Aimee have that Kog'Maw, have all of that power, but are still just able to win in the early game is just terrifying.
How are you supposed to dodge that? He's shooting out cones. He's got flying
Yeah.
orbs around him. If he hits you with the cone, you get a slow. Means that you get to sit in his passive that much longer.
It's just a disaster. Celestial Expansion is a silly move. Now Amazing J looking for Mystic. Nice spell shield. And he will be able to clear out the wave very nicely. Essence Reaver not quite done though here for Mystic just yet. He's put very far behind in his items. Still ahead in farm, but 1-0-3 for the Kog'Maw means that he's very comfortable. Aurelion Sol thinking about heading down.
And this
Maybe,
is
but no.
what's genuinely very cool about Aimee as a team, is that yes, they only play one style. Again, it's very high mobility, but they can do it with so many different champions. And to see them kind of pull out this gimmick pick in terms of Aurelion Sol's comfort in the LPL and use it so successfully, I wish they would have done it a bit earlier in their playoff run, but now or never.
Yeah, here's the fight as Voidless does get knocked up. Zero now singled out, but has the Unbreakable Will. He gets stunned up. Nice triumph from Raw, gets some health back. Condi does lock down his red buff.
And they decide to back off of that one. The reason being is because Bamey was actually busy in the top side of the jungle stealing that blue buff that he has now. The other cool thing about Aurelion Sol is that he's able to take down camps very quickly due to his constant AoE damage.
Yeah. He's now going to head back to base, do that frustrating thing where he just soars his way back into Summoner's Rift.
I just think he's such a cool champion. I wish China played more of him.
Well, I mean, this is about as close to more of him as you can get right now, as he's in the game. So we're doing all right. Amazing J, split pushing on the top side. Surprise, surprise. That's a Spectre's Cowl, actually, from Bamey, so wants to get himself a little bit tankier. Possibly a Banshee's Veil to come in for his next item. GLP 800, as it were, still sitting there.
Makes sense that you could look for tanky items. He already does ridiculous amounts of damage if he manages to proc his passive on you. And the tankier he is, the longer he can just sit there and continue to spin those orbs.
Yeah. Just wants to stay there for the consistent threat as opposed to any sort of burst damage.
He's just a big AoE threat and zone control, and he just creates space for Kog'Maw behind him.
Well, we'll see whether it is going to work. I was expecting something like a Rylai's as the next option, something like that, just to make sure that his passive is just as frustrating as possible.
I 100% expect a Rylai's coming out.
Good, good. Not getting it too wrong. Haven't had all that much experience with the old Aurelion Sol.
He's never played in LPL.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Voidless just going to get bopped out of the way. Zero says, no, this is my jungle. 957 fighting Amazing J and actually winning for the moment. The Tiamat doing some work. We'll see whether he is going to finish the Spirit Visage or whether he finishes something like a Titanic Hydra for the added wave clear and threat that he could bring to the map.
Right now, though, Team WE in full damage control. They're falling back into their old ways, trying to hold these waves, pick up farm where resources are allowed. And they'll probably give up this jungle, although as I say that.
Oof. Yeah, Mystic Spell Shield is going to go off as Bamey just commanding the respect. Zero goes down to half health as Mystic does turn up, but the door's there for Road, blocks the boomerang.
Fortunately for Team WE, they are kind of allowed to sit back and farm without much pressure simply because they've had repeated ocean spawns.
Yeah.
So RNG, very lucky for them that they're not being punished harder for a very disastrous early game. Although it's Infernal next, so luck has run out.
Exactly. But still a lot of regen now for Aimee, who can, like you said, clear camps very, very fast. And now not going to take too much damage from them either. Of course, mana not going to be a problem at the same time. Despite the fact that Condi is on this Nidalee, the speed farmer herself, is still behind a Voidless who's just Rek'Sai. He's got a Tiamat. Just clear things out super quickly.
And we talk about that late game insurance policy of having the Kog'Maw available for Aimee because I feel like WE, they're on an even narrower window in terms of where they can win this game. Yes, you still have the late game threat of the Hemoplague on top of Mystic Sivir, But Condi's really going to fall off on that Nidalee. He's pretty much just going to become a heal bot.
Well, you know, any sort of heal plus Vladimir is pretty silly. But Aimee looking to grab this Rift Herald here at 17.5 minutes in. It's going to go unbeknownst to WE. We're probably happy for the respite, to be honest.
And that opens up the potential to play a 1-3-1 from Aimee's composition with the added mobility and safety, as well as the pushing power that Aurelion Sol has, and now the glimpse of the Void buff on Amazing J's Echo, as well as the lead he's already built from himself and those 4 assists. They can really start playing with lane assignments and trying to be proactive on the map.
Oh, Xie down here towards the bottom side. 1v2 at the moment, but he's Vladimir, so probably not too worried. And Condi and Zero are going to turn up. Road caught out of position and probably will fall down. Nice triple knock-up as he flashes his way out, stands behind Jin Zhao, and he's safe.
Gets out right before a Voidless and Bamey come to his rescue. Classic Road.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Aimee, they're in position. They can start playing with lane assignments, moving around, taking the proactive stance in the map. Road's like, nah, face check.
Yep.
Time to get caught. Burn a flash.
One more time, but does at least manage to get out, so that's good news. Star Surge doesn't find Mystic. He's going to stand there and wait for his wave to turn up. Still wants to get to his items, as Amazing J is going to pop over and possibly take a Gromp or get some pressure in this jungle.
They've got the 2-item power spike initially on Kog'Maw. He's got his Wits in, he has his Hurricane. Aimee really should be in a position where they start sieging. I would want to see them use that Aurelion Sol ultimate, very similar to how CLG did on the MSI stage.
Yeah.
And just full steam ahead, zone WE off a tower, and just try to burn some sort of objective. I feel like the longer that they kind of hem and haw around the map, the stronger WE are going to get, and the bigger their comeback comes for this game.
Well, they're at the moment just milling about just a little bit. They steal away the blue buff. That is definitely good news. Bamey still very strong. We'll be able to use that Celestial expansion to clear out this wave very quickly. Of course, when Aurelion Sol gets some points into that W, it does just look pretty fantastic watching these creeps die as he misses the last one, making me a little bit upset.
Again, he's got great pushing power, and there's that 1-3-1 that's starting to form on the map. Baron will be spawning in 35 seconds.
WE want to actually grab some vision around the area. They do put down a couple of wards. Zero was amongst it, but Road and Jin Zhao were waiting for any, you know, wandering stake heading towards them. Head back into the mid lane, Jin Zhao looking for that next item. We'll see whether he goes towards the Ginsu's Rage Blade or the Blade of the Ruined King. I personally am a fan of the Ginsu's, but I know that you are a little bit more inclined towards the Blade of the Ruined King.
I understand why Kog'Maw's like the item. It's very fun to watch him turn on his W and just have all of that splash damage just melt through creep waves.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think the Blade of the Ruined King, with all of the on-hit and the shred, especially against the likes of a Vladimir and Shen, as well as the safety it will provide, are just in a better spot, as well as you really bypass the power trough of going through the AEP as well as the attack speed of Rage Blade.
Well, of course, you have to build Pickaxe, Recurve Bow, and Blasting Wand to get to a Rage Blade now. So you're right, it is a bit of a daunting prospect. I personally, just the fact that you get the Sated Devourer, the old Sated Devourer passive, though.
I know you're keen on it.
I love it. It's so good.
And you feel like a god once you have it.
Because there's little U's that come out of you to hit stuff again. It's just great. Okay, I'm a little bit too excited, but 5,000 gold is still the lead here for Aimee. WE have done a good job of at least stopping the bleeding. 957, a bit of a ray of hope at the moment, able to win out in these 1v1 trades. As he's fighting Amazing J, parallel convergence, not going to really net him much more than a shield, and the W is there to keep winning this trade for 957. Amazing J trying to turn it back around. Can't quite find the victory in the trade.
Has to be very cautious, though. The big thing for 957 is you have to suspect that Bamey will make a trip down here. In fact, here he comes.
Yep, there's the Voyage, makes his way in. Of course, still has the Banshee's Veil as the auto attacks are landing. There's a GLP 800 going off as he gets the taunt. Amazing J has to ult himself out as Mystic uses his ult, gets himself up there. But look at this, Aimee just going to teleport onto the Baron 22 minutes in. And they get the jump on WE completely. There is no way they're getting here in time, and it's going to go down.
Aimee just dominated WE on the map. And again, they throw the same punch every single time. They're high mobility, they're very scrappy, they can look for cheeky plays like that. They have great epic monster shred, especially with that Kog'Maw. WE just totally caught unawares.
Yeah, it's just outplayed. completely. As it was only Bamey that was left on the bottom side of the map. I may just know exactly what they want. 6 seconds until this Dragon at the same time, and it's going to be their first Infernal. The rest of WE nowhere near this objective. Smite just used by Condi. That's going to go down immediately by Arcane Barrage helping.
We're closing in on a 10k gold deficit at around 23 minutes in this game.
Yeah. Complete turnaround from game number 1 here for IMA. Game number 2 was quite close for a lot of it. This is well and truly a domination. Bamey happy to tank up the turret, and the rest of IMA move themselves over. Jin Zhao on what should be the late game scaling Kog'Maw is well and truly in a good position at the moment. Living Artillery will land onto 957 as Amazing J will find a stun onto Xie under the turret. He's happy to tank, just buying some time against the Vlad. Star Surge comes in, doesn't find the stun onto anyone. And Mystic wants to clear out this wave, but the low range is starting to hurt the Sivir. Good chip damage onto this inhibitor turret.
But I may have so many options. They can immediately just look for a rotation mid lane if they want to take another inner tower or continue to siege on this. Here comes the flank from Zero, though.
Yeah, looking for it. Gets
right
it onto Jin Zhao. Pulverize comes down. Lots of damage from Mystic now as 957 gets into the backline. Bamey gets in. Star Surge is going to stun up Condi, but Zero still able to tank. Rampage comes in. Now look at that Voice of Light as it's a double kill now for Bamey. He's so tanky on the Dangarelian Soul, and they clean up WE.
Bamey is doing ridiculous damages. They're going to chase down Xie.
Yep. Celestial expansion just makes sure that Xie can't really do anything. Protobelt, no damage. Tides of Blood, nothing. Bamey still so healthy and will close the gap onto this Vladimir.
This is actually very important, though. CA does go down, but he takes a lot of steam and a lot of momentum out of IMA's push. So yes, they get the team fight, but they don't break that inhib line. So still a small shred of light available for Team WE. But what a cool team fight. So they get on Jin Zhao. They've got the Kog'Maw. This is probably as good as it gets. He's able to reposition himself. They lock him down with the Shen, immediately turned out of the fight. But look at Bamey. He's literally just sitting in the middle of it, and they're getting destroyed by Aurelion Sol's passive.
And that Voice of Light onto 3 people as well. Kept him so safe, allowed them to create space between themselves and the Vladimir. Just beautiful. 6-0-2 now for Bamey, the secret weapon of IMA.
And what's scary is that IMA can threaten with this again. It completely caught Team WE off guard, which means that they're probably just going to have to ban it.
Yeah.
And that's losing a ban that's incredibly valuable on red side, because WE right now, blue side, has 100% victory rate other than that 2-0 outside of Vici and Snake.
It's going to mean once again that the Vladimir, 0% win rate in this matchup.
Vladimir is not having a great series.
No. There's a Voidless going to get the knock-up onto 957. Look at the damage out of this Titanic Hydra Rek'Sai. Just cleans up Bamey there. But I feel like that was more of a, I guess, support assist that he got for that one. As Amazing J finds
mid.
Yeah, double stun onto Mystic and Zero. This base is just falling apart.
And look at the control Aurelion Sol has around these turrets. He is such a good sieging champion. You don't even need to prep that massive, I don't even know what it is, universe that collides down the, the mid lane. You could just walk up to the tower.
The gigantic Star Surge.
Is that what it's called, Star Surge?
That's the one. The guy that just gets really, really, really big. Big stun. We could call it big stun. You want to call it big stun? Ashia is going to get stunned up himself. A Voidless with his GA, happy to play aggressively as tower falls down towards the bottom, towards the mid lane. Amazing J saying, guys, come on, we just have to be killing turrets. His split pusher coming out.
How do you even get in there?
I don't know, man. Aurelion Sol is crazy, and he's got his Rylai's. I think he built it outright as well as a blasting wand. 8 stacks on his Dark Seal. I mean, there is not much bad news to talk about when it comes to IMA's mid laner for this game.
I mean, WE, the only thing that they can do is they just have to engage and hopefully blow someone up.
Well, right now, Xie is looking for what seems to be his Rylai's Crystal Scepter. He's 50 CS behind, 1, 2, and 0. The Vladimir nowhere near to being effective. Condi's trying to augment him by picking up this Abyssal Scepter, but 0, 2, and 2. The Nidalee's just found nothing all game.
And it's only going to get worse from here. WE, they have late game options if they can survive long enough to sit back, farm, get those item breakpoints. But again, it comes down to the execution of the team fight. The longer that these sustained engagements last, the stronger the Aurelion Sol composition will be. He just has so much control, and if you just sit there and take those big orbs.
Look at him soar so majestically out of the base. It's beautiful.
Where was this in playoffs?
Well, I don't know. But they're looking to try and bring it out to get themselves into that first spot of the gauntlet run for the World's qualification. Means only one best of 5 will separate IMEI from a shot at Worlds in that 3rd seed to join EDG and RNG on their road through. Bamey heading himself over, looking to try and lock down 957 under his turret. He's very tanky, the Titanic Hydra and the Spirit Visage. Doesn't find the Star Surge, as this turret is what's going to be the focus from IMEI. Look at that, he's just swimming around the air and killing someone.
Just going full Dory.
Yeah. It just looked like he was actually doing nothing, but the Celestial Expansion does so much work. They're able to create enough pressure to really open up this inner turret. But IMEI don't commit to it. They're moving over, want to get this dragon up in 3 seconds. It's going to be their 2nd Infernal Drake. We'll take 2 water, 2 fire, please. And lock it down easily.
More important is the fact that the Baron will be spawning in 10 seconds here. So they can very easily move this power of the double Infernal over into that Baron pit at about 28 minutes in this game, and with a very hefty 12k gold lead.
Just huge.
They'll shred through that.
Bamey also has 6 items now, if you think about it. One of them being a Dark Seal. Zero getting aggressed on Condi. Should get stunned as Amazing J does at least find the cow. Road gets himself on top. Arcane Barrage goes off as Jin Zhao just going to spit on the cow. In goes Bamey. Star Surge is huge, but doesn't find anyone. What the heck? That Voice of Light did so much damage with 957 on the backline. So much work done as Xie picks up Road. Bamey's just underneath this turret trying to take down Condi, and the rest of IMEI going nuts in the backline. Mystic, not even sure what quite happened to him as the Dragon was able to take him down. There's the knock up in the middle of the Shadow Dash. 957 relegated to getting stunned and destroyed by the Dragon. And IMEI just a completely different force in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, this is incredible. This is one of the coolest compositions I've ever seen. It's never been run in the LPL. It's super cute, very kind of cheesy, and you have to think Team WE are going to take the Aurelion Sol off the board because there's nothing you could do. Bamey's doing ridiculous amounts of damage, and he just sits right on top of the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and after 29 minutes, 30 minutes approximately for that victory for IMEI, just incredible. Bamey, you see the smug grin on his face. He's like, yeah, that's right, my Aurelion Sol, that's what you want me in the mid lane for. And Athena better watch out, you know, they might just throw Bamey in every single time unless they can get permanent Aurelion Sol bans.
And you have to look at Team WE, they're like, we were not expecting that one. They had 0 options and answers for it. Priority picked the Vladimir and were heavily punished.
Yeah. Completely left field, but I mean, it wasn't just the Aurelion Sol that made that composition so good. They got Rek'Sai one more time, a Voidless, had a great performance. Amazing J back on the Echo at the same time. The bottom lane looked brilliant with the concussive blows plus by Arcane Barrage. They got a lot of pressure down early. And as we have a look at the highlights, just watch how IMEI's composition just works from every angle.
And this is the snowball that really kicks it all off. And the reason why IMEI are so brilliant calling this play is because before this, the Stand United has been used. So there is no Shin that's coming in to save the day. So IMEI, knowing that they have the numbers advantage, just steamroll down bottom. And again, Kog'Maw goes down in this fight. Like the fact that you
this is the best possible scenario, right?
You hyper carry before anything goes down, but Bamey just keep swimming, just keep swimming.
And that Voice of Light was so huge towards the end of this particular fight. Xie then closed in on by 4 members of IMEI. And it's just on every single turn.
And this is, again, one of the coolest things about IMEI. They have such a refined and defined play style and identity. They know exactly what they're good at. They know exactly how to snowball with it. High mobility compositions that just have really scrappy, skirmishy fights. So things like you said, bringing up the fact that it's in tandem with the Rek'Sai, that it's with that Aurelion Sol, that they have so much mobility to get around the map, and then just having that late game insurance and policy in the Kog'Maw sitting right on top of it. It's great.
Not to mention the fact that the Kog'Maw's so incredibly good at stacking up the stuns as well from the concussive blows. Ridiculous out of Aimee, and we'll see whether they can close out the series next up against WE or whether WE can fight back. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll be back with game number 4. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. It's match point now for Aimee, and MVP for Game 1. Of course, it's Bamey. 8-0-5 legendary and 93% kill contribution on the second Aurelion Sol and the first victory on Aurelion Sol here in the LPL.
And we had questions, why would you rotate back into Bamey when Athena had already come out with the win for Aimee to tie up the series? All of those questions were answered. Itemization that I want to quickly touch upon is, what is it called?
The GLP 800?
The GLP 800, or as Rogi likes to call it, the hose.
The hose.
So
Spray him with the hose.
Yeah, so what's cool about how this works with Aurelion Sol is obviously he wants to hit you with as many slows as possible so he can keep you in those spinning orbs of death. So by having that cone out in front of him when he sprays his little icicles, he's able to slow you down, works very well in tandem with his Rylai's, and it makes sense to itemize that as opposed to the Proto Belt, which is going to send you pushing forward because, again, it's very similar to a Marth situation where Aurelion Sol, he doesn't want you here, he wants you right here.
And you also don't really want to be moving yourself around like that because you want to be in the correct position to get that Celestial Expansion damage
The
down at the
finesse.
same time. Exactly. So you've just got to be swimming around in circles whilst your opponents all just die around you. It's fantastic. It's like you attack move in a direction and you may not even notice that you've killed someone on your way down the map.
And frankly, I am tilted for WE after that. You could see it on their faces. They really had no idea how to deal with a composition like that. Aurelion Sol, even when they did get the Kog'Maw, was just doing so much damage.
Oh, and here it is. Okay, so the gauntlet's been thrown. The sub-in of Athena. And what this will mean is WE now do not have to ban Aurelion Sol, or do they?
Exactly. We were talking about this before the break. It's now full mind games. Does Athena play Aurelion Sol? We had no idea that Bamey actually played it. So do they sub out Bamey? WE think that we don't have to ban it, and then Athena pulls it out and they eat the exact same composition twice in a row? What are you going to gamble on?
I don't know. I personally, if it was me, would just flat out ban it because Xie looked so upset in the mid lane. It was a disaster.
If they're constantly rotating mid lane of Bamey and Athena has led to this moment, I say that's totally worth it. Because throughout the LPL split, we're like, what's the point of rotating between Bamey and Athena? They pretty much do the exact same thing. They play the exact same style, the same champions. But if it's led to this moment where Aimee can take third in the championship points because they have a cheeky Aurelion Sol pick, that would be hilarious.
And they get themselves one best of 5 away from a world championship spot. Like, this is huge. The fact that this has happened. We're in Champion Select one more time. The bans aren't going to change out of Aimee as it's once again Karma, the Talia, as well as the Na. And no Aurelion Sol ban does come out from WE. There's the Vladimir Rek'Sai and the Malzahar. First pick going to be the Echo from Amazing J. Of course, a silent achiever in game number 3. And an utter dominating force, 100% kill contribution in game number 2.
He does not lose on this champion. Time and time again, Amazing J has shown that he's an excellent Echo in that top side. So much so that they'll confidently blind pick it, especially with Gnar on the ban.
Yeah, and look, this is going to be his 17th game on the champion this season. Of course, Echo, very popular at the beginning, fell out a little bit towards the middle and is now coming back into play.
Well, at least globally. In the LPL, they've always loved this
Well,
champion.
that's a very good point. It's been a bit strange.
It's because they love to fight around terrain, utilize choke points. Echo does that phenomenally.
Echo also chases you, and if you build Tank Echo, you can hit your opponent for an incredibly large period of time before they die. And I know Amazing J just loves fighting, as 957 looking at the Braum, picking it away from Road, who played it in back-to-back games, and that is going to be Condi's Gragas once again.
Yeah, Zero moving away from Alistar has had actually quite a hit-and-miss performance this series on that champion. His Braum used to be undefeated when Starhorn Royal Club made their 2014 World Championship run towards that finals. That was the first loss against Samsung White that Zero suffered on his Braum, so he is a great Braum player.
Most certainly is, and has been playing it for an exceptionally long time as well. If memory serves, that was about 2 years ago.
I like to remember the high points. We just kind of gloss over 2015 China.
What? 2000 and what?
Yeah, exactly.
No, 2015 didn't exist.
Oh, you mean
We skipped
MSI
it.
victory?
Yeah,
for
exactly.
EDG?
Yeah,
I
no,
remember that one.
yeah, of course, good. Glad we're on the same page. Of course, this does mean that Jinjiao's Jin does get all the way through, And there's the Elise. We're expecting Condi to play it, but Avoidless, he's the one that's going to pick that one up if Rek'Sai and Gragas have both been taken.
And frankly, the turn of tides for IMA and their draft phase, it started out really shaky over this best of 5, but it's just gotten stronger and stronger. I like the fact that Avoidless moved completely away from the Hecarim, even when the Shin Hecarim combo is open and says, no, it's all about the early game. It's all about having presence on these lanes as a jungler, and he goes toe-to-toe with Condi.
Yeah. Well, 957 thinking about heading back to the Aurelia. I don't like it, because last time, I mean, he'd go for the 1v1, and then all of a sudden, there was a deadly flourish, and it's just not as good. But Mystic... Oh, don't do it. Do the Ezreal. Come on, man. We need your Ezreal here. WE fans across the globe require Mystic's Ezreal to try and get WE back into this series. Doesn't look to be it. As 1 second to go, that's going to be Aurelia and Ashe locked in for WE. The mustache lane, definitely good, but I just don't know.
So let's look at the differences and what it means Ashe versus Ezreal. First and foremost, that guy's name is Mystic. He's named that for a reason. His Ezreal is one of the best in the LPL, right up there with Def's performance on the champion. Is it the same thing on Ashe? Not necessarily, but what Ashe and Gragas will bring is the ability and the pressure to break and mid-lane freeze on these mid-range mages. Not only do you have the cask available now, but you also have that big, phenomenal arrow. So WE, I think they're going to be much more proactive about their early game, and they're looking to break down structures early.
Well, I'm switching up between a few options, but I do love this idea. Get Road onto that engage. He's been relegated to Braum duty for the last 2 games. Of course, the Alistar not working out so well for Zero, but we know what Road is capable of when he gets his hands on these playmaking supports that can really get in there and mix things up. Athena also with a lot of playmaking ability on that Lissandra you mentioned. I mean, he's stepping into a playmaking role. And that's a solid team composition for IMA.
And if you have to think that with Lissandra being picked up, that CA is going to go towards his Twisted Fate. He needs something that's going to be able to keep up with her global pressure. This is his legacy champion. We did see it was hovered for Athena as a possible takeaway, so IMA certainly expecting that it can come out here. And it would make sense. They have a pick composition globally with the arrow. Just pick up the Destiny.
Yeah, I really hope that it's not a Syndra. Certainly. But Shie taking some time, making up his mind for this last pick. Twisted Fate being considered. Frosker and the Prophet.
It is do or die time. At some point, you just have to go, Coach, this is the champion I'm comfortable with. Put me on it.
Well, Mystic should have said the same thing. Would have loved to have seen his Ezreal for what could be the last time we see WE on the Rift for tonight, as the Twisted Fate's locked in. So at least the former TF1 trick in the mid lane of Shie is able to head back to most certain comfort.
And of course, Team WE have a lot of historic experience this. They used to have a mid laner, little known guy named Messiah. They picked up CA off of his incredible solo queue runs through Korea and China on this champion. This is his legacy pick, and this is their last moment to keep their dreams alive. It's do or die.
Certainly is. 957 needs a better performance on the Aurelia as well. Condi needs to step up his Gragas, and Mystic needs to go back to whatever the heck he did in game number 1 to dominate so hard on the Ashe. But I mean, you're looking over at this roster. Athena has got that coveted pick in Lissandra. Jin Zhao once again on the Jin that he's so good at. And Amazing J doesn't lose on Echo. He just doesn't.
It's comfort picks across the board, and both teams going head-to-head in the early game. Elise versus Twisted Fate. Who's going to get there first?
Well, we'll see exactly what happens as coaches shake hands, and let's get into what could be the final game between IMA and WE. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are not onto the rift just yet. We're going to start this game with a very small pause. You can see 957 trying to get back into the swing of things, trying to figure out what the heck he can do against Amazing J, who seems immovable on his Echo.
I think it means that there's going to be a race to the top lane. We saw that formerly it's been a Voidless that's won out on that race, swinging the snowball factor in favor of Echo, prioritizing Amazing J's lane, especially because they've got a lot of safety and a lot of wave clear underneath them on the map. So I think Condi needs to be ready for that and needs to pay a bit more attention to 957. Get him off on the right foot. Set him up for another phenomenal Gnar-like performance, this time on a carry like Aurelia.
Yeah, and Condi as well. I mean, in the last series that he played, Gragas, he was trying to get aggressive and into the enemy jungle. This time around, I want to see him actually gang some lanes, try and kill some people on this map as we are back onto Summoner's Rift for game number 4. Aimee in match point to get themselves those 200 points, win out over WE as far as that points race is concerned, and get them the first seed in the World's Gauntlet run that this lovely lady, Froscarin, is going to be able to take you through when she's in Guangzhou.
And that means that they will be a single best of 5 away from representing China as the 3rd seed. Again, the 1st and 2nd seeds will be determined on that final, the August 26th, between EDG and RNG. Winner, of course, taking 1st seed. Loser taking 2nd seed.
EDG, of course, wanting to go for the perfect run through the LPL at the same time. A lot on the line for this final, especially revenge, as RNG were able to pip EDG at the post in the middle of the year, and then went to MSI and made everyone incredibly proud.
We like to remember that moment.
Yeah, no, this is a year that existed, 2016.
8-2 in groups, never forget.
Exactly.
Here we go.
We don't think about out of the group stage. 957 and Condi going to start off on the red buff. It is going to be the Gromp start here for a Voidless. Single targets, of course, pretty easy for the old Elise.
So going lane for lane, we've seen a lot of priority for 6.15 on wave control, wave clear, and pushing power. Mystic and Zero will certainly have that in spades over the likes of Jhin and Alistar, although trading, if Jin Zhao wants to go that route, he can turn the tides of this lane early on. That's why Zero is being so aggressive with his positioning early, trying to take full control of this and put Jhin on the back foot. Mid lane, it's pretty much going to be a wash. I'm going to give slight advantage towards CA just because he's going to be able to refresh his mana pool with that blue card. Should hopefully be able to shove Lissandra in, but once she gets more points in her abilities, is able to use all 3 to clear the wave as opposed to Twisted Fate just relying on his, wild cards?
And red card, of course.
Yeah.
But it'll take him a while before he can insta-clear a wave. You're exactly right. And Voidless, now on his red buff, he's able to take down these little Cinderlings. Hopefully that one doesn't reset, which is the most frustrating thing ever, but gets himself now into the river, and we'll see who wins this battle over the Rift Scuttler.
Typically, it's whoever has Fog of War advantage.
Well, there it is, but Condi is going to get cocooned. Lots of damage here from a Voidless, who has the red buff. Spiderling skittering around, but really nice repel. Stops that body slam from coming down. Athena flashes forward, gets the first blood for a Voidless, who flashes out of the way. Zero on the rotation, but it's not enough.
She's gonna have
there's
claw.
Another cocoon. Gold card comes in. Athena will possibly be taken down, and Mystic caught in the river. Athena's just been kiting forever. There's now a Voidless keeping them busy still. There's the flash gold card. Double kill comes in, and Mystic somehow surviving. Okay, the party just never seems to stop. Another gold card. Amazing J going to get caught up by the concussive blow. Zero falls down. Amazing J flashes. Road going to do the same. Teleport's coming in from Aimee. And this fight just does not dissipate. Another gold card. Athena's going to get stunned. Circle of Frost comes in once again. Jin Zhao grabs 957. And I think in the end, it's going to be Aimee that come out ahead.
Ultimately, a massive swing in power for Aimee, especially because Jin Zhao ends up with both the blue and the red buff.
Again, that's another double buff start for Jin Zhao.
You know, the nice thing about this is game, set, match for Team WE. Their playoff dreams could possibly come to an end, and they don't back down. Yes, it kind of blows up in their face.
Yep.
They lose control of the double buffs. Ultimately, not a good trade across, but it's nice to see a team say, we're not going to play it safe. We're going to go toe-to-toe with you, and we're going to meet you in your aggression.
And look at this as well. I mean, talking about the positives for WE, fact is, Sheen was able to be picked up by Xia. He's the one that was the main benefactor here for WE. And also, the wave is in a great position for 957. He's going to have that one organically pushed back out towards him. And he has the CS lead here in this lane anyway.
We'll keep track on who's going to get their back timers in. Now, Mystic has been sitting on a lot of gold as well, picking up a small CS lead for himself, but he's still competing against those 2 kills of Jin, which equates to about 26 CS.
Yeah. 957 just being a bit sneaky here. Gets the reset on the Blade Surge. A lot of damage down on Amazing J. But Time Wind is there, and the follow-up from Amazing J's Echo especially is just so good after what looks like a lost trade. He just somehow gets it back.
And the aggression doesn't stop. This is cheeky. No one has a summoner spell. There's no summoner spell save for 957's flash available on the map. This is so dangerous.
I thought you were talking about the people on the screen, and then I looked up.
No one has it.
There's just no more. We just do not have summoner spells any longer. 957 probably should flash.
That means all power and eyes need to be on these junglers, and this is crazy for Road to have the gall to contest that ward, knowing that he doesn't have flash, not having eyes on Condi anymore.
Yeah, and also, he managed to get 4 hits on the ward. He just spaced them out a heck of a long way.
It's the slow and steady war.
Well, that doesn't work when they regen. Oh dear. Dancing Grenade is actually going to harass the WE bottom lane quite effectively. But Serrated Dirk is now being picked up as Jin Zhao so comfortable. Mystic will go back. We'll see what he can actually get, whether he's able to pick up
He should have that BF
his
sword.
BF sword. Yeah, 47 CS, so yeah, should be fine.
There he goes.
Yeah, there
So
it is.
waiting on some pots right there. So still in a very healthy position on the Ashe. Although he doesn't want to take extended trades. Typically, if Jin gets all 4 bullets off, you've already lost the war. As a dive being set up for 957.
Oh, that cocoon weaves it through the wall. 957 to get her down to the phase dive. Amazing J and a Voidless just making this top focus look effortless.
And Condi too little too late. And you have to think, was it a mistake not turning towards the Elise at all during the rest of this series? He showed it against EDG earlier on in the week. In fact, just yesterday, looked phenomenal on the champion, and now he's just being destroyed in the jungle.
Yeah, and Avoidless actually skirting around all of this vision is moving towards the top side as Condi, he just might get repeat dove. There's a level 6 now for Amazing J. Avoidless is distracted by the red buff that he can steal away. That is definitely good news, but my goodness, Aimee just swinging from all barrels right now.
This is incredibly risky. They do have the Frozen Tomb available, which is why they feel confident making a dive like this. They pulled Alistar.
Yeah, there is, of course, no flashes, but the Cocoon comes in. That's going to eat up the cleanse. Frozen Tomb for the full CC. And Aimee, the easiest pick of their lives.
Beautiful chain of CC, throwing out the Cocoon first, burning the cleanse, getting the Headbutt Pulverize combo, and then immediately into the Frozen Tomb. Couldn't have been done any cleaner. Aimee on full track to just mow down WE in this last game.
And Avoidless just looking so on point. You have to remember game number 1. His Hecarim abused. Game point 5, even worse. And now it's just turned it all around. Momentum well and truly in his favor as 957 now struggling against this Balmy Cinder Amazing J. He's 2-1-1. It's just silly.
You know, we highlighted at the very beginning of the day that the all-star members for Aimee and this roster are a Voidless and Road, and nothing happens without these two being involved in the play. So the more that Road can get unlocked on this Alistar, the more aggressive and quicker that Voidless can tear through this jungle, the better Aimee will look. We do have the Moby pickup for Road, but hold on, Destiny Roam, they're looking for a play bottom. They don't see that a Voidless is here. Now he will be spotted.
Yep, but may actually decide against any sort of Destiny gank, so it's not going to happen. First Destiny, no result.
But good heads up from a Voidless to be on the right side of the map. Big cooldown and momentum lost for Team WE. The teleport for both Echo and Lissandra is up, so big window where Aimee can look for a counterplay across map.
You can see now as well, 76 to 48 CS there in the mid lane. Huge for Athena. He's going for the Rod of Ages, which is quite odd. Unless he decides to build a cheeky GPBBB cheat. A lot of letters and an 800 item.
The cone.
The hose.
The hose.
Yeah.
Hose of Frost.
Yeah.
No, I think he's going to go Roa.
I think so too. I certainly hope so, because I wouldn't want to have to try and say the name one more time.
But again, here we go. Destiny's not available. Gank the teleport because you know that no one is coming to save 957.
And there's the flash. Cocoon hasn't even been used just yet. Point blank onto 957. Oh, okay. It just doesn't even matter as the Voidless locks down the kill.
And there's that window expertly executed by Aime. And if they force the TP out of 957, they'll still have double TP that they can then rotate bottom lane.
And Condi just looks like he's playing a different game right now. Just farming out his Raptor camp saying, well, I'm sorry, man. I can't do anything. And honestly, I don't even know whether he could have.
You know, I made the joke earlier on in the week, Atlas, and I think it's pretty apt right now. Team WE don't really play League of Legends. They play WoW. They sit there, they grind up to level 80, then they go and they try to take down the big raid boss.
Oh, that's really cool. They're playing Wrath. That was my favorite expansion. There's Xie going to clear out this mid lane. And I do understand what you're saying. You know, it's just like you got to build.
It's all about those big 5v5s, and we thought
Got to get the gear.
Yeah, when we thought CA pulled out his Twisted Fate, that they were going to try to play a bit faster pace, a bit more about that early game, and they've tried, but Aime are just frankly better than them at it right now.
Yeah.
They will have another opportunity coming up where CA will have that Destiny, although it can be answered by double teleport. Should also be noted that 957 chose to walk back up to the top side, so sacrificing a lot of CS. You see that in the discrepancy, but will be able to follow any sort of play that I may make.
And it's only really this bottom lane from WE that is doing very, very well. Close to 20 CS in the lead is Mystic. WE looking to put pressure down on this area one more time. Condi waiting around. They do have the Mountain Drake available for either team.
And Shea,
yeah, looking for the Destiny. Will be able to find it here on Amazing J. Gold card is locked, but can they lock him down? Uses the ultimate, gets himself out of position. Doesn't have the flash, though, and Shea is going to pick it up with the wild card.
Trying to buy enough time for Athena to make his way cross-map and help Mount. Unfortunately, unable to follow up, but they're now looking mid.
Yeah, there's the claw. Athena just crashes into some minions, and not a whole lot more happens.
So WE execute on their play. There's no answer for Aime. Good news for them and their fans. There's at least a bright spot left. His name's CA.
Exactly right, and actually grabs that other kill. 957 probably would have really wanted it, but not going to happen. As Runic Echo is close to being able to pick up that backline.
Their hopes and dreams are pretty much entirely on this Twisted Fate. Amazing J did burn his TP, so 957 still has an advantage, although with a Voidless hanging around, he won't have it for long.
Now all of these wards are going to get cleared out.
This is brave.
Yeah, despite the vision, still going for the dive.
He has his flash, so he feels at least some security underneath this tower. You still need to respect an Aurelia when you attempt to dive or Dude or E and being able to use that stun, but he does not have Condi. Condi's about to show himself on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, wandering over the ward there is Road and Jin Zhao. There is the ultimate available for Road. As the teleport's coming in, 957 wants to get down here at the same time.
They are all in on this play. They're sacrificing the tower. They need to find kills as well as a dragon for this to be worth.
Well, Athena is level 10. Oh, Arrow is going to go wide as there's the flash body slam. He ults himself. Can Athena buy enough time is the question. He's got the flash, gets himself out of the way, but there's the barrel. Slam dunk from Condi and picks up the kill. A little bit odd, the play out of Athena, to be honest, but Amazing J locks down first turret blood, so buying enough time to get a lot of extra money here for Aime.
And this is not worth for Team WE. They expended so much on this, and the ultimate member who's paying the price is 957. He didn't participate in the kill, so he didn't pick up an assist, and he lost so many waves as well as the protection of his tower. This Aurelia is very far behind right now.
And was denied a freeze at the same time. Just nightmare scenario. 30 CS is the lead in the mid lane as well for Athena, so despite the fact that he falls down, despite the fact that he doesn't have any kills, still feeling very, very comfortable and has his Rod of Ages, has his Merc Treads, that gold card, not going to last for as long. Just adapting the build just a little bit. Won't have the CDR, but will have the tankiness.
Destiny back up though, so again, CA, time to shine, time to put the team on your back again.
Oh yeah.
Participated in that last kill. Hopefully he'll be able to help out 957 in particular, especially because Aurelia very overextended.
And we'll have to for the rest of this game as well. So much vision. Look at that pink ward deep in WE's jungle, spotting out that red buff. Condi going to be moving over there relatively soon.
He's hurting so much. He's about 20 CS down. A lot of experience down.
Well, Cocoon is going to land. Body Slam gets Condi a safe distance away. But now Athena immediately rotates over. They're putting the screws in. Rhodes moving up here as well. Unbreakable Will, of course, still there. Curtain Call can be used from a long way away from Jin Zhao. So they're looking to try and put pressure onto this blue buff. You can see the Jin moving up. A Voidless takes down the blue buff, and they're just able to lock it up.
Ultimately, it's mistimed back by Mystic. There was no way that Ashe could contribute to that fight. And Ime, frankly, can actually just turn onto this dragon. It's a bit risky because it's so hard to burn, so I do appreciate them trying to break mid first.
Yep, they are going to do so. Amazing J just buying some time. Gets stunned up by the concussive blows as there's the ultimate. And comes down from zero. Amazing J just flashes, phase dives, gets himself out of there. And the ultimate from Condi is unable to lock anyone up. The tower's going to go, and Ime get away scot-free.
There's not a lot WE can do right now simply because of the discrepancy between the top laners. If they look for a full 5v5, they'd have to execute it perfectly because they're at an innate disadvantage. So Ime, full control of the game. They can look to just continue to siege up, turn on this Mountain Dragon. It'll certainly help them in burning down these towers. But they also have a great siege composition. Open up the Curtain Call, threaten with the Glacial Path, as well as Elise. A lot of people really overlook her ability to siege towers, but using those steroids on the Spiderlings, she's quite effective at compensating for Jin's kind of lackluster tower siege mid-game.
Not to mention as well the fact that those Spiderlings can be used to tank up the turret for a little bit of extra time. Can get you those few necessary auto attacks as Deadly Flourish finds the Braum. Road pays a visit towards the bottom side of the map. And now Jin Zhao is actually in the lead as far as farm and has himself his first item spike in that Ghostblade. It's just a fantastic scenario. Voidless as well actually trying to transition his money into those aura items. Lock of the Iron Solari to come in first. So wants to make sure the fact that he's 3-1 and 2, it's not going to go wasted moving into the mid game. Can actually augment the rest of his team and stop a lot of this magic damage that will be coming out of Condi and Xie.
Doing a lot of work. Aside from that, though, CA does have the Abyssal Scepter, so will negate some of that locket with his own penetration.
It's Mystic snagged. That Deadly Flourish starting to do work.
And Team WE might be punished for the fact that they're trying to buy time for 957. He's just trying to vacuum up as much farm as possible, but that means that there is a numbers disadvantage on the bottom side of the map.
There's the Curtain Call as well. Door is set up, so Zero is able to lock down a bunch of it. Yeah, of course. 957 does make his way through. The last bullet not going to find Mystic. And Amazing J possibly caught out here as the gold card flies in. Arrow is going to land. No, it's not. Chrono Break gets him back out, and the re-engage onto Xie finds the phase dive. As the parallel convergence is going to go down, the Echo is keeping 3 people busy as Mystic's going to move over as well. Phase dives himself over the top, doesn't have the flash, but he's just so tanky. Heal comes out from Jin Zhao. They get into the backline. 957 wants to find him. They do. There's WE locked down too, but 4 men destroyed by Athena's ult. It is going to be a Voidless that takes down the Braum, and WE are so low. In goes Jin Zhao, and he's just cleaning up this fight. Deadly Flourish doesn't find the last one, but in the end, it is a victory for Ime.
Eventually, but Ime should have capitalized on that team fight immediately. Team WE trying to pick out the Echo is a massive mistake. And it's really the fact that he stalls out so long that Athena finally gets brave enough to pull the trigger on multiple members. But the thing is Ime should be fighting right now.
Yeah.
Echo is massive. He is buying up so much time and so many resources, but Athena, he makes up for it. He finally goes over the wall, finds everyone with a massive Frozen Tomb, and sets up Jin Zhao for success. But that should have been far more one-sided to Ime.
It certainly should have, and Jin Zhao actually couldn't find anything amongst that fight. Probably should have just walked up towards the blue buff and started shooting people, but in the end it was a 3-for-2 in favor of Ime. Can't be too upset about it.
Just really poor target selection. You cannot start that fight on Echo, and you cannot burn such a key cooldown like the Ashe Arrow on Echo.
Yeah. Was a beautiful Chrono Break, however, to get Amazing J out of the way. This guy is playing like a god on this champion in the last few games. Going to find 957 with a fair bit of damage as well. That Sheen being picked up. Now turned into an Iceborne Gauntlet. Going to mean that he's very, very comfortable. 30 CS in the lead at the same time.
Team WE just trying to reset. Ime, with even more gold in their pockets, can now look to pressure this Mountain Dragon. They are feeling confident to fight. They've got good item breakpoints right now.
Yeah, of course, Jin Zhao going back now 4-0-1. Got himself a BF sword, finished off a serrated Dirk. Another long sword sitting there as well. He's got a bunch of swords. And a Voidless just going to solo out this dragon.
Yep, it's the buy one, get one free. Take the turret, moseying onto the dragon. which means the next kind of big objective that I may need to turn their attention to is going to be sieging up that mid tower and trying to find a pick to rotate into a Baron. Again, they have great sieging potential, so I want to see them executed on a bit faster. You've got tempo, you have control of the game. Now really just press it down on WE. Finish them off.
Yeah, they need to. Athena is going to be able to grab himself the blue buff.
It's also very important that since all of these towers have fallen down and they have much more or much farther to extend to siege, that they need to stay together because there's still a lot of pick potential on WE's comp with the Asher as well as the Destiny.
Yeah, and there are no QSSs built up just yet as Deadly Flourish from Jin Zhao is going to fly through but not find anyone. Mystic with some time. Infinity Edge done, but no Renan's Hurricane yet. And Amazing J is just hunting.
Posturing for that dive.
Yeah, Parallel Convergence comes in. Amazing J finds the stun, but Zero is there with the stand behind me. Nice Cocoon comes out as Amazing J tanks up another arrow, knocked into the team. Will he be able to ult out in time? He can't. And the curtain call flies through. Mystic tagged by one, tagged by two. The third one eaten by Condi. I mean, Amazing J, just so much chain CC.
And that's the team fighting that we really expect and hold Team WE to that caliber of two. The fact that they're able to chain CC long enough that he's not able to use the Chrono Break to survive that engagement.
Yeah.
But that said, they had to burn so many cooldowns to just take down the Echo that they're unable to chase and finish off the 4v5 against IMA.
Or find any turrets or objectives afterwards. They were still clearing out minion waves once that was over. Voidless does find at 957, who doesn't really want to fight the Elise at the moment. Jin Zhao heading towards the top side to try and clear out some farm. He's 20 CS in the lead. Duskblade is going to be coming into his pocket now as he heads back home.
I mean, across the board, there are massive CS leads. You've
Yeah.
got a 30 CS lead between the top laners.
60 CS in the mid lane?
Exactly. Condi's the only person who has an advantage for his team.
Well, we'll see whether Condi can be the man that they need. Locket has been answered. As Frostgren sadly looks like she's shaking her head.
No.
Lichbane's done for Xie though, so that's good.
The only win condition that WE have right now is A, try to farm up the Aurelia, so he's just a massive threat. So that's going to be that 3-item breakpoint. The GGGA, as we like to call it, is really the end goal there. But he's under so much pressure because he's down in experience, he's down in items against Amazing J.
I've seen this show before.
Yeah,
The Jin Zhao waits off screen for a while.
they bait 957 into a fight, and then the Jin ultimate finishes him off.
Yep.
And B, Team WE just have to find picks. They can't look to 5v5 right now. They'll just lose them.
Has to flash as well. Curtain call comes in. No more opportunities to dodge here for 957, but he's missing the bullets. One of them lands. Headbutt Pulp comes in. The last one hits for heaps of damage as Athena gets the flash. Frozen Tomb finishes off the Aurelia, and I may get the pick they're looking for.
And they're going to continue to siege up this tower, and without the cask available and with only the wave clear of Twisted Fate, there's nothing they can do.
Well, there's the Parallel Convergence. Amazing J gets in there. Big pulverizer. Zero's going to be the focus. Flashes his way out. Chrono Break gets Amazing J to safety. They're focusing the turret, but there's a couple of kills now for WE. Athena doesn't get too much more. Tower falls down. Condi in trouble as Jin Zhao just doesn't quite find the abilities. It's a good trade for WE, but they're still bleeding structures.
But the damage has been done. They lost the inner turret on the bottom side, which means full control for IMA down here, especially something Amazing J can continue to punish with his advantage, and Baron is now in play. So Team WE are just slowly losing all of their grip on this map and the series.
And it's 4 turrets to 0 as well, Frostgren. I mean, WE now have that standing gold opportunity, I guess you might say. But the fact that WE just have so much, ground to cover to get to any of these objectives because they're just being suffocated in their own base.
And it goes back to the only win condition that WE have left, it's picks. But IMA, they've done a good job so far. They've been staying hunkered together, moving as a 5-man unit, understanding that now is the time for them to siege, that they're very empowered to do so. They need to pick up their vision, move deep triangle vision into WE's red side jungle, look for a pick, rotate into Baron.
Well, Voidless and Jin Zhao looking to grab this red buff. They do so. Big old crit comes out from that 4th bullet. Jin Zhao grabs it for himself. Another Serrated Dirk is done. More of Malmortius on its way for the Jin. 5-0-2. Having another fantastic performance.
And the Ma's going to be incredibly important because it denies a lot of that pick potential that WE would have. The ability for CA to appear on top of him and immediately burn him. Twisted Fate's bottom. Will they go towards Baron?
The Destiny comes in, but Amazing J just too fast with that Z-Drive resonance.
Good heads up by Team WE. They're all sitting in the mid lane. Communicated, CA's going bottom. We're not going to lose control over the Baron pit. They managed to hold off IMA. They don't execute a victory on the play, but it was a good attempt and a nice look.
Well, in goes Jin Zhao looking for the damage of the Ghost Blade as the door is put up. Zero throws down a
Amazing
nice
J.
ultimate, but in goes Amazing J. Gets himself the stun onto Shia, who has nowhere to go in the backline. Zero's going to die. No door available, and 957 turns up, but it's way too late. Look at the position of Jin Zhao. Between his team members, Heal comes in. That's the shutdown on Mystic as well. IMA just look brilliant.
And that's also the pick that they were looking for. They can very easily turn this into the Baron unless they really respect Condi that much. He doesn't have his flash. He doesn't have his cast. Those are two very important tools if he wants to make a successful steal. Now he's entirely reliant on just a belly bop over the wall and a correct smite. He doesn't have the cast to help him burst it.
Well, it does get headbutt pulved as well. Chain CC comes out. Condi is going to be the focus. He survives for a long time as Amazing J gets back into the Baron pit. Then FaZe dives his way over. They want to kill 957. Zadison Zonya's bought some time for Athena, and 957 eventually falls. Jin Zhao, good position, stuns up Xie. Cocoon lands. And IMA may not actually be able to do this Baron as they are taking so much damage. Jin Zhao, whoop, okay, there it is. Lock of the Iron Solari shield. And WE successfully defend the Baron.
Red zone defense, sacrificing so much, but do manage to hang on. But their dreams, Atlas, their dreams are becoming nightmares.
Yeah, they're going to have to keep them, I think. Is that the wrong team?
No, this is definitely the right team.
All right, good. Keep your dreams, WE. And they're trying their very best to do so. The Void Staff has been completed by Athena as he died. Some Death Chamber purchases to come in. So 2, 3, and 11. For the Lissandra, doing exactly what the Lissandra wants to do. He has a 70 CS lead at the same time, so you can't really hold anything against him. Jin Zhao is honestly a big power point for this IMA roster. 5-0 and 5. As well as Amazing J continuing to play so well on the Echo.
But Jin Zhao is really the true development story for IMA.
Yeah.
You know, they started out a team, they're all really about a Voidless, they're all about Road, unlocking them, making these plays on the map, you know, sending Amazing J to carry, but it was really the turning point when they turned to Road and they allowed him to pick up that responsibility that he can be the hyper carry.
Yeah. Well, IMA will be able to take this second Dragon of the game for themselves very easily. Next one going to be another Mountain Drake, so Mountain and Cloud picked up for IMA very early on. They have 7,000 gold, close to 8 in the lead. That Baron still, of course, under contention. Going to move back into the mid lane. Voidless throwing out some volatile little spiderlings. And WE looking to try and defend, but this inner turret was just so low already. Jin Zhao picks up the last hit. And Athena says, well, I've prepared another tower for you, team.
And CA has to get the hell out of dodge. They're just being reactive. They can just open up the curtain call at any point, force WE off the tower.
They're going to see that 957 is here. He doesn't have the teleport, and they're aware of that. Put that pink ward in the back of the Baron pit. We'll see whether they put one out the front as well, but you can see not a lot of vision available. Cheeky little flanking ward is going to be there, but 957 still has to wait for a quarter of that teleport cooldown. Thankfully, the vision can be gained by Mystic's Hawkshot.
That was the last blue trinket available. Mystics is still on cooldown, so WE now need to burn the Destiny.
Oh, Amazing J parallel convergence doesn't find WE. Still clearing out vision. Haven't started the Baron. Very patient here as Amazing J. Of course, you're the one to lose your patience. It's Condi not going to get hit by the Q out of Athena. Zero is going to head over. They get off the Baron. There's a headbutt pole onto Condi. The curtain call has gone down. 957 needs to try and find a way into the backline, but Athena's locked him down. Condi, the last bullet's going to nail him, as now Amazing J just buying so much time. Chrono Break comes out. 957 is in the backline. Double kill. Jin Zhao, at least 957 closed the gap, but it's not enough. A Voidless is enough, Peel. It's a double kill as Xie falls down. That's the ace, and I may still have 5 alive.
Where was this IMA during the RNG playoffs? They look like a completely different team.
In a couple of the games, I think.
Yeah, 2
just
and
not
3.
quite all of them.
This is an incredible. This is the best that IMA have played all split. The thing is they've been riding backseat to Team WE within their own group.
Yeah.
IMA really made their surge to power during the cross-conference, where they were able to bully the much weaker Group A and spike up through the standings. Back in their normal groups, they lost definitively to both Vici as well as Team WE. So to see them come up huge and find an ace for none, about to take down WE in the third place match of the LPL, completely unexpected.
Just unbelievable as well. And this is beating WE at their own game. A lot of these IMA power picks have just looked so impressive. Voidless as well, really stepping up his game, as this team fight was just honestly a wash for IMA.
And it's the fact that it's not just a Voidless and Road, but particularly Amazing Jay. The fact that he's repeatedly getting echoed, that this wasn't denied from him in draft phase. The fact that Baimi comes out with that really cute Aurelion Soul pick, and then Athena picks up the Lissandra that makes her way through draft phase and is finding these gorgeous ultimates in the back line. It's everyone on IMA moving together as a single piece.
Yeah. And look, they've managed to figure out that even if you're swapping your mid laner every single game, they still have that synergy. They understand what the team does with each of these players. Because you have to say, it's looked decisive in the last 2 games, and they've had different players.
This will mean that if they close out here, there'll be a single best of 5 away in the regional gauntlet to taking China's 3rd seed.
And 957 is going to get caught by the Cocoon, headbutted back into the team as he does get on top of Jin Jiao, but it's just not enough. They can't do the damage. Curtain Call is up, and it's now a 4v5.
They're going to continue this push through. They don't have a lot of wave clear available to them, really reliant on Mystic and CA, but the Siege. Amazing Jay resetting his position, probably going to teleport to the creep. There we go.
Yeah, there's the Curtain Call. Xie gets nabbed by one of them, but it's cancelled by Jin Jiao. Not going to be able to find it. Pings go down. He will have it back off cooldown relatively quickly, and they'll take down this inhibitor for free. Bottom lane, the last remaining inhib. The Nexus turrets are all that separate WE from falling to IMA and losing that 3rd place position that we assumed that they would be able to hold on to. If Mystic was on Ezreal.
Not even CA's Twisted Fate can pull them out of this. And to be honest, it doesn't have anything to do with the champion picks. Team WE frankly made really bad decisions around the map. IMA have been so much cleaner in their macro and map plays, which we expect this. They're a high mobility, very scrappy, skirmish-oriented team. And when the towers go down early, when they're able to unlock themselves and start running around the map, chances are they're going to beat you to the punch a couple of times. And they beat WE multiple times.
They most certainly did. As in go IMA, they're looking to take down this inhibitor turret by brute force. Athena can get himself in with the claw, gets there as 957 gets into the backline, but gets exploded by the 4-item Lissandra. Ingo Xie gets popped by Jin Jiao's crits to the face. Condi's flashing away, Mystic's exhausted, Zero's gonna die. It's a double kill, Curtain Call. First bullet misses, they're trying to hold on to him, but Amazing Jay says, if you can't hit a bullet, I'm gonna kill him. And IMA get 4. Condi's the last man standing, and IMA will be your 3rd place team in the LPL for the summer split.
And the dream is dead for Team WE. So what this means is that IMA will take that 3rd place seed in the summer split, as well as the championship points. They are a single best of 5 away from representing China on the international stage.
And that is such a huge swing. We knew that IMA were going to be hungry for this victory because it meant so much for this team. WE, it was between either that 1st seed position going into the gauntlet or the 2nd, but for IMA, it was 1st or 3rd or last place position. Just phenomenal out of this squad. So 200 points now go into their hands. They look so happy as they shake the hands of WE. They put up a valiant effort. They had a great game 1. Just ran out of steam.
This is the QG Reapers all over again. This is your LSPL promotion team, formerly known as Edward Esports, the sister team to EDG, rebranded as IMA, picked up by former Starhorn Royal Club mid laner Whites as the owner now.
Yeah.
They come into their 1st split of the LPL. Not only do they take 3rd in the much harder, much more rigorous Group B, they then go into the playoffs, go through legacy players as well as OG and title holder Rookie and Invictus Gaming, take down the superstar power of SOFM and Snake. drop out to RNG after taking them to 5 games, and then submit themselves as the 3rd best team in China by taking down Team WE and their rebuilt dynasty. You know, if they went down in the first game of playoffs, it would have been a victory lap. No one expects that from the LSPL promotion team, and IMA just shattered everyone's expectations.
They most certainly did. I mean, there's only been a few teams that have been able to do that straight out of the LSPL, and we thought that that was behind us. But just ridiculously well done.
There's only been one team that's been able to do that out of the LSPL. If you listen to names like Gamti, Energy Pacemaker All, as well as Energy Pacemaker Hong Kong, Hyper Youth Gaming, Masters 3, World Elite Academy, you say, who are those teams? Exactly. All of them were relegated. They are all the previous LSPL representatives. The most successful LSPL team from promotion into the LPL was the QG Reapers, now known as Newbie, now fighting for relegation and just earning their spot back in the LPL. This is a phenomenal comeback story.
Yeah, most certainly is. I mean, the only other example there is Snake, possibly the year before, who did also look fantastic heading out of that, but it wasn't even this good.
But during the regular season, that's the big difference. Yes, Snake managed to finish 2nd in the regular split out of their LSPL run, but then they came into playoffs and they couldn't overtake 5th, and Snake then have been plagued by this curse, forever 4th, forever 5th, never meeting expectations. Their first time into the LPL, like 3rd place, no problem.
Yeah, just covered it. And now have an opportunity to see themselves straight into Worlds, which is just terrifying. Of course, it is going to be out of one of Snake, Vici, or WE that they'll be up against in that best-of-5 series. Snake looking fantastic earlier on today. Vici stumbling just a little bit, but they do get to get their revenge on Snake now. And we can talk about that bracket because it's solid.
Yeah, 100%. We know what the bracket now is. So the first round of the regional qualifier will be a best-of-5 between Snake and Vici. The tiebreaker or best-of-3 played earlier today will determine side. So Snake will have superior side selection because they ended up winning that best-of-3. Waiting for the winner of that match in round 2 will now be Team WE, and waiting for the winner of round 2 will be IMA in that last final round 3. So a single best-of-5 away from being that 3rd place for China.
Yeah, and so if you are a Vici fan or a Snake fan, then you're definitely going to have to watch that run and pray because WE have looked fantastic. They look dominant in game number 1. IMA turning it on somehow, finding an Aurelion Soul, throwing a hose item at the enemy team and really looking fantastic. It was a cleanup by IMA, but let's have a look at today's results and go through exactly how this has turned out as Vici fell in straight games to Snake. Crystal back on the roster. I'm ready for them to run the gauntlet and for Snake to finish away from that 4th spot, get that 3rd seed into Worlds, but I'm, of course, relatively biased, as there's the reverse sweep after 1 loss for IMA. A remade Game 1, a very similar performance after the remake in Game 1.5, and then just 3 straight wins.
But this is your promotion relegation bracket on your screen right now, so welcome back OMG, LGD, Newbie, and joining them not on the screen is Newbie Young, who got that auto-qualified spot from the LSPL 2. Naturally, Newbie and Newbie Young, one of those teams will have to rebrand.
Yeah, they most certainly will, and we just do really want to welcome Doinby back into the LPL because we certainly missed him and his unique style there in the mid lane, so that'll be very exciting to see. Of course, the grand final here for the LPL for the summer split will be RNG versus EDG. It will be on the 26th of August as well. Oh, I'm so ready for this. We'll see whether RNG can once again get that upset win over EDG, possibly destroy that perfect run, or whether the Cinderella story is going to come true for EDG, not drop a series this entire split.
You're excited. I'm excited. Of course, it will be a TriCast on-site, live with English coverage. Rusty, myself, as well as Fish will be making our way to China to bring that to you live alongside the regional qualifier gauntlet, which will immediately follow. So the 26th, 27th, and 28th of August.
Yeah, and so make sure not straight away after the final do you go away. We've got to watch that that gauntlet run and make sure we understand who our 3 teams are heading into Worlds because, of course, top 2 spots are going to make it. It's for pride now for that 1st and 2nd place. But let's have a look at the MVP from that last game. It is going to be Athena in the mid lane, 5-3 and 18. I mean, he did get some really good, I guess, Ring of Frosts, and that early game shenanigans was interesting, but I don't know whether I would have given it to Athena myself.
You know, I think it's fair enough. There was definitely a lot of key 5v5s where Athena was able to get that backline on the Lissandra, disrupt a lot of Team WE's team fighting, which is really where they shine. But that's back-to-back MVP for two different mid laners for IMA.
Yeah, that is a very good point. And getting a 4-man Ring of Frost, getting a 4-man ultimate off afterwards as well. They saved this team fight, most certainly did. And Jin Zhao really cleaned up. But I was expecting the Jin to be able to pick up that MVP because honestly, he didn't die for one and just did so much damage every single fight.
It speaks to how definitively IMA were able to mow down Team WE, because you say Jin, I can see the Lissandra, but ultimately I think it was Echo in the top lane. Amazing Jay. Think about it, that big 4-man ultimate that Athena was able to grab in those highlights were set up because Echo was 1v5 for about 30 seconds, dodged an Ash Arrow, ate the Destiny. Amazing Jay. Whoever's watching through that gauntlet run, they have to ban the Echo away from him, or it should be priority picked. He cannot have that champion for free.
Yeah, and I actually think that it's really quite interesting because if Snake do manage to get up to that point, I know I keep harping on about this, but Flandre and Amazing Jay are the Echo players. They most certainly are. Of course, differing builds, Proto Belt Trinity Force versus the full tank Echo, and I want to see that matchup. Whoever gets the Echo is going to be the winner, in my opinion.
I mean, normally I would say it would be a very easy way to just ban out IMA. You know, they've got one style, they've got one hit, so they should be fairly predictable. But with the Aurelion Sol pick, I have no idea anymore. That was a wrench in the plans that I did not see coming. It certainly caught Team WE off guard, and now I just have to think, do IMA have anything else left up their sleeve?
Well, yes, they do. This is the thing, because if Athena has been playing the Aurelion Sol as well,
they can still
then they can still throw that wrench because they just don't think that he does.
And on the other side, you then also have teams like Snake. You know, speaking of really creative drafts and kind of wrench in the plans, they have that ability to run Malzahar in all three positions.
Yeah.
So the regional qualifier will be a very interesting tournament.
As well as Vici, who are so hungry for that world's position. Their chances are not gone yet. Dandy has been very, very passionate about wanting to get back to that world championship, and now is his opportunity. But, ladies and gentlemen, for this week of hectic playoff action, this is going to draw to a close. Of course, make sure you tune into the final on the 26th of August. But on behalf of myself, Prosker, and our full production team, and of course Fish, who casted about 400 games over this weekend, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.